Okay, so today I'll start off by doing one of my least favorite things to do while recording or streaming, but whatever. I've been doing it more in these sessions just because they're so long and for the sake of time. Like, I still want to be doing an intro or we'll talk about some subject or look at something while actually eating. But in this day and age, you can pass everything off. Like, oh, you're not just eating, you're doing ASMR mukbang, or oh, you're not just watching a random video while you should be doing something else, like actual content. Oh, that is the content, like React content. So I've always mocked those sort of ideas. But, we can appreciate and just sort of soak in the experience of. I wish I could put my profile picture on there actually, like my little Diablo. I might look up actually how to do that, but basically, um, put profile picture. Right, like how you can do that on chess.com, and it works perfectly because it's like just the Diablo head doing the shush, like how that's part of my channel art, him with the shush icon, but basically what I can appreciate here is the simple fact that I'm in a position where it's like 1650 is my highest rating ever on here, and it's not a big deal, but whenever I'm making progress, I'm happy. Any form of progress, that's fine. And so, 1,000 games is a lot. Right, 1,000 games is a lot, but it also makes you realize the fact that, yeah, it kind of isn't fun to do if you're eating because then you can't talk. I'd rather play a game while doing it, but let's play like something else. We'll play like we'll look at some puzzles or we'll watch something or whatever. But the point is that they got rid of the percentile thing too when I could finally start to enjoy it. Like I'm top 30%, I'm sure. Right? It was around like 60 something. But yeah, top 104,000, which might not seem like a big deal, but I'm also not very good. The point is that you're basically in a position where I want to push myself to see, oh, how far can I get? Find somebody who loves you as much as I hate studying chess. Basically, when I have no choice, right? So I'll get to a point where it really feels like, okay, I am playing my best, I am doing my best, and I just can't progress because I would actually have to study. And we could be getting close to that point. Like this, even if you account for a couple hundred points of inflation, right? Like chess.com, you would be able to, it's still like 1450. Oh, it was 1450. if it's four, if it's 1450, it's still pretty good because you know what I mean. I was like 1350, so and it's like very different than how it would have worked like a long time in the past. Like people weren't taking online chess seriously, like in the early 2000s and stuff like that. Let me see what I can play. Well, but it'll bring down my level of play. Like I could say like, oh, play a blitz game or do something else. Then sometimes I just focus on what I do and I'm gonna catch up to some of these better players, but this dude is ridiculous. He kind of seems to have stopped playing. See, he's only played 634 games, but obviously he plays either on another site or in real life or whatever he does, or he studies. Like maybe he really has played, whatever. But he certainly understands what he's doing, and I don't know. Wait, how is it 16 days if it's only 634 games? How many days have I spent playing? 21 days, but I played way more. I don't get it. A lot of what he must have played must have been like. Wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. A lot of what he played must have been all unrated games, so they won't show up there. Right, because on the panel on the left here, I think those are only the rated games you've played, because I technically played more than that, right? Like 2454, but especially these other formats don't really count. You can't say, oh, look, I played like 10,000 games, but like 5,000 of them are bullet. Like, those go so quickly and they don't really count or have much value. So, I don't know what else to look at or appreciate. We could look through one of the fucking, some of these recent ones. You end up in a position where the knight kind of busts your position a little bit with respect to something. I mean, and again, the theme of a lot of these games is too like I'll get low on time, and normally I would get frustrated and then end up losing either on time or blundering something. But I've been sort of disciplined. I'm like, I accept the fact that yes, it's that intense and that close that I have to actually get down to the very last of my time and still play well and finish them off. That was one of my biggest reasons for losing, is that I'd be winning or in a good position, right? But then I would basically, I'm almost doing this like sort of ironically. Like, this is the kind of shit that people do now, and it's normal. Like, why would you do this? Why would you be eating and doing this? It shows my commitment, I guess, but because you only have so much time, and it's such a time-consuming game. But the point is that you're basically in a position where I just like how I treat the game because I understand it won't work at the higher level, but it's very instinctive, whether it works or not, whether it's good or not. Like everything, it has to make sense to you and come naturally to you. You can't just be like, oh, I know this is objectively the best thing just because I know it, just because somebody told me or studied it. Like, but at some point, that's what it turns into, and so at that point, I stopped enjoying it. But I'm giving it a fair shake. I'm almost trying to disprove that somehow, disprove theory. You never fuck with theory, but it's like you have to go against it to the extent of like you're trying to subvert it. Like can I manage to somehow beat theory? Not so much beat it like I can, but like how good can I get without using it? Like most of the people I'm beating have probably studied, right? Everybody knows openings better than me. I couldn't even tell you what an opening really is. Like, what is the London opening? I still can't really tell you. It involves pushing one of the pawns as white twice or whatever. Like, I don't know. I probably have seen them and I could react to them, but I wouldn't know what they're called or exactly all the nuances. And you might think, oh, these lower rated players probably don't, but it does start to seem like now. In fact, in some ways, people are letting me off the hook because if they play like they play in Blitz, like both fast, they'll beat me on time here, even in Rapid, and they'll also sort of like they'll do some sort of opening trap. But I guess that's why it takes so long in the beginning. It takes so long in the beginning because I try to figure out the opening, whereas most people here already know it. But if I can survive that and figure that out, then we're on a level playing field, or at least even then, maybe I'm a little better. Now I got a little fucking piece of food stuck actually in my mic. That's amazing. It's at such an angle that I can't get it out. Are you serious, bro? That's almost what you deserve, I guess, for doing this. This is so fucking stupid, man. Unironically, like, the way this thing is kind of weird. This mic is like... Damn, I actually can't get it out. This is the downside of it. Because you're talking and then one piece kind of goes out of your mouth and into it. But no, I gotta treat it with the severity, like, I know how hard it was to get here. It took me so long to get here. So I have to, really take it that seriously to the point that, treat every game like that. So that's why I'm not even playing now when I'm clowning around and doing this, whatever. 10 best books and courses to learn from Test Masters games. But at what point should you study? Because they were saying, my 60 memorable games. The Ridge International Chess Tournament 1953. Studying the really old stuff is sometimes bad, too, though, because it's like, I was going to go back and, like, let's look at some of the oldest chess games ever, but they'll be playing them wrong. Certain things they might be doing right, but you'd rather just learn the newest version of theory, because it's like a cheat code, even for the best players, or especially, or like that'll be the difference. They'll know certain openings that people in the past just didn't know, no matter how good they were. It wasn't like a settled science. It was still like up for debate, like, oh, what is best? We were kind of, it wasn't a sure thing. Now it's a sure thing, right? There was no engine, so even if you thought something was the best, it might be proven later, 100 years later, or down the road, right? But it's not. Too many things are just 15 to 1700. 100 classical attacking games. And of course, I'm not very good at it. That picture is kind of badass. Positional decision making in chess. Boris Gelfand. Irving Chernev. Capablanca's basic. This is always like the cloud chasing people. Like, how good is Irving Chernev versus Capablanca? It's not Capablanca who wrote it. He's just cloud chasing off of him or whatever. Python strategy, Petrosian. Now, Petrosian was kind of like me, right? And there's actually somebody else with like the same name, even maybe the first name, where he was like a fan of his or something. That's why they named him that, and then he became just as good, or like even higher rated. So there's like two grandmasters named Petrosian, but Or wait a second, how would that make sense if uh wait a second. There what I'm saying I think is true, but how would his last name be the same? His first name I can understand. What are the chances of his last name? Is an American chess player, grandmaster. Uh, like why was he named that? Uh, his first name was deliberately chosen to match Petrosian, but there's no relation. So how was the last name chosen? The former world champion died a month before he was born. But no, he actually got to a higher rating than that, 2671 versus 2645. Obviously, at the time, that was more impressive. Like, in this period, that was like a super high rating compared to what it is now. But still, what are the chances of that? But no, people would nickname me that, like Permadeath Petrosian, because I would play chess sometimes and I obviously do permadeath runs. But the point being that it just is alliteration. So, oh, they both start with P and just. And now it suits me too because of my defensive sort of style of play that I always go for. Um, yeah, we have to play every game with that in mind. Not that it'll make you arrogant and like, oh, you're gonna be overconfident. Although that can sometimes happen with me a lot. Like often I go on my best streaks just before I go on my worst streaks. But the point being that you're in a position where I doubt that little piece would affect the sound quality too much, but it's like a placebo effect. The point is that I doubt it would affect, or I don't know. I would just have to take these games very seriously, where I appreciate what's really happening. Right, I really that's why I don't even want to do it while I'm distracted here. Although I shouldn't have even started this. I don't know. I just want to. Sometimes I do these really long intros or stuff in between. Like let's look at all these games. Like Ashen. I keep forgetting to download these games similar to these, single player non-stream, adult only kind of stuff, card games. There were a surprising lack of card games on what was I looking at, like on console. I was looking on my PS5 for whatever reason, just on some other stream I was doing. Right, I was looking through all my PS Plus gauntlet that I'm going to try to do, where I go through every single game on PS Plus that I own over the years from there, and do like some kind of permadeath run or challenge or something with it, right? But basically, the point is that there's very few. Let's actually look that up. React content, card games on console, right? And there were very few of them. It says Magic the Gathering, but it's not. In no way is it like that. Digital collectible card games, Xbox Series S. The only one that I could find was like Master Duel. Slay the Spire is like a single player game though, right? Like it's good, but just Ultra Eternal card game. I thought this wasn't even on there though. Sometimes these things will sort of dox you somehow, but Eternal card game, I did actually try to play this. Dire Wolf Digital, aren't they the ones who did like they did like Elder Scrolls Legends or something? So they just kind of churn these shit out. So this is on Xbox. I don't know why it's not hard to do. Like I always said, oh, they should have put Hearthstone on something, or for PvZ Heroes, at least I say they should have put the fucking. They should have put, what do you call it? I don't know. That at least on PC, you have to emulate it on BlueStacks to even be able to play it like I've been doing. Trick-taking game. What does that even mean? Trick-taking game is a card game in which you play on a hand centers series of finite rounds or units of play called tricks, which are each evaluated to determine a winner or taker of that trick. Digital version browser. I never really care for those too much. Best Game Boy Advance card battle game. There's a lot of those like single player Yu-Gi-Oh type games you can play on those, like on the DS and stuff. But it's kind of just like chess. They're less fun to play either with yourself or with AI. It's more fun to play. It's more fun to play. I've seen many players do this, but how? Account profile. Is it going to dox me somehow? It shouldn't. I mean, it'll just show. It's not like I have my real name or anything on here. USEF, FIDE, ECF. RCF, CFC, DSB, but aren't there more than that? Like there would be more. USCF is just United States, so there should be one for every country in the world, but they're kind of almost taking a side. Docs the fact that I'm in New York. Where does it show it though? Set your flare. There is a setting to hide all user flares. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I kept saying if there's one that's like a shush, I don't know what would kind of, you know, emblematic. Yeah, like that. That actually, fuck. That actually is correct. That is the correct flare for me. I don't know if I should really do that or not, but I guess it is the closest thing to my actual Diablo one. But what is something that would actually show? Maybe something on display. I guess I'll look at it off the thing just in case it shows something that I don't want it to show for whatever reason. So, for example, but no, the shush one is actually pretty suited. I like that. And of course, because I have like a streaming profile on here and stuff too, that maybe confuses the issue a little bit. But now I got to go back to that screen again. Fuck. You would think it would be under display, but I don't know why this is so hard to find. Know about the image? How can I put an image there except text only? Links. I've tried that, at least Google OneDrive. I was also watching. Go to Imgur, new post. When it's done, right click on your copy image address. Edit your profile, copy paste address. Wait, what? Well, his account's closed, so I can't even see it. Searching for this found tutorial. I will write it. Go to Imgur, click a new post, put a post. When it's done, right click on the picture and click copy image address. Then you edit your profile and paste the address. Edit your profile though, like what, in what way? Like what part of your profile? I don't know if this would even still work. I guess I don't really see it on other people's profiles that they have pictures there, but maybe there is a way to do it. Like social media links, GitHub, like where would you even be putting that, I guess? Let me look at this even again. But no, I do like the little shush flare thing, I guess. Where had I put this? Where is it? Where is it? What the fuck? I just looked it up, didn't I? How to put? I'll just use it from here. How to put a picture in your Let's Chess profile. How do I add a photo to Let's Chess profile? Imgur.images. Put the web link in your profile info. So I almost kind of want to do this here. Recently, I saw players with a cool photo in their profile. Copy, paste, insert the link of profile into your profile biography. That's it? Like just... I don't get it. Into your profile biography. Which I would have to go into the other one as well. Biography. Where is biography? Here. So I put that there. So it would just automatically know based on that. Like, where's one that I could use it from my channel, I guess. Like, my YouTube channel, I'll use, like, the link from there or something in such a way that you're able to do it there. Like, let me actually try it. Just use, like, my YouTube thumbnail or whatever profile image. So, would you have to do Imgur or would you have to do copy paste? So, chess supports Imgur. So, let me see. How would I do this? Channels. There's something you download that's like, channels for profile. It's like from YouTube itself. So, if I put that on Imgur and then I do it. Fuck, that's the wrong one though. That has like some shit at the top. I don't know why I'm even doing this on here, but just to kind of tutorialize it or something. Let me see. Photos. Damn it, how could I not have one there? Okay, fine. I'll look it up and I'll do it manually. Fucking stupid ass. All I want it to be is like this stupid thing. It's going to be like too small, but then again, I guess the point of it is for it to be small. So it's just like the Diablo face and the thing. And him doing the shots, which of course that's my own extrapolation on it. There isn't actually one like that exists. So now you would put it on Imgur just because people seem to... It's possible you could do it in some other capacity, but... Just put the Imgur link there. And if it doesn't work, then fuck it. But new post, can I just do it like not signed in? Drop images here. Let me try it with this one that I just did here. This is so much work, bro, but I guess it's worth it. I guess I just never thought about it, or maybe they removed the ability to actually do it. Copy link. What if I put it into here? So I have my Twitch in there, and then I'll put this in there. Let's see if that... I don't get it. Are you supposed to put it at the top, or are you supposed to put it... You put it there, right? But it's not actually still... I wanted it to be on the icon, like, at the top there, like, next to your name. Right? I guess I can leave that there, though. That's fine. 2 views. I guess they must both be from me, though. Whatever, just to show that that's my profile icon, I guess, and we have the shush thing there. That's my whole motif or whatever. So, like, for every series that I would play, too, I would want to have done that. Like, I would have said, I would take a character, like you're playing L.A. Noire, so Cole Phelps is the main character, and you have him doing the shush icon, right? You just have him putting his finger over his mouth. That would be, like, my motif. Like, what series did I do that for? Like, Destiny or something? Maybe this looks a little bit silly, too, but I guess it's fine. So the point is it would go there, whatever it is that you do. Right? This actually looks kind of awkward, actually, but maybe the amount of space in between those is not befitting. But that's fine. So you have this one here, dinky little Diablo face, which maybe is not the best quality version of it, but it kind of works, I guess. You're doing the shush, and then you're also doing the little shush over here, right? At least I think I can never tell exactly what that is even. Like, it's doing a shush, but it's less kind of clear here than anything else. So like One Quiet Gamer, you have the shush, we got our motif going. We've kind of stalled out for long enough, so maybe I should start one now. I just want to lose like the biggest game ever that I played just because I'm distracted by, oh, you know, I'm doing fucking ASMR mukbang. I'm eating a fucking Uncrustable. Like, this is why I'm going to actually lose. So, let's focus here for a second. And we have our profile picture. We have everything we need. So, just consider the fact that it's a very high stakes, important game. And we also have to consider the fact of, whatever, like the fact that... whatever, we have the little flare, so we're representing ourselves very well in doing this. Okay, so we take here, he takes with the knight, let's say, and I could take back, so I have to be wondering about that because I don't even understand that. It seems like he's giving up a piece and then he can't take back. The real decision would be like, which one would I rather take with? And the answer is maybe this, and I'll go back to there just to make sure he doesn't do it's like sort of any cheeky shenanigans, because like that's cute, but what does it really still even do? What does it even still do? You attack there, I attack there, and I'm attacking there. And so what does it do? You can't even give a check. You can't do anything else. This should be fine. You're double attacking also into there. You're also threatening mate yourself. And so you should really just try to cancel, but I'm going to go for something cheeky like this instead. And it's going to end up fucking me over. But you could go like this. He would take it, then I would take, but then he would be ready to mate. So the main goal is get the queen out of there, right? And the way that you would do that is by simply going here. And that should be perfectly fine. Right? There's no little sneaky, cheeky check that he can do. If you go here, he would simply take it. I should just ultimately try to castle. I don't need to do anything above and beyond that. I guess I could just go for this, though. Like, it's going to lead to... I should castle at least first, right? If I'm going to try to do that. He's going to also fuck up my shit here. Like, he's somehow going to dislodge the knight. And then by dislodging the knight, he would dislodge the bishop itself, too. I almost can't resist the fucking temptation to do this, but... I could always just castle as a response to whatever else he decides to do there. And that gets the bishop out of harm's way, and it allows me to take a free pawn that I could have taken for a while there, to be fair, but he's going to do the little fork, so my response to that could simply be to castle, and then we're still attacking whatever we want to do. Well... That's kind of more pressing, I guess, than anything else. He takes there. He takes there, but then he's not really guaranteed to take, right? That's the whole beauty of it. He's not guaranteed to take anything, so you got to double check everything, but you should double check it on your move, not on their move, you know? So you take there, it's not even a fork, so it's not that big of a deal, and we don't even have to worry about this either because of the simple fact that we can just move this and we're not going to lose it. He might bring the rook there, and then we might be in some kind of trouble, but I can just get out of there, it should be fine. So we have a decent little advantage there that he gave to me right out of the gate and seemingly for no reason. And so now we got to take advantage of that and actually try to, do something with it rather than just be complacent with it. So, for example, trading is often something that I like to do in case you couldn't tell, but especially in this kind of situation. And so my own light square bishop is not in the greatest spot. My queen is certainly not in the greatest spot. So why don't I just get that out of there right now, and then we can decide what to do. I don't know. Just don't hang anything, don't blunder anything. But no, he right out of the gate makes this the big mistake where he allows me to double attack into something and just take it, which I don't even understand why, you would do that. You're attacking there, which, again, my light square bishop is the problem here, where you're basically not able to do much about it. But I guess this is fine, because nothing else is happening, that I could even put the bishop there as well. So nothing crazy is happening, but I'm still making like too many maybe lazy foregone conclusion type moves. I don't know exactly what that's doing for me. Or I don't know what that did for him. What's he gonna do? Double stack or just move it somewhere else? Move it here maybe? Okay. All these cheeky kind of things people do. I could do this and set up for double stack, even though might not be the best, and there's no real reason to even do it. Right, this could leave me attacked by there. Like, I don't want to play passively, but I end up doing it because somehow it just seems like I'll fuck something else up if I don't. There's nothing really crazy going on with this, but I just have to try to trade something or do something of any kind. There is no real octopus knight position. There is no passed pawn, nothing of the sort. So he goes there, he cements that in there, which is not a bad play. But the thing is, there's no reason why I shouldn't still be able to just take it, which again is my only like train of thought that I ever have in the game. So I would basically double take, but I can't double take. But again, I'm doing it just to effectively trade. So I don't see what it is that he can do. He's just doing random stuff. What is he going to give a check? So what? It doesn't do anything. He's acting like he's doing something. Bro thinks he's doing something, but he's just not. You can go here and just sit there and just cover the thing too. Right, so everything's perfectly fine. So the fact that he traded was kind of to my benefit as well. They made that one almost kind of too easy, but it's okay. Let's just stay focused. Nothing crazy is happening. So what we have to do is we have to figure a way to, we can involve the rook a little bit better for sure. And if I can do that, then I honestly don't even know because wait, this one you gotta still cover. Let's just wait on this square here. I want to bring the rook to the open file. I want to basically decide to do something in such a way that I can double stack. I mean, I'd be happy if he does it. I'd be happy if he does it, but I'll still do this, I guess, is probably the right play. But here's where you either got to sacrifice or gambit something or do something tricky, crazy to take advantage of maybe the lead that you have, but then I end up not doing it because, I'm just kind of passive like that, like a clown. So you can take here, and then he can give like some kind of check, but it doesn't seem to really do a whole lot. And now you can move the knight anywhere that you want, and you're threatening mate. So if we threaten like the queen with it, right, that could be very good. You can do this to try to threaten the trade, but also he's just giving me pawns, but also I'm worried about the implications of these checks that he might be doing that could lead to something bad, right? Like, I appreciate taking the pawns, but if this fucks me over, I'm not going to be too happy about it. Like, what if it turns into, oh, he can force a threefold repetition now? But most of his checks he can't really even do because, you're blocked by the rook there, you're blocked by the knight there if he tries to go there. So you can give, like, a check around there, but I can still even block it. So what else do we have? Just go back here, I guess. But he'll give a protected check, but the knight covers, but this is still a dangerous play to make. The only reason why I'm making it is because I want to try to trade the queen, right? So he's going to go to there and give a check, but he can't even do it. That's the thing. He can't even do it. So now I can threaten to try to take the queen. Anywhere he gives a check isn't going to be relevant, right? And so basically you get to... Oh, you know what he could maybe do? He'll go there with the rook, then I'll take it, then he'll take it, but then he'll check and then still take this, right? So he gives... Okay, I don't have a lot of time, but he'll give a check, I'll take with the knight, then he'll take with the queen, then he'll take the rook, but then I'll actually mate his dumbass. I'll back rank mate him. No, not like that, not like that. So this could be a bad kind of clown move, but I'm not going to actually worry about it because of the simple fact that... Okay. He's threatening to take both of these. The thing is covered, the pawn is covered. You could really almost trap his fucking queen at this point, but he can't take there, he could take there, he can't take there, he could take there. So if you do this, everything is covered, but it's kind of still too passive a position to be in. So you shouldn't be able to actually take anything from that, but I'm being too slow, right? I have to force some kind of threat quickly. This is always what happens where I'm down on time, but at least here I'm adequately up, but he's not letting me trade anymore, even though he was pretty generous with letting me do that for most of the game. And he does me a big favor by doing that. Like, he's not really even trapped or anything. He can still move, but... Like, why would you resign when your one advantage is time, and that's the one thing you've wasted enough of my time to... you sit there for 10 minutes and I'm almost about to flag. I got like 2 minutes left. You're giving me too much credit to think that I wouldn't mess that up. Like, it's at least possible. Even I'm doubting it, right? Even if they were stream sniping me or something. So I think I played okay, but I maybe was going for the trades a little too aggressively, bait trade sort of mentality. And so if you can do that, then... See, like, I'm not doing anything special, but yet you can still do this. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing. Maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit. Like, maybe I do know, but I'm missing one half of the game, which is to attack, right? So he makes the blunder, and that's fine, but, like, then... You're not even supposed to do that, really, but... He takes there, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter. He's offering too many trade opportunities, and then by the time he wisens up and stops doing it, he's not able to actually do anything with it. So here's where I'm liable to make a mistake and a blunder, but usually it's just like a drawing blunder, not a losing blunder. Like, even this move is nonsensical. These kind of moves you should never make, because unless you're guaranteeing forcing the trade, like you're giving a check and forcing a trade at the same time somehow, right? But the fact of the matter is, a lot of, like, I'll just offer the trade up on a silver platter, but then they'll do something a little better and take advantage because they actually have more of an attacking mindset and a better mindset, whereas I just simply don't do anything, and I just kind of sit there and, I'm lazy and I want to trade and I want to milk my advantage, then in that case, at least I didn't even earn because he just made like a very obvious mistake in the beginning that was kind of unforced. So yeah, we have my motif there, but I don't really understand anything else because we have the little Imgur link, and then we have the ability to basically, can I like make that link private maybe, or I don't know how it would even work now because um just because I have the link doesn't mean I have access to actually control it. Like how do I put it up there, but now nobody can do anything with it. And it keeps making it seem like, oh, look, it's getting views, or because then they'll say, oh, you stole it from here. Does it tell you like when it was posted or anything? Copy link, download, embed, download, request deletion. Oh, like 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, at least that would prove it right there. Never mind the fact that it's like my channel art and everything like that. But whatever, it's there. That's fine. And then you basically get to have that one. So that's kind of a cute little addition to it. He has the little rat thing there. Okay, so look, we gotta take breaks in between. That was one of the main things I was doing. That game wasn't particularly instructive, but what I really was wondering is, let's just change profile icon, like the thing next to my name. That's what I mean. Like profile picture with the left side of your username. You can also change it, but that's not even true, right? How do you do it? Nice idea, but it comes with its own devils as described here. Kind of like some kind of drama and slang in the chest. Ding chilling. As if that's really drama or slang. It's just a joke, dude. Ding chilling is truly the crime of the age. It's not a bad thing. It's just a reference to that John Cena thing where he says Bing chilling. So it rhymes. It's ding chilling. Wow, so funny. And it means like ice cream, I guess, in Chinese or something, right? That's what he's saying. John Cena is saying over and over in that video. He's just eating ice cream, talking about like some movie, whatever he's in, Fast and Furious or some shit. I don't even know. Yeah, let's just recap what I put on this list that I had made the other time. Again, these are things I could kind of do in these sessions to sort of break up the monotony of what I'm doing, like in between games. If I do a couple and then I need like sort of a break, that's kind of good. So some of these I could do, this is like an MMO type thing, but non-combat based and stuff like that. But because I'm using mobile data on this setup, that could be a bit of an issue. Tibia, hanging series just means like any sort of something that I started but never finished. Don't Starve, kind of something similar to these. Some sort of 2D side scroller type thing could be good. Adult only stuff, again, not because, oh, I have a bias towards doing that, but because I have a bias towards not doing that, because normally I wouldn't do it on stream or I just wouldn't do it, period. It doesn't always have to be sexual either. It could just be because it's violent. It could just be certain themes that it has. Right, card games you could do, but again, some of this is going to destroy your mobile data. But then again, it shouldn't really take up all that much. BlueStacks, I was going to try like a whole bunch of mobile games, but I have to like prepare them in advance then because I can't download them here. I don't know why I even put Halo on there. I mean, what I should almost just do is try to invest in just getting an internet connection here, period. Right? Because you might think, oh, I'm doing chess for that reason. That's part of the reason why, but it's just kind of convenient to do in these kind of sessions too, and it's so time consuming. But also, it doesn't take up very much internet data because obviously, you know, it's just chess, so it's not that big of a deal. DOS games, Tibia, Realm of the Mad Gods, and MMO, unfinished stuff, Sea of Thieves. Again, that would be kind of hard to do though because Minecraft, because that would be online, right? I think you're forced to play that online. Delisted games, Adult Swim games, Team Charge, Random Generator, Retro Classics is something that's about to go offline probably or something. Duelist 2 was something I almost would have wanted to do. It would be interesting to see, like, PvZ Heroes, right, would be good to do. I could do a couple games of that, but I kind of don't want to do that one. That's sort of just been a pure, stream series, but I guess what would be the difference? I mean, I could just combine it in there and, well, I would want to upload it sort of together with that, though. But I guess even when I've done, like, the Hearthstone sessions, it's on, like, a different account, so it wouldn't mean that it would conflict with what I'm doing in my main series, like, when I stream it, because I'm doing, like, I'm doing the Whizbang thing, and then I'm doing Renounced Darkness here. But again, all of this just to break up the monotony of what I'm doing here, so We're gonna go ahead do another one, and we get to keep the same cosmetic, but he's got to space them out so you don't get too tilted or overconfident or whatever. Now see, why is this? Oh, I was gonna say why is it here and here but not there, but it is. It's just that you can't see it. But see, when I played these games, I didn't have that. I just have it now. So yeah, unlike chess.com, you don't have to pay for the flare or whatever, as stupid as it might be. In memory of GM Karen Asrian. But no, we basically have to do it in such a way that what is something I could do like right now among those things if I wanted to? The only thing I guess I have is Hearthstone. So I guess I could do that, or I could test um, something like that. But no, I should probably get some kind of better connection. Any sort of flash game, browser game, anything like that could be a legitimate factor. Now, this guy has no reason to abort because I'm not streaming, so it wouldn't think like I'm a smurf. I'm lower rated by a decent amount, and I'm also black, right? So there's no reason why you can abort as black because you feel it. Not that I'm encouraging it, but you could whatever because at least you're in an objective disadvantage, which is actually true. I mean, that alone can make the difference right there. So we could go here, and it ends up being kind of weird, right? Like you don't. I don't know. The problem becomes the actual movement of the knight. And the reason why it becomes the movement of the knight is because of the simple fact. See, I'm not really doing this like, oh, I want to try to protect that. I don't care even if he takes it. Although it might be difficult for him to now. But the point is that you want to move the knight. But then if he raises it, I can't do anything about it. So then I feel like I'm compelled to do this. See, you can already take it, but at least I can get a trade out of it, I guess. Which I wouldn't necessarily want to do right now. So like if I go there, he would raise it, I would take, he would take, and then I can't take. So then what? Like, it's still kind of giving me a runaround, and it's awkward. Like that's the whole reason why I did that, was to like, oh, now I can at least fight against that. But unfortunately, I can't. I almost feel like I have to do this too. Like I'm acquiescing to the knight quite a bit, but now this is at least good though, because if it's whatever happens, it'll be pinned. But he already had the chance to take that, right? Because the queen and the knight were both attacking it. And so I don't understand. Yeah, the chess speaks for itself. That's why they're quiet gamer. Okay, he addresses that promptly. We can go ahead and pin this sucker down. I'm doing a bit too much, I will admit. I'm doing way too much because I'm trying to subvert the fact of having to castle, but I really should just do it. Those two cover each other, so everything is perfectly fine in that regard. You just got to start getting in the habit of seeing these things more obviously, but that's why time is such a facade. It's not that you couldn't see it or that you're seeing something above and beyond, which a lot of the time that's what better players are doing too, but it's the fact that you're just not used to it. And so, oh, it'll seem like, oh, you're better because you're just faster, not because you're actually doing anything particularly novel or memorable. And so nothing you can do with this. You almost want to go here. We're sort of putting a number of pressure on pin ideas and things like this, but nothing is really doing anything too crazy. So like now you could raise the pawn, and then if he takes, then I take the queen. There's nowhere crazy that the queen goes from there, right, necessarily. I should have probably taken a trade somewhere along the line, though, here if I had the chance, like, just do it, but... Because, yeah, like, how good is my light square bishop going to be? Probably not at all, unless I reorient it all the way to here, which seems like way too much work. You have this one there. Now, you know he can't even take it. You know he can't take it, so why would you even be worried about this? Like... You don't necessarily want him to take with the knight, although whatever he takes with, I can keep kind of putting pressure. This is a little bit of a complicated position because I would take, then he would take with only the pawn or the knight. And then I can kind of put that one under a lot of pressure as well, because it's like, you know what I mean? It'll be pinned to the queen, so now I can double attack it, and then he's under a lot of pressure to save it. So I can even save that and do it at the same time, or I don't even have to worry about it because he has to first move the queen. If I move this, though, he can attack this one then, I guess. So it raises some questions for sure, like if he takes, I simply take. That's the thing. If he takes, I simply take. It's a little bit confusing because I don't know. I must admit I don't fully understand what's going on, but if he raises, I can take, take, take. I'm doing a bit too much right now. I'm doing a bit too much. He's going to do something like where he can actually take the pawn somehow, but I don't see how. He'll go here, and then I can't move it because then I lose this. But then I could just take this. If I do this, I lose the cover for that immediately. And if he raises again, then it doesn't really do anything for me. Doesn't seem like a particularly great move, but I would feel more compelled. Like, why not just do that first? But then I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we're double attacking, and he can't protect it, or he can, but I can take. I can obviously take. That's an incredible move, but it's not a mate, so maybe you just kind of. Damn it. Maybe you go like this, because he can't end Pizant, because of the simple fact that. Because if he end Pizant, then I take the queen. How about that? He's got a lot going on with it, man. There's nothing I can do, man. Because then you'll end up you end up losing the knight because, or I mean the thing, the rook, because I'll do this and then he'll go there, and then I can't do anything because wherever the knight goes, it gets taken, and then if I don't move it, oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. That's so like, oh, I just okay. Some of these positions that trigger me, like we get it, dude. We get it. You're good. Just do it. Just do what you want, man. You can't do that in Pizant take because I take the queen. Like it's okay. Take the pawn, then you're gonna take something because I lose something no matter what. Like you're doing all these things that you would think I should get something for it myself, but I just don't. That's the problem. I just don't get it. You can take here, then he has to address it, but that doesn't change anything because of the simple fact that this stupid ass position is not going to end well, right? There's nowhere you can go with it that's going to actually be safe. So there's no like super big threat. Like what if you just go there? Like there's nothing I can do about it. So that was a really good move, and maybe I get bailed out by the end Pizant, but maybe you just have to tank the check and just leave. Like, you might even be better off doing this, and the reason why, oh, I don't know, because you're still trying to mitigate this. So if you go here, no, he still can't. Oh yeah, but then I could escape with the knight. So because of all this crazy shit going on, you're going to try to. But see, the problem is then he'll attack it with something else. Like, okay, he'll go behind with the bishop. And then he'll have time to move. And then something else will happen. Because then, yeah, like, I go here, then he goes here. Then I move this, then he takes there. So then I won't move it, but then I'll go here, but then he will move it, and then I'll be pinned to the thing. I don't understand. I don't get it. So you can't do anything else besides this. So the main thing you can do is he can win a knight. And I want you to realize and appreciate what that means. Because the knight as a piece is something profane and really, really disgusting. That, again, it's not doing anything, it's just in the way, and it's going to blunder itself and make me lose the game, because that's just how it is. I mean, that's just the kind of piece that it is. That's just the kind of thing it does. I mean, there's nothing more that can be said about it. He can easily just take this with the knight at any time that he wants to. So the main goal is to try to mitigate this issue, but it's just not going to happen. He already had the chance to do it too. So he is good, but I mean, you shouldn't be intimidated. It's just like frustrating, that kind of position that we saw there. Like, what the fuck was that? Um, like I'm the one who's putting a certain amount of pressure with all these pins and stuff. You could say like I'm overdoing it, but the real issue is just, again, I'm not accounting for the knight. I'm accounting for everything else, but I'm not accounting for the knight. Or I should have just traded and maybe we would have been better off, but nothing really would have saved this. If he takes there, I'm screwed. I can't do anything. Like, there's nothing you can do. Unless I'm missing something. You could just ignore it and maybe do something else, but you're going to lose the rook. Maybe I can trap the queen. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm at least very happy that he's reluctant to do it. There might be something more. See, sometimes they give you too much credit, too. It's like, you know, you can either do this or you should just go here. Just fuck it. I mean, I don't know where he goes from there that's particularly good. This can force him to take the bishop, that he goes like, whatever, whatever. It doesn't matter, though. If I take here, then he can end up taking there, so I can't really worry about that too much, but that is a dangerous spot nonetheless. That is good and cute and all, but I can't really worry about it because I just have to do what I can do here. What am I doing with this bishop? Like, I'm just letting it fucking stay there forever. So we're trying to trade this off. Look, dude, he's going to be an advanced player and worry about the passed pawn and all this kind of shit. Okay, now this would take you... take there. So you can't do that. Why don't we just take this and see what happens? He could maybe afford to just do this, but then I'll take the queen. But then he would still be, you know, like taking and promoting or something. So because we attack the queen, it kind of changes things a little bit. But he could just take with something here and then keep it going the same way. So it doesn't change that the bishop is there. He's done a great job of attacking, like, hanging pieces. I have to get... Wait, that was a terrible move, though. Because now you don't have to worry about this, so you can just go... You can just take... What the fuck was that? Maybe it's worth it for some other potential there, but it's basically like you go here, but he's got too many things. He would take out... No, he doesn't, actually. He doesn't have anything, but he gave up the chance to hit that. So now... You take the pawn there, which is... You take the pawn there, and I can't do anything about that. I could take my own pawn here. I could do the sort of fork idea here. I could do this and preserve kind of the threat onto there. This might be better, because then if he comes back to attack the bishop, I can move the bishop wherever I want. But I'm not covering the knight then. What the fuck is going on with the game, dude? You take there, I take there. I'm not even caring about that. Like, I just can't even worry about it. You have enough other stuff to worry about. You would check and go into the mating position there. And at this point, there might not be much we can do about it. Really? It's just that simple? But no, there's nothing. You can just take it. That was the whole point of why I did that. So there's probably some kind of crazy thing you can do here, and I don't know what it is. You go down to there and you check. Okay, I'm low on time though, and he's used a lot of his time too, nonetheless. Now at least I feel more comfortable with the position. So let me leave this to one side for now. Just get it out of the way. Actually, leave it here somehow. I don't know, actually, but I don't have time to really think about it too much. We block a pass pawn, we can always cover it from over there. So, of course, as fun as instructive as ever, it comes down to time. This pawn still stood the whole test of the whole game, even though it doesn't matter that much. It felt like he had a couple better things there, especially that move. Maybe there's some reason why he can't do it. Maybe his queen somehow gets trapped, but I don't know if I could have seen that. So they sometimes give you too much credit. Like, oh, that objectively best thing would have been something else, but it would have also been like something maybe I wouldn't have seen. So I could try to take here. There's only so much you can do to try to stop it. And so you're basically in a position. What the fuck is going on, dude? I mean, certainly time is going to be a factor. Like, he's good, but he's not that good, but it's just kind of sad. Because, see, even if I take this at any point... No, I guess he wouldn't be able to take back. So he was relying on being able to take there. So now... I think it's more important probably to take with this. Because what you can do is you can basically... I mean, that in itself is sufficient for victory right there. Like, he's missing so many things, actually. What the fuck is he doing? I'm so confused right now. I don't know. Take, get out of there. He's only +2, so I mean, it's not like you're completely lost, and sadly, it came down to that a little bit too much. I don't know. I really could not tell you now. I mean, isn't that fun, though, when it comes down to fucking time? Like, that's so great, bro. What a great game. What a great experience. Like, that's really what I'm going to start to realize. Everything is going to come down to time more than anything. Like, where it's just going to be that they're too fast for me to deal with. I just have to take my guesses and hope I can mate him there, which he might actually allow because somehow he'll be doing something else. No, but I don't know. He gave me like some sort of increment back or something. I don't even get it. And sometimes you make the move, but it just doesn't register it in time. So like that, I don't really know what to say about it. Like, I'm not being salty about losing. It's like, what do you want me to do there? What more do you want me to do? There's nothing I can do. Like, it's just not because, oh, he's too good, but mainly because he's too fast. But I guess that's part of it. Like, he didn't play even that well for a 1700 whatever. Like, I don't know. He missed a lot of good things, right? He created very good positions, but at some point I probably was just supposed to take something or get something out of there. Both of my bishops were sort of left in weird spots where they could get targeted, and he did a very good job taking advantage of that simple fact. That was actually the best move, but he was supposed to take... wait, what? That's a blunder, so I'm supposed to go here, which I even thought about. Then he goes to here, then you go to here. Like, all these positions are kind of weird, but you got to get used to these kind of things, I guess, over time. So he goes and he blunders, and then I'm supposed to do not that. I'm supposed to just take the pawn, which I don't think it even really came down to the pawn that much, but it's just like... It was a good pass pawn sort of position, but I kind of had no choice but to give it up because of the simple fact of the... If you take here, I take correctly. He blunders again. So what was I supposed to do now? You go here, which I thought about, Oh, I guess it's... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Because you have this unique mating threat for the simple fact of if you move the queen, you get mated, right? That's kind of crazy. So I guess I could have potentially seen. I even thought about it but I'm thinking it not for the mate purpose. I'm thinking, oh, I just want to try to bait the trade, but I didn't realize I had the other cover, or I guess I had more than I thought. I mean, I can't really complain, but I mean, he made his share of mistakes. This move was very baffling because you could easily just go here. Wait, what? Wait, you're winning though. How the fuck are you winning if he's +3? Yeah, like I totally would have taken. What the fuck? Wait, how? What? Oh, you lose the rook for man. The queen's position was actually kind of vulnerable, where because of some back rank potential and stuff like that. You got to think with this sort of pawn structure, there's certain things to take advantage of. That I thought of that later too. I thought as my final swan song, I was trying to get to there and do something, and then he finally moved the pawn. That was kind of a weakness in his position, but we have to change this now to the next one. And of course, with this other one, we can just change the actual. We're almost running out of these too. We can just change the boards on here now because not because we run out of the other one, but because this one is actually adjusting those a little bit. Like, wait, but that looks completely different. What the fuck is that? Pure color, but they're normally they resemble the ones that are actually there. Maybe that was just like bugged out, but it still works for me. So the chess cases pieces. I don't know what exactly that is. Cases pieces is gonna be like after the boards. Cases, pieces, chess cube, medium. Now, I think we've used chess cube before as part of this run, but I guess I'll use it again because it's been long enough and I can't entirely keep track of everything. So, cases, pieces, and chess cube is there. And so now we get to do another one, but I shouldn't do it right away. Like, let's try to understand that one a little more. Like, I can accept that, sort of, but he didn't play as well as what you would think either, based on the simple fact of him being able to, you know, I would even say, oh, I played pretty well, but I guess neither of us did. We both played badly. I'm positive I've used this one, but I'll still just do it. It's kind of out of position and it's confusing. Like this whole position was just weird, but again, you can't complain because this is where you're going to start to see either because players are better and more comfortable with them or because whatever, this is what you have to start to create. The biggest one was here where the normal instinctive move that I would normally make is that I would do this anyway, not because I'm seeing this and I understand anything. It's because of the simple fact that you would is because of the simple fact that you would basically be able to mate on the back rank or whatever, but I was just trying to do it to trade, which even without the bishop, I don't know how I could have thought I didn't have enough cover. Why did I really thought that? I thought, oh, if only the knight was covering. Not only do you have this, but even without that, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Right, that would still have been fine. I don't know what I was thinking. I really thought like, oh, I don't have enough cover to try to bait the trade and take the open file. I wasn't thinking about the back rank possibility because of that, but that was kind of a sad missed opportunity because we gave him a good fight, but his speed, his ferocity, his training, he was just a little bit too good, but he didn't play it quite perfectly either. Wow, we're gonna to be the man, you got to beat the man. Like you got to beat 1700s to get to 1700, but that's what we're starting to see now. He's on Earth, very funny. That's what Simply always had on his thing there. The human family, am I right? That amalgam theory. Or like all the human race is one family rather than looking at it as whatever, some shallow bloodline nearness postulate. Let's see what we got. Just focus all the way. His light square situation is not going to be too relevant. If he takes, then we can trade. But I had a lot of things pinned that whole game where I should have just probably taken the trade and I would have been better off. I was trying to maybe do something more with it. Now you don't have to worry about getting pinned to it. See, wouldn't it be better to use that chance to develop the knight? You would think, like, moving the queen here isn't probably that big of a deal, like, or it's probably not too relevant, to the position. So his development is not very good. For 1700, you're missing opportunities. If he takes, I take. I don't know whether I want the structure or not. I kind of don't want it. Right, but I just want to open up the... See, this is just like a free developing move. So, like, why wouldn't you do this? Yes, it's a developing move for him as well, but it doesn't really matter because it's like... Whatever, it was the same for me. So now here we're attacking into that, which would be a double attack. So he can't move the knight now. He can't move the knight. So could I put pressure on the knight extra? Unfortunately, I cannot. Right, if I could put pressure here now, you'd be in a great position because you're able to basically... Whatever, do something with it. So here, this is kind of cute because what you can do is you can guarantee the trade, but it doesn't... I don't know. This is where I kind of fuck up a little bit. He can move the knight wherever he wants, but there's nowhere that he can move it that's actually good, right? To basically be able to take advantage of the simple fact of the pin, or I mean, the fact that mine doesn't have a cover. So, for example, now he could attack the rook. But if he does attack the rook, then I just simply take the bishop. So once again, if he can't move the thing, if he can't move the knight, then it's perfectly fine. I'll just do this. I don't care. Just trade everything. So now you take with that. This you don't really have to do, but I guess I'll do it anyway. Then you got to develop the stupid-ass knight, which could fuck up my pawns, actually, but I don't really have much of a choice. You gotta go to here. If he takes, it's fine. So that little nuance difference in the pawn structure. See, we're already in like a end game, late game stage. So the 1700 has let me, regardless of what happens now, he's let me get away with it too easily this game. Like, better players typically don't do that where, you know what I mean? They would only trade when it's advantageous to them and stuff like that. But now whatever happens, like, we've already gone the distance. Like, we can just, if he pushes there, then we get the Octopus Knight, but it's actually not a true Octopus Knight, but it's kind of as close to one as you're going to get. You can create the little V-shaped structure that we like to go for here. He probably should just take, and then it ends up being all fucked up. But no, he's let me close to a comfortable sort of trading end game sort of position where it could just end up being a draw maybe at worst, or he's actually going to come up with see, like, now he turns it on, as I say, like, he's going to start to really calculate and do crazy things now, but I can work around his shit at least a little bit, although not really because I can't even move that. You go here, if he goes there I can simply take it, and then we set up for the little dinky thing here with respect to the whatever, we'll put the rook on the open file. And we can also prevent the pawn from having to take, assuming that's that big of a deal, actually. You just got to go above and beyond and look for, like, more extra possibilities, but some of them can be so... I'll be like Ding Liren in Game 7 of the last year's championship, just... You kind of get lost trying to come up with something and it's not worth it. You don't want to worry about that. Just do whatever you want and then, you know... do what you're sure of. Do what you're comfortable with. Don't try to go for something crazy because you often get punished for it and often lose, you know? Yeah, I can't complain about seeing 1700s now. I just have to put forth a little extra effort. I don't think I played that badly the last game, even though we both seemed to play badly. I just think, you had a legitimate chance. It's just that you got to look for something a little extra, and I keep not doing that. So he should maybe create the double stack himself to prevent me from putting my rook on the open file. If he doesn't do that, then it guarantees my rook can stay on the open file, because either he's going to trade it or he's going to let me just keep it, right? So just don't move the queen there. If he does move the queen there, then I can obviously take and fork. I can obviously take and fork the pawn and everything like that. So we can go here. Now we're going to have to move the stupid-ass knight. And if I move the stupid-ass knight, it's not going to be good. But I'd rather go for this and not worry about anything else. So if he takes, I simply take. If he doesn't take, he either has to move, give me the open file. Okay, fine. We're both in back rank possibility. So if he moves the queen anywhere ambitious, I can just end the game right there, which clearly a 1700 rated player, maybe I'm giving these people too much credit, is going to give up a back rank mate. But like, look, dude, you know what I've been through to get here, right? Like, you understand what this has been like. So, okay, we want to create a perfect optimal pawn structure. And the way that we can do that is if we simply decide to. This is kind of dangerous because you're leaving it without a cover. Um, if you simply go like this, then takes. So some sort of octopus knight position could occur, but I don't like really what I've done with my queen. But it doesn't seem like his queen is really too active or can do anything too meaningful from there, like to double attack it or pin it down. He'll try to pin it down from there, and then I would be really screwed because, you know what I mean. If he tries to go there, then it's double attacked and I can't move it. So I'm not going to leave it there, even though this one seems kind of vulnerable too. I don't know what to really do with that. Because I'd like to go here, then if he takes, then I take. Cool, but it's just not going to be worth it to wait that long. Okay, he's going to force me out already. I'm more than comfortable with doing this for the time being. So there's one pawn and one pawn only that bothers me, and I don't know exactly what to do about it for the simple reason that you're not able to... I don't know. But see, this guy's as lazy as me. Like, he doesn't want to think, and he's actually slow, too, for whatever reason. He doesn't want to think too hard, so he just goes and... This is also a royal fork position, so even if he got away from that, right, like, even if there was some other way to do that, I would sack my queen for it, but it doesn't really work then. Like, we can do... He would take, I would take, he would take, I would do that. Like, theoretically, which I'm going to fuck up, actually, but... Let's actually go for it. Surely he wouldn't realize what a royal fork is in the game. I would take, he would take, or he would take, I would take, he would still take. Oh no, I blundered my... But no, even then it doesn't make sense because my queen is there, so it would cover it. So I'm kind of tunnel visioning on the wrong idea here. But this pawn was going to be an issue anyway, like... He would take, I would take, but then it's kind of caught out, but then his is too, but it's just kind of a real ordeal to try to cover all these things. That's kind of a good rhyme, actually. Eminem's been real quiet since that one dropped. A real ordeal. Um, what I could have actually done? No, I can't do that. So you just gotta slow pace it. I mean, this should reasonably be a draw. Maybe we can win on time. Maybe we'll see. But this is where you gotta calculate a little extra above and beyond because you just, I don't know. So I can't move the knight, and he's going to have an obvious play of like that to do. But the reason why that's not a big deal is I can just move the queen, and then I can just move the knight, right? So it wouldn't actually do anything to me at all, right? It would have no impact really whatsoever on the game. It's kind of hard for me to say which way I really want to go with this, though. Because what you can do is you can basically decide to do it in such a way that I don't know. So you try to push out the stupid ass knight, and then I can just move it now. So it's not really an octopus knight, but you know, it's still cute for the simple fact that you're able to uh whatever, I don't know. You go up to here, maybe you try to do something. I can't really figure out what to do with this. I'm gonna fuck up something with the pawns on this side, it seems like. Right, like if he just goes to target one, I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would still take. Something like that. If he raises, I can just go there, and then we're happy with the one single thing here. And also, you know, then you can get an Octopus Knight there. So certainly in this position with a 1v1, the Octopus Knight can be better than the Bishop to the extent that... so what would that have opened up for me? I don't even know. Your actual response to this could be more like... But see, this would almost guarantee a passed pawn, wouldn't it? Because you'd be like... I don't understand. He would take back, then I would take there. I would take here, take. You could almost just keep going, but he also has the queen attack. And actually, I can't take with that one at all. So he would take, I would take, he would take, and then I would take with the queen if he takes there. Right, I can't take actually with the pawn. I don't know why I feel like almost this is the right thing to do. But then, I don't fucking know, man. I would take, he would take. I would take, he would take. Take, he would take. Then if he takes again, I would take, then he would be obligated to take back. He's not going to take the other one, so I just have to cover both of these. This is going to be virtually impossible, I guess, even to do. So you go here. I'm being kind of still pretty lazy, but he can just double target it now, and then I'll be screwed. If he takes there, I can simply take back, so everything is fine with that. And if he doesn't, and he fixates on something else, then I could just take, and it is a pass pawn, even if I'm going to have great difficulty covering it. But it wouldn't be worth giving up the knight to do that either. You could go into here, but again, with his dark square bishop especially, that type of position is probably not going to be too good. Right, because he could easily just push it out, and then I can't do anything. So he could push out my knight, which my knight's not really doing a whole lot of work here. This is where calculation comes into such incredible play, because there's something, a little extra effort to be considered here. So you can push out the knight, then he can attack the one on a3. But in doing that, you're ignoring, so you should probably just take my pawn. Like, you're overthinking it. If you don't take my pawn, that's the pass pawn, even though I probably won't be able to guarantee its safety or anything like that. So don't worry about his time too much. We're like, oh, you're trying to flag him. Like, just try to play solid. I might have already made a mistake there, basically, but it's like... So which way do I go with it is the big question. Probably this, leading to the octopus knight position, and also a double take if he doesn't do it. So it sort of puts that pressure on him to do it, right? If he keeps going, I get octopus knight. If he takes, then I still get an octopus knight, even though, okay, that's probably even better for me. And then you're also covering here strategically perfectly. So that's actually as good of a thing as he could have given me. Doesn't mean I'm going to win, but at least I'm comfortable with that. Right now, you don't even have to worry about this. He's going to double attack it maybe, but I can always cover it like I'm doing with the queen. So I'm not sure exactly what happened with that, but you got to cover this anchor pawn, and then the knight will do the rest of the work. The best you can do is try to double attack it, really. What is that? Oh, you get a back rank mate. Which is kind of cute, but I mean, what do you really think is going to do? Like, you really think I'm going to... I don't know what else the Dark Square Bishop does. That's the problem. Like, how else is it going to be impactful here would be my big question. And I don't actually know what the answer to that is going to be. I'm a little bit worried about... No, but I don't have to worry about that as much. But you can't get too complacent here either. I'm going to try to just give like some kind of random check just for the fuck of it. But I don't really know what to do with this position. So it would reasonably be a draw, but I guess somehow time could be a factor. And before he goes Super Saiyan God mode, but he hasn't been doing anything too crazy here. He's going for a simple back rank sort of threat. That doesn't really do anything for me. I may as well just give it a check just for the fuck of it. And then we can kind of dance around a little bit. Right, something good might come of it, but I don't really see what that good thing is going to be. You give a check here, and you can potentially take the pawn, which you can't. I don't know. I mean, you could almost be trying to go for a threefold repetition at this stage if you just decide to do that, but I wouldn't mind doing the trade. And the reason why I wouldn't mind doing the trade is because I could play around his bishop. So maybe I shouldn't do it, but I actually will do it. Right, I will do it. So he takes, I simply take back with the knight, or now maybe something better comes about because of it, because I don't care. So now his king is a little advanced and elevated. That's the whole trick of this position. So now what I could do is with my king, you know, the only pawn that he can even attack, I guess he could double attack this, right, or something, but he could also attack this one. But other than that, there's nothing else he can do with it. And I'm obviously incentivized to go on the light squares anyway, so that's perfectly fine. Then he won't be able to come through here, so it doesn't even matter. He'd have to go around, round, and then how would he even do it? The best case is, again, you double attack that particular pawn, but now my knight can maybe roam free a little bit and try to do something here. Right, that would be the best case scenario that he could do, and actually he is about to do it. So maybe there's something more that happens as a result if you can just. The problem is its movement is so restricted. Like, I relied on that knight maybe a bit too much. Now I don't even understand really what to do with this. What the fuck? Like, I knew he could do it, but I don't understand. Now, am I really gonna fuck this up now? Maybe I shouldn't take. Maybe I shouldn't take, and then I can just dance around with the knight and dick around with it. Because now all my pawns are invincible, so all I would have to do is equalize the one pawn, and I can maybe chomp up some all over the board and just fuck around. Like, I can give a check, I can do all kinds of shit. To just let the horse sort of roam free a bit. I can't do anything, though. Like, what you can do here that you normally wouldn't be able to do in a lot of positions is the simple fact that you're able to ignore. Like, I don't have to move the king. My king can just sit here, and my knight can just kind of keep moving around back and forth, right? Normally, you would have to move the king, and that would be the reason why you're not able to actually do anything. So you try to go and you try to actually take one of these pawns, but I'm having great. Like, you can't push out my king, so I'm going to just keep doing this sort of thing that I'm doing, right? So you're basically, okay, that was good. That gave me a nice juicy 7. Why did it only give me like 7 when I beat somebody like over 100? I was like 1630 and I beat like a 1740, it felt like, something like crazy like that. And it only gave me 7, whereas this one gave me 7 for 50. So we are playing these 17s a lot back to back. But the one mistake this guy made, at least when you're playing against somebody like me, is he let me trade kind of too easily and too comfortably. So he's basically playing for a draw almost as his mentality. And he could get away with that and maybe even win if he's faster, but he was also slower than me. So why is it a blunder, though? Why is it a blunder? Why? Like, what did he do? Okay, take. Now show me how you're going to win this. Oh. Oh, see, okay, I knew that, but I'm so desperate for the trade that I'm a bit of a dumb clown who does stuff like that. Fuck me, dude. There's nothing that happens at the end here, though, I don't think. Right? Even the difference. Wait, what? But how? Show me how you're going to win this. How are you going to win this? I don't understand how you're going to win this. What the fuck? How is it possible? Whatever it is, it's going to be super fucking elaborate. Like, I can't even begin to figure it out. Why do you even have to move the king? Just keep moving the knight back and forth, and there's literally nothing you can do to these pawns. You would have to explain to me. You would have to show it to me. How the fuck? Wait, what? Why would you split your pawns like that even? What the fuck is this, dude? You can never convince me that this is why did you have to do that? Doing so many unnecessary stupid ass things, bro. Well, I guess he wins, but I mean, certainly this wasn't the guy to do it. But no, generally speaking, that's one of my big weaknesses. My blunders are always the moves where I try to initiate a trade. Right, I try to go for a trade very balls deep, very cocksure sort of thing. And it's not like I wasn't fully aware of this sort of sequence, but I didn't really think of it in that context. I'm just like, I just want to go for a trade, so fuck it. Instead, you're just supposed to go there to stop the back rank mate. Like, nothing is really happening with the position otherwise. But see, it worked for me because I felt at least more comfortable there. But I can understand, at least if you're giving something up like that, you're giving up the pawn very easily. And see, each of these people are going to go on like my list here. Right, like he's right there. That was the one that I had beaten before. So what was I at the time? I was, yeah. See, he's like 113 higher or something. Current streak 3 games, so we won 2, lost 1, and so I kind of want to do. Maybe we'll do like one more, and then we'll take a break or whatever. We'll just kind of do something else overall. The problem is I'm never prepared for doing the something else thing, so I don't even know what to do with it. All right, let me look at that text document maybe even once more, and I actually want to see. I feel like there was something, or whoops, I muted it instead. I feel like there was something on there that I maybe could do that's like a low file size sort of download thing to do. Let me see, where is it? Game ideas. So all you have to do is figure a way to. I'll have to remember to actually download some of this shit when I'm actually at my internet capability. There's so many things out there that you could do that wouldn't require internet, but there are also some like MMO type experiences that I wouldn't mind either, like just something kind of laid back. Like we could play RuneScape or something, and for that we probably would want to not have to worry about mobile data. Although if it doesn't take up an extreme amount, you could just kind of piecemeal it like that. Like, 10 gigabytes of mobile data is like $10 or something for my thing. So maybe that would still be good. No, but it's not going to be like actually fast enough or smooth enough, right? It'll have kind of, I don't fucking know. But that could be kind of still more convenient than, you know. Or no, it's not actually $10 for 10. It's like $10 for 5 or something extra. But the point is that um it just, you don't want to have to worry about that. But if it only takes up a piecemeal amount, I could almost just go in order. But I want to have like at least BlueStacks on here. Retro classics. What even is this, dude? It was something that was almost about to be delisted in some way, or there was something else. It was like it was like linked, I think. No, not linked like that. It was like some weird name like that. I can't remember. We had gotten it on like some random game generator thing. Right, this is about to go offline so we could try something on there. It had like a weird name like that. It started with an L and it had like a thing in brackets. Um, Something like linked, but I don't think that was actually it. So let me do one more and then I'm able to actually decide to wait. So I had done the first one with the same set that I was using before, and then I did this one with, then it ended, then I'm using this one now fresh, right? So that it should still be usable. Let me just concentrate. Definitely got to put forth your maximum effort. I can't kind of dick around anymore and say, oh, well, haha, I'm playing against low-rated players. They still are low-rated, but you at least have to show them some amount of respect here. Doesn't mean they won't make mistakes, but whatever. Just don't rely on them to do it and stuff like that. We do that specifically to stop the pin, and it doesn't mean that the pin is even that good there. It just means that I don't like doing all these cheeky pawn moves if they decide not to trade. They go back, you go back like that there. There's no pin play that I can actually do aside from maybe this one, where you'd basically be able to pin this down into the queen, and then you would be able to double attack it, and he wouldn't be able to double cover it. So like this makes a certain degree of sense. The problem is I'm going to get my bishop trapped, in the process. So this is why you can't get ahead of yourself and tunnel vision on a particular idea. You could try to get the bishop pair going here as well, but I'm almost more in now. You can't pin it down. So everything is fine with this. We've still left this uncovered though, effectively for all intensive purposes. So what you can actually do is you can actually decide to, we may as well just do that now, I guess. But no, the point was he couldn't have done anything if I had done that, right? So if he moves that knight, we can potentially be in the same exact position where we would be able to do that. Like we do it here, and then if he doesn't immediately address it, in fact, he won't be able to address it because okay, he's doing a bit much with this fucking knight though. You would go to here, and then you would have an unstoppable double attack. And the reason why you'd have an unstoppable, but he'll put the fucking stupid ass thing there. He'll put this stupid ass. He'll put the pawn there, so then I won't be able to do it necessarily. It's kind of a tough decision. Like you probably want to do it, but I can't tell for sure whether you want to do it. And so I don't know. You can't move the knight, but I can't put any inordinate amount of pressure on the knight either. Like it's just kind of sitting there. So it's kind of a tough decision. What if I do this? You can still get the same principle because either you have to take with the bishop or you have to take with the thing. You have to either take with the bishop or you take with the whatever. Right, so you kind of have to do that. So even though I can't really double attack this effectively, I am still able to do it in such a way that we can, we pin it down. Then I'd have to move the knight. Then I'd have to put the queen there. Then we could just do it to open the king near the king pawn. So you go there, but then I go there, but then you just take. Or now that allows me to do exactly the same thing, which is simply to open the king. So that's beautiful, right? That's the only goal that we had. Not like we're going to win a piece outright or something along those lines. And so now we move to here, and then we just try to do something about the king side, and I think I can figure it out pretty easily. If he tries to go there, I can simply check and take, although not really, because this is one of those bait trade kind of moves that you arguably shouldn't even do. Where does he go that's really pertinent here is the question. I don't know. There's this particular square, but I almost would just ignore it. You can go here, you go here, something like that. If he goes to there, you got to address the queen and then figure out something like his queen comes in, but then this is going to be obviously pretty dangerous. He's going to be immediately double attacking, obviously, there. And so at this stage, you would have a fork, but it might not mean that much because as soon as he moves the knight, then I won't be able to move my knight. So as soon as he moves the knight, I'm going to have to go back with the queen. You're both attacking the queen and attacking there. So the problem is that it's almost like that's kind of a tough move. That puts me in a real spot because I don't know. If he moves the knight, like he'll move it there. So maybe I go here to try to stop it, and maybe that opens something else up, but I don't know what that would be, so I guess I'll just do this. But he can still move the knight there, that's the problem. He can still put it there and I can't do anything about it because like I could attack there, I suppose, but it would be kind of difficult to do anything. I don't get it. So I just move this here, let's say. Then I feel sort of less threatened by that, but you're still really not because if you go there, then what the fuck is going on? If you go there, then I'm forced to move, and then you would still do whatever you want with that. So how the fuck do I stop it? How do I stop that square from being effective? I don't get it. I guess I would try to do this here. Makes no fucking sense. Like, this is what I would lose to, like a fucking phone call, random shit. So we're still doing fine. We basically have to consider something here. We could give a check on, like, the back rank. We could move that, actually, because he can push out the thing. Oh, my God. This is going to get annoying. This is going to get annoying. I don't know. I don't know. He's double attacking there. He can still push it out. He's double attacking there. Oh, God. You can move this because it's covered still by boat. So what would you do then? The Light Spear Bishop is going to come into play somehow at this stage. You're blocking that. That's okay, I guess. Try to bring something into here. I don't know exactly why or what it's going to do. It's got to not blunder a piece in an obvious way. You can easily take there. Everything else is fine with that. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back to my old self. I can't do this anymore. Something's wrong with me. I can't do it. You know, I tried for a while, but I can't. This is how it's gonna always be. Makes no fucking sense how you can play like this. All it shows is that you don't really care. Like, I'm Hikaru. I literally don't care. That's all it is. Like, you don't care about the game. Like, why even bother playing it then? It makes no sense. Like, what are you even doing? My bishop is completely fucking useless now, too. I don't even know what to do with it. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I have nothing that I can do. There's nothing I can do in the game. What would a GM do? What would Magnus do? Like, I don't know what it is, dude. Just push this and try to make him fucking do something. I don't know. Make him trade for it. I just can't do anything. Like, what do you want me to do? What can I do? I don't get it. Just give a whole check chain. I don't care. So fucking stupid, man. I am fucking sick of this. Go ahead, do the trade. I don't care. Fuck it. I want you to kind of do it, I guess. You got to worry about the past pawn. Like, why wouldn't you do it? You're +2. You're clearly the better player because you actually care about the game of chess, and I don't. So that's fucking bullshit, man. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I don't want to. I don't even want to play anymore ever. Like, it's just like, why bother? Why fucking bother doing it? It makes no fucking sense. It really. That is just like. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. If you really, unless you really want to do it, you just can't do it. And I don't obviously care enough about it, so forget it. Why try to force yourself? You know, that's what this whole experience has been. I've been trying to force myself because I think I like it more than what I do, or something like that. You could maybe even afford to just like do that here, but you're gonna check and you can't take there, so at least that's invincible. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, would be kind of the cute notion there, but the reason why that doesn't work is probably you'll lose something else still. I'm not happy with that one. That one is just very, very unhappy for me. That is a very upsetting moment. Like there's nothing to explain there. Like you're not paying attention, you're not trying, just forget it, you know. Just forget it. Makes no fucking sense at all. And at this point you almost just want to make these back and forth type of moves because if you can do that, then you don't have to move the king. Although you'll probably still get mated here or something, but anything you do like on a dark square, you could maybe do to the extent of you could do it to the extent of giving a check or something like that. So that part at least could be good. If you go there, we can kind of dance him around with that. So that one is very, very upset. Like, what is that, dude? What is that? That's just not acceptable. That's not something that I want to deal with anymore. So yeah, that's kind of deserved because you really don't deserve that at all, dude. You really don't. Like I'll happily take a draw, but that is fucking bullshit. That is the one of the most triggering games that we've seen. We still got to watch this, but at some point I could just sack for it honestly because wherever it's going to go to promote, we can just sack for it. Like there's nothing you can do. What are you going to do? You're going to block it with the king, but you cover it with the king, it doesn't matter. You can cover it with the king all you want. All I have to do is sack for it and you're fine. Right? Unless there's something I'm missing, it's like just do it. I'm never going to not do it. So like what are you gonna do? You just take a draw. Yeah, he loses one too. That is extremely frustrating. Like what do you man, man, that is just like what how do you explain that? Like I'd love to hear my own explanation of it. He didn't play particularly well. Like it's okay, but I mean it's just not a real thing that you would do in the game if you had any regard for it because it's like what the fuck is that, dude? Like what the fuck is that? Like we're doing fine. We're doing fine. Everything's fine. And then I start to make mistakes because I'm just kind of getting impatient. So it's fine where it is actually, or it's not actually, or it is, but then you could push it out. So I thought I was sort of panicking a little bit there. Then I just make a move like that. So, but see, what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to make a weird move like that, which doesn't even make any sense. Like why you would want to do that? Oh no, I am unironically salty and triggered. We still end off on a draw, but somehow draws actually make me more upset a lot of the time than actual wins do, right? For whatever reason. It's like, so I'm actually going to play Hearthstone here since it's the only thing we have for now. And of course, I'll do Renounced Darkness. I guess in a chess context, if you're not familiar with Hearthstone, like what is Renounced Darkness equivalent to? It's basically equivalent to like Chess 960 or whatever, right? Like where you're doing something to randomize the stale repetitive meta or whatever like you expect to see all the time, but this guarantees to mix it up because you're mixing up your whole deck. So you go in with like an opening or a deck in this case that's completely random and you try to make the most of it the same way in Fish for Random and stuff like that. You go in with like a random position and you still try to play the best and you still try to win. But that's the best analogy of it, I guess, that I can come up with. And so we have to download a little bit here, but no, I will try to break these sessions up. Like I was even going to try to say like, oh, that was my last one, then we'll take a break. But it would have been nicer if it ended on a winning note, because it feels like you're wasting both players' time, right? It's like the Jan versus Fabi game that was so troll. It's like you would rather lose. I would rather lose, honestly, seriously, sincerely, because it just shows you the game is objectively flawed in a certain way. Like I would rather lose and like we both spend an hour, if it's a classical over the board type of thing, we both spend 4 hours of our life. We've studied it, we put so much time into it, and nobody wins. So everybody's unhappy. We both draw and we're just like, what was that? That was just a waste of fucking time. If I win, I get satisfaction from that. If I lose, I at least respect that, okay, at least they got satisfaction. So somebody got something out of it. So even if it comes at the expense of my misery there, I still would say, okay, it's my fault and I should have done better. And then I could be the victor there. But when you do a draw, nobody wins and nobody's happy and it's just a waste of time. So nobody will ever convince me that anybody likes that. Right, that anybody likes in fact, this will be confusing too. No, I guess, I mean, I still upload this with the chess thing for whatever reason. Like how I did the Hearthstone in the browser and stuff too. So all we'll do here is just go in and do Renounced Darkness in the second here. encoding overload. But no, I will try to mix it up with other things too, but it's not like I've done this too many times. I've kind of just done it. Oh, that's almost too loud, actually. I'm not used to it being this loud, I guess. Or I'm not used to even listening to anything at all in this context. Like, I'll just lower it a bit here. Not like the sound is super important, but I may as well play the game sound. I don't even have desktop audio on typically when I'm doing that, for the simple fact that I'm able to like not hear even the pieces move and things like that, because we don't have to worry about it, because this can sort of spoil stuff though for my main series of Hearthstone that I do on Sunday, because I might see something here, but I mean I still have it on video, so I guess it's all good enough in case some crazy interaction happens. But like I'll see something that I didn't know about, like, oh, I didn't know that card, how that card worked, or I haven't seen that card yet from the new expansion, because it's not like I'm an expert on the game anymore either. Like, I don't really play it that much anymore or anything like that, so I just kind of dick around with it. Yeah, we'll just do like 1 or 2 of these, whatever, and this is kind of just a nice, fun thing to do. Or maybe I'll go back and even do one more at the end of this, but I'm kind of adequately triggered by that one where, you know, we saw a couple. What I would sometimes do is play as Jiraxis if I should have kept the Voidwalker, but I would play as Jiraxis if I got to if I got that in my opening hand, but I'm gonna try to play for Renounce kind of no matter what. And we get to flex our legend card back. Not that it's a big deal really at all. Like, everybody who has one would have had it. It's like having Ashes of Alar in 2020, whatever. Like when I was doing that retail WoW thing. It's like, why would it matter if... Imagine not having internet. Like, how do I not have internet in the setup? I guess it's because I didn't expect to have to use it really, but that is still really stupid. Like, it's just, you're literally using a mobile hotspot, which this didn't seem to take up too much, but it's not like I could do this all the time, right? Like, this took up maybe 100 megabytes for a game, or maybe not even. It shouldn't really take up that much. Like, it's just a still board with a couple interactions here and there, so it should be tantamount to chess, but...
Get these relics to the hold.
This is sort of embracing almost the RNG element that you might say, oh, maybe I shouldn't like it then, but there is a major fun factor where it's like you're getting things at a discount, and it's sort of dynamic and random, and it can be super fun. But the problem here is I'm not even going to get it, or I complain and I get exactly what I want. Maybe I should just do that, because no. What is the effect? Give all. Oh, I guess maybe it's worth it. But you kind of want to have as many cards in your hand as possible for Renounce, which I won't be able to do, because I'll have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but then only really 6 because it counts as one. And of course, it's not going to re-roll that, and so that complements it super well, because that pack will still go into your deck, and also you have the 5 legendaries to go along with it. So I should almost wait, but I guess I won't wait, because you can sometimes dry out on cards a little bit too much. Look at that, 4, 4, 4, 4. What a catch. Quadruple 4s. While in your hand, this transforms after you cast a Fire Frost or Arcane spell. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to all enemies. Draw an elemental, split it in 2 halves. Oh, that's kind of cool. But what does that mean? Like, how would it know how to split it? Like with the effects and stuff. Summon 2 random, or what if it has some weird statting that can't be divided by 2? Summon 2 random 5-cost minions. Secretly pick one that dies when it takes damage. Wait, but that's really good, just period. Summon 2 5-cost minions. That's no joke, dude. For 4 costs? What? Oh shit, I didn't think. I just clicked it. Whenever this minion takes damage, this must be a new card or something. Why haven't I really seen that? And probably because I don't play very much, or when I do, I play at a super low rank. But hard stuck forever at bronze 10, between bronze and silver rank 10, but still having fun. And again, that's just like a cosmetic rank. You're not really trying to. Yeah, I should brandish this just to show, like, look, dude, if I wanted to do it, I could do it, but you can't even really fucking see the card back. So now he knows, obviously, it's going to get one shot. That means he can take care of it anytime he wants, but he's not actually doing it. So draw an elemental, split it in 2 halves. That could be interesting to do. I don't fully understand what it's going to do, but... Well, that one was just kind of annoying. If you cast a spell, cast a spell. It's certainly good for the effect element, but I'll just wait. I mean, it's going to die anyway, but I guess I'll just ignore it for now, right? Let him at least have to do it. If you didn't take any damage during your opponent's turn, draw 3 cards, which I can't even afford to have, but any sort of card draw is going to be perfect. Card draw, or cycling, or generation. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. So, if you cast a spell last turn, discover an elemental. Adjacent minions have elusive. Finally, the one that they gave a keyword. Replace in your hand a copy of opponents. End of your turn, deal 1 damage. I don't know, actually. Let's see if we get something good. Deal 3 damage. That's actually perfect. Wow, what a great thing. You get to actually use it as removal. Like, I want to deal 2 damage to all minions except friendly elementals. If you played an elemental, oh, this is going to be good. What would be more pertinent to play right now, though? Because, like, we're going to have played an elemental anyway, so it's still going to be in effect. See, we're getting actual synergies, and we're playing for stuff that's very unexpected, you know. We're getting an actual elemental theme to this. And I'm going to end up losing, like, one of those chess games because, oh, my mobile data actually runs out in the middle of it, and I won't even realize. Now, this is, like, his final board chance, so if we can deal with this, then we'll be perfectly fine, because just give me, like, an actual spell that's going to do something, though. Right, like, too many of these things are, okay, that's good. And then also this is good. But it's still not really going to be enough, though. That's the problem. Right, like, fuck. You can do 3. And that. Wait, oh shit, but I'm dead because it has, wait, does it have Wind Fury? Fuck. Wait, what? Wait, how did that happen? I wasn't even paying attention to the Wind Fury. What the fuck, bro? I don't know if I could have necessarily dealt with it anyway. Maybe I could have, I don't know. The one thing you were missing there was like an actual spell. Or I should almost do this session like until I lose. But that was still adequately fun at least. So, let's see, what other cosmetics do I have on here? I have them split over so many accounts that it ends up being kind of stupid. Mal'Ganis is one that I've never really used. Sargeras also I haven't really used. Like, they really brought out the big guns. Really? I lend you my power? That's all? Like, why would he even say that? Because he's literally... Why would he lend anybody his power? That's just because he knows I'm evil and degenerate and going to try to kill everybody? That sword looks so strong, it could destroy an entire planet. Or at the very least, slightly wound it. Like the fucking... Yeah, the Silithus one. Earnable after purchasing Titan's Tavern Pass. Yeah, I am a clown who did that. Anniversary Gul'dan.
Go if I must.
Okay. Yeah, let's see if there's anything in the shop that I'll waste money on that you can't get any other way. Those 3D portraits I was kind of a sucker for. Actually, Ner'zhul. You give me a Thirst Trap Ner'zhul. They'll fucking, like, I don't even know what to say about that. Become the iconic Shaman War Chief Ner'zhul. As much as I like him, this is not the version of him that I want to see in my life right now. And I'm not going to spend $25 for it. Like, give me the actual Lich King one in the armor, and I don't mind. I'm almost kind of a sucker for these, though. Like, I do really like Ner'zhul, but why they gotta tease you like that? Just in principle, I wouldn't do it. Even though Shaman is the next one that I'm going to... You know, it's kind of nice to show those off. I'm not gonna fucking do it. You get literally Thirst Trap Ner'zhul. I gotta get it just to be able to use that as a fucking title in my thing. I don't know. Like, would there be a timetable on how long that's going to be on the shop for? Let me see. That's what I would call it. Thirst Trap, Ner'zhul, Hero. No, not from here. But yeah, why not do one as an actual fucking Death Knight one? That's the whole point. A literal shirtless fucking Thirst Trap clown shit thing. Or even this one is not the right one. Old wiki, see the new wiki. Wait, they don't even have this one acknowledged anywhere. Oh, here it is. Hero skin for the Shaman class until May the 14th. Oh, you have plenty of time. Buy Ner'zhul bundle for $24. Am I really gonna do this, dude? Leader of the Shadow Moon Clan and Elder Shaman of the Elements. He is most remembered as the orc who would be Lich King. Yeah, except even Blizzard themselves forgot. I guess I almost have to do it. I mean, look, dude, I'm Ner'zhul's biggest fan, but this is kind of a... Fuck. I'll do it just so I can use that in one of my titles. Thirst Trap Ner'zhul, blah, blah, blah. Thirst Trap Ner'zhul by May 14th or whatever. Let's actually just keep doing this. I don't know if I even want to do another chess game. So we'll fit a little bit of this into here. This will inflate the size of my VODs and stuff too. Like, let's do another one here. But no, I won't get it now. Then I'll wait. But I probably will get it. As stupid as that seems. Because, like, as I've been going through all these old... Like, I've been going through every class and doing some of my old favorite decks with them. But in the process, I'm showing off some of these kind of cool cosmetics. So we got the Ranger Sylvanas one. We got the N'Zoth one. We got the... we got some other... What was some of the other ones? I can't remember. Like Cthulhu, the eyeball for the druid. That's kind of like a love letter to some of my favorite decks. And a lot of this stuff is in there just to survive the early game, just so you can get to the point where you can re-roll it. It's almost like make a new souped-up version of Renounce, the same way that you made a souped-up version of Whizbang, and it allows you to basically just... it allows you to basically do it at the beginning of the game, not that's going to turn into the Yu-Gi-Oh effect, where you're sitting there for 10 minutes with all these cards that do stuff at the beginning of the game before the game even starts, like synchro summoning for 50 hours on your first turn. Fun and interactive, by the way. It's like you're playing the game within the game. Your own turn is like a 50... Like, you're not doing anything to earn it. That's the principle that goes against it. Like, it used to be, oh, you had to put something on the board and get it to stick, then you can sacrifice it for something stronger. Now it's like you just put it down and you can immediately put something else down and then put something else down, like all on the same turn, all on the first turn. Like, you've done nothing to earn it. So I guess you just bought the cards, and that, you know, they're trying to reward you for that. You just paid money, so you want to get something for it that way. But in the course of the actual game and the pace of it, right, like, it's just too much. It doesn't mean that, oh, you should do it too then. Yeah, you can still do it, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily fun to do it. So this is perfectly fine. I don't know if I should even worry about that. Yeah, priests are definitely a class that I never really liked much or never played much. Maybe I would like playing them as a shadow priest then, but not really, because... this was like the guy who I beat... Somebody using that, right? At least somebody who's a shadow priest that I beat to get to Wild Legend when I was using that imp deck. Or actually, I wasn't using the imp deck at that time. I was using like the Curse Wild Warlock, whatever the fuck it is. But I used the imp thing most of that month. Yeah, it'd be hard for me to decide what's my favorite class ever. Would it be Warlock, or would it be Warlock, or would it be fuck. Like, I wonder if anybody else is... I come up with these, you know, wonky nicknames for everything, whether it be cards themselves or... Come on, don't do this. If you're roping, you're just wasting my mobile data. Give me at least a real meaningful game. Like, you're playing it for the experience here, not for the outcome. Said nobody ever in chess, because obviously everybody's trying to show off for something at low ratings. Okay, man, you gotta really be a buzzkill. You could say that, oh, they just don't have anything to do, but they're still doing stuff. But, like, you don't have to rope then. You could just end your turn normally. Problem is we end up hunting for Renounce for, like, way too long. I like when you get zero cost stuff, which we get a lot of. Wow, you ask and you receive. Gain +2/+2 for each other pogo thing. Take your weapon, give it back, add random stuff, which is, yeah, I heard you like random stuff, so I play Renounce, so I can get even random stuff generated from the stuff I get from Renounce. Add a 4/4 if you're holding a secret. Deal 4 damage to a minion, cost 0 if you're holding cards from another class. But another is kind of a vague statement. It technically is another class because I was a warlock, but how does that take that into account? 2/2 knife with poisonous. Deal 1 damage to a minion, okay. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I probably shouldn't waste it on that, but take your weapon and gain its stats. Give it back. Death rattle. Deal 4 damage to a minion, no. Deal 1 damage to a minion, no. I don't know if that was really worth it. I'm just sort of getting off on the idea of being able to play so many zero-cost things. But giving them a poisonous weapon probably wasn't the best idea, though. If there's anything big I could summon, they'll get rid of, but I don't have anything big, I guess, anyway. 4/4 copy of a Death Rattle. If you're holding a secret, deal 4. They're not exactly using the most impressive cards out there, though. But, okay, this is fine. Wait, 5? I thought it was 5. Oh, that costs 5. Okay, I'm sorry. These are pretty good, though. I mean, hey, you are generating cards in a way that inherently is good. If you're holding a secret, it's probably not going to happen. Cost 0. I mean, it's not really worth it, but it's okay. So if they summon anything big, obviously we can use that. I don't know how good that is, though, to give them that. Like, you know, that kind of defeats the whole purpose. Deal 1. If you played a card from another class, deal 4. And again, another class, meaning the rogue class. Because that's almost like cheating the system, isn't it? Or maybe it's, I don't know. Because now you have too many things of all together classes, so you're a hardcore role player of everything. Who needs that stupid arena where you dress up like Halloween arena where you use somebody else's hero power when you can just do it this way? Combo, summon a copy of this, summon a 4/4. You can go ahead and deal 4 instead, even though we had the rush. I just didn't even want to bother dealing with it. We have kind of a cute board and some good potential coming up, but the problem is we're going to kind of dry out of stuff. So if they can deal with it the way that a priest can typically do, although maybe not a shadow priest, then that would be interesting. It always does look so sick the way they... How does it work, though, like with every... That's a lot of design effort that goes into that. Every single priest avatar would have its own version of shadow form. Like, I guess I haven't seen it with really that many, but reduce the cost of cards in your hand by 1. That would actually be relatively relevant, but may as well just go for that. We do have a little bit of Death Rattle protection capability here, so all I'm trying to do is just, you know, hope that this board is enough, and if it's not, then we have a couple of good options, but we could just go for lethal with Huffer, though, and you're guaranteed to get it, so assuming he can't deal with anything on my board, but I don't see why that would be such a big surprise. What is deck? Even I don't know what's in my deck, so I couldn't even begin to guess what the fuck that's going to be that he stole. Or it's not even steal it, but just copy it. What is this? Bargain Bin Buccaneer. Okay, hurry up, bro. Well, yeah. It's not really doing anything, though. Your minions trigger their death rattles twice. Okay. So, I mean, you should have enough. I'm not even going to actually think about it. Because between Leok and obviously the Huffer, I wanted to kind of give Huffer the honors. What a great finish. You should have played around that. Play around a Warlock using a card from a Hunter given to them by a card from a Rogue. Like, what kind of clusterfuck is that? Alright, so the last one we drew, so let's do one more here just to cap off. But that was a very winnable one and very frustrating how many of those opportunities I missed. Just, I don't know what even happened there. I was distracted, whatever, got a phone call, something stupid, so... Dark Lab. Let's see what he's come up with in the lab, as they sometimes say, like, whatever. He's been in the lab, not even in a chess context, but just, whatever. They say that, like, oh, here we go. They say that almost like in sports, where it's like, you know, he's been in the lab and he's kind of come up with this new jump shot or something. Ben Simmons in the summer, right? Couldn't you tell that he fucking clowned it up and did that? So we can take this into taking this. The only problem with it is that we would first have to do this. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that you're not able to. You can get pinned or something stupid ass would happen. That doesn't actually matter because, well, it kind of does. It sort of disincentivizes everything else because you wouldn't want to do the trade because, oh, for fuck's sake. You wouldn't want to do the trade for the simple reason that now you would lose the other cover only that you have on here. You could almost go back to there, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it as much. And then you could even take the pawn. Like, it kind of just fucks everything up for me, but I don't know what else to do because there's no other way I can cover that. So what am I supposed to do? He can double attack it there, and he can even triple attack it. So there's really nothing I can do. Right, like it's fine. I don't care. The queen move is what could be strong. No, that's okay though. The queen move because he could always take advantage. Okay, okay. That's so fucking stupid, man. But I don't even have to suffer such a foolish thing because I can just escape it like this. Do the trade and then take, and then you're fine. Because if you don't do it, then I guess I can just take there. So I bet you weren't expecting that because even I wasn't really sure what the fuck was happening. You have to do it. You have to. Like, there's nothing. Look at the trouble I have to go through to deal with the stupid ass fucking pin. So if you go ahead, you you do this, I would fork for a trade onto there because you would be able to. Oh no, he went totally the other way. But the point is that you can basically try to take an open file and stuff like that to the extent that whatever. You should be able to do like this to guarantee the ability to take that pawn, but not, or to take the bishop itself. It might actually be worth it to do it here. And the reason why is because the knight is in such a dynamic position that you would expect it to actually be able to fucking do something. So everything is fine here. You go back and I take, so you have no choice but to be the victim of the knight. And if you, no, I mean, there's nothing else. You just have to let it happen. Do you think maybe I like trading based on this game? Can you maybe tell that I like to trade? Like, what the fuck? Alright, so you go here, you develop the stupid ass bishop. Everything else is fine. You might try to double attack this. Going here probably isn't a very good move, and I gotta watch. Oh. It's like a position that you're not really familiar with. He doesn't even do it, so he lets me off the hook, but it's a position that like you're not familiar with, and so you're not able to actually. Damn it, man. There's so many things wrong with this. But no, like I'm not used to that pawn being there, so nothing I can do. Like he can just go there and that's it. Like what the fuck, man? That he, oh wow. Okay, I'm glad I'm only doing one more because this is it, dude. This is it. This is it. Oh my god, man. Like way to just not take it seriously. That's all I have to say. Like way to just not treat this with the respect and severity that it deserves. But he's not taking advantage, but even I don't know. Everything is fine now because there's nothing he can really take. Even double attacking that would be a bit of an ordeal for him. So we should try to do this actually, because then if we trade one off, everything's fine. Or I thought he would try to go like there. I mean, I'm still fine. Do the trade and then everything is fine because there's going to be a limited number of things that he can do. My pawn structure is at least perceptibly better, but I don't think it's too meaningful. Like how much better it really is. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to do with it. That's probably not a very good move either. What kind of a dumbass pawn structure did I create? Like, what the fuck is this? Because there's a lot of odd ones out, but he's not in a very prime position to take advantage of it, I guess. I'm kind of overextending these too much, eh? Like, why am I doing it like this? Yeah, good fucking question. This one's kind of more important. I had the chance to, or he had the chance to take that one even earlier, and he just didn't do it. Now he could, dude. What am I doing, man? He goes like to there. I don't know what's going on, dude. It's like I'm almost deliberately throwing this one. I don't know what I'm doing. You can check and take. Like I don't know. I don't know. There's just maybe a certain amount that I can do in a day, and that was just it. I just reached my limit. I just can't do it now. Like, there was nothing about that that was winnable or like a losable game. It was just like a normal, drawable thing. He was missing opportunities. I don't know what that is. Just like a major lack of interest, I guess, that I'm showing. So trading the rooks would be very beneficial for him. Going outside of here would be good for him as well, because if he gives a check, he can take. Just in general, like if I move that, that could be trouble. Not really much I can do there, huh? And to stop the advancement of that, we could still maybe get a draw, but this was one of my weakest games in a long time because, again, the effort level is 0. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I can't explain what I'm doing. Even now, it's like I'm just, I can cover it, but it's just sloppy what I'm doing. And then this one's an odd one out. Like, just I'm not putting any thought into what I'm doing here. I'm just sort of doing stuff randomly. If he takes, it's perfectly fine. I could easily just take back. And so my rook is sort of holding things down a bit. If he takes, I can simply take. So there's nothing wrong with that. And I can maybe try to bully one of these. There's no reason why you should have any expectation that you might win here. It's more just an expectation that you could... It's an expectation that you could basically... I don't know. You could maybe draw it. I don't know. I still don't really want to take, though. I'm going kind of hard into this other side for some reason, but I almost shouldn't even have bothered doing that. This is still the anchor pawn, so it doesn't change anything with that. All he succeeded in doing was basically splitting his pawns up in some undesirable way for him, probably. If he takes, I simply take. If he takes, I simply take. So what I have to do is I have to cover maybe this one then instead. But then he'll come... Well... He can come and take it now, but the assumption was he would do it, and that's kind of even fine. There's too much shit going on this side, though. That's the problem. Like, he didn't win anything by doing all that. And if I can win maybe even just one of these, it would be fine. But that was a negative, not even a low effort game. That was a negative effort game. Like, these last two have been really bad. Although, to be fair, the one before was almost not even my fault. So are you going to eventually push these or what, dude? It's not that complicated. So he's going to double threaten to take that. And there's nothing I can really do about it, or maybe there is, I don't know. Seems like he's just going back and forth a lot. Like, I don't know what to make of it. So that I can't really do anything about, but you would think he would have to move the rook eventually at some point. Like, for example, here, he does have to move the rook, and that does open up my ability to not really do much of anything at all. And so now, I don't know what to do. You can try to take there, then take, but then I can take that, but then I can't deal with these two. So I don't know what's happening. There's not really much going on. My rook is still in a reasonable position, but... I mean, he can keep doing this, but at some point he has to make a decision. Like, what are you... Just keep doing the same thing over and over. But, I mean, is this really the correct way to do it? Like, I don't know what to do with that. What the fuck? Alright. That'll do it. That'll do it for today. I mean, at some point you just gotta stop. At some point you just gotta stop because, man, I don't. Yeah, at some point I want no part of it. I don't even want to do it anymore because there's just no effort. Like, why do it? You're doing it just for the sake of doing it. That's all it is. I don't know what to tell you. You cannot explain that game. I cannot explain. I'd love to see the analysis because even Stockfish 1 million could not explain to you what happened there. I don't get what I'm doing there because I'm not doing anything. I'm just randomly doing stuff just to get through it. You should just know when you should stop. It makes no sense to do it like that. There's just no thought being put in, and it's still easily a draw, right? Even under that circumstance, it's easily achievable as a draw, but I'm just not in the mood, I guess. Like, I love how it always goes up. Like, it'll be at 97, 94, then it'll go back up to 100%. So yeah, I'm very confused as to what happened there, but again, it's probably something I could easily see, and I'm just not even... I don't know. It just explains itself, because if you're going to do that, then why even bother? Like, really, why even bother? I don't know why exactly that's a blunder, but... Like, what am I supposed to do then? Okay, go here. Like, you just leave the pin. Like, I shouldn't have even allowed that, but that wasn't really why I lost. That's a mistake, but give a check and just take it, or you're effectively forcing a trade that way. Anyway, so it's getting to the same result, just in a better, cleaner sort of way. But this is totally drawable. All you had to do was go here. I didn't need to panic. Right. Mistake into a blunder. But why was that even a blunder? Like, just that he's missing the opportunity to take something for free, not because he's actually winning. Everything is still fine, so what do I end up doing here? Like, I don't get it. I probably push these pawns sort of incorrect. Yeah. I don't know. Like, what is it that you're trying to do here? I don't get it. You cover that one. You're not going to promote anything. Even letting him take that is not that big of a deal. That one's a major blunder. Which I don't even know. Like, what are you supposed to do with this? Just go there, and then go there, and then basically just force a draw. Like, you got to think in this way. Wouldn't that be a fun sequence? Like, you just go back and forth like a million times? Like, that's totally the first fun thing you would think of to do. Okay, so here we have to move to the next set. What I've been sort of doing is I'll win like 2 or 3 in a row, then I'll lose one. So that you can always afford to happen, but a lot of the time it should be draws, or the way that I'm losing some of these is kind of dumb. Like, you know, you could say, oh, it's just you being salty about losing, but no, there's some times where it's like, okay, genuinely there was nothing I can do, or they just did something really good, but it rarely happens. Like, if they do something that I really can't see, or I couldn't tell within like a real, you know, reasonable amount of times. We're almost out of those, which is unfortunate. Then I'll just start using like random pictures, memes, or stupid stuff as the background, because you can put anything because it's Imgur. And you can say, oh, it's almost something TOS for the site, but it doesn't matter because nobody else can see it besides you. Chung, isn't that the thing that fucking Clavier Gavin says in like Apollo Justice? What does it even mean? It's almost like Eureka, I feel like. So pure color, oh no, pure color we're still doing. We just have to move to the next one. That actually makes my life a lot easier, so I don't have to go looking for each of these. Well, the chess cube medium, and of course that one was not. That was one that we probably had used before, but I just didn't care enough to worry about it. Right, like it's too hard to keep track when they're so spread out. Even the sets in general are like that. Should be right here, shouldn't it? The chess cube. Where the fuck is it? Chess cube medium. Chrome theme, no. Classic. See, now this does... This is the problem. It does the set as well. No, actually, it doesn't do the background, so it doesn't matter. The fact that it changes that is irrelevant. We'll treat it as a set here, even though that's probably something that I've used too. Or it's probably just something on the site itself, unless they got rid of this set. But again, if it's not something super obvious that we've used before, like the chess.com set, we've used that a lot because because it's just so conspicuous and you see it so many times. So again, if some of these repeat, it's not the end of the world, but we got to switch to the next one here with respect to the board. Having some kind of breathing problem here that almost gets to like 12, right? There'll be 12 of them. And just to double check, like, oh, this isn't what this is actually supposed to look like. In fact, it looks completely different. And some of these are pure colors, but some of them are very similar to the colors that are in the original one. And this is, of course, not one such thing. So you have that one done. You have classic, and you have obviously whatever this flower petal background thing is. Let's go in here and try to focus. It's kind of a good omen when you have when you start as white or whatever. You get a couple games in a row as white. There's no like RNG that guarantees like, oh, whether you're white or black. Like, oh, you just got white 3 times in a row, right? It's just totally random. It's not likely to happen that you'll get it too many times, but you'll go on a good streak just because you got white 5 times in a row, or you'll go on a bad streak just because you got black 5 times in a row. Like it could come down to that, even if that's not not really how you're thinking. I love that. I wasn't hiccuping before, but now just somehow by talking and doing this, I am now. So this is good at least because what you can do is trade into whatever he does, or you could do this. You could theoretically do this. The problem is the king, right? So if I knew how to work around that, you could like double take or do something, but there's 2 problems. You have to deal with the pin and you have to deal with the castle. And there's no pressure on me really to do anything, so you shouldn't try to overdo it, especially as black. The hiccup challenge. Try to beat chess while giving commentary and doing hiccups and all this kind of shit. Now he's almost asking me to do this. And the reason why it's fine, I guess, is because he can't pin it because he can't pin it. And the reason why he can't pin it is because of the simple fact that you have to bring the bishop and then you have to let me take the bishop with the knight. Because if you do anything else, take, or no, take. Or I can still do it now where it's like awkward, right? Where you can basically take. Because yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding something with this. It's only bad if it's my pawn here. Not if it's his pawn here. Because if it's his pawn, he's not pinning me until that pawn is gone. Whereas normally, you're pinning into my pawn that you're going to be guaranteed to take or something like that. And we're also double attacking this one. Wait, what the fuck? Damn it, it's so tempting. Like, it almost would be worth it to do that, but... fuck, I can't even decide. That's a good threat and all. It's cute, but it's like... damn, so we'd end up, all part of his master plan, we'd end up losing. It's almost like you could do it. It really is, because I take the rook, then he takes, but so what? He doesn't have like a great follow-up. I'm going to do it. But I should calculate those kind of moves a little bit farther. And the expectation is he'll get the bishop back. So what's he going to do? He brings the queen on the dark square. I can block it with the pawn. Everything is fine. Like, there's no other... oh, shit. He has the dark square bishop, though, too. Well, if I fucked up, I fucked up. But generally speaking, damn it. I didn't account for that, maybe. But he doesn't do anything with it. See, he doesn't do anything. He does nothing. So at least now you have to take the time to minimize the risk in this situation that, like, yes, he's going to put that there. But there should be a number of ways that you can deal with it, I would think. Right? Like, if you just... I don't know. I just put this here. Then he'll bring the dark square bishop, then I'll move the pawn, then he'll take, then I'll take, then he'll take, then I'll take. Something as simple as this at least stops the momentum off the thing. Here we gotta watch the knight. So the hard part is going to be getting that rook out of there. But it is worth it, I think, for such a massive advantage. I can't imagine right why you wouldn't want to do it. So the bishop here is probably a natural move. Of course, my knight isn't doing dick all in all this time. So he'll take with the pawn I take back, and then he can't take. Is kind of the crux. The problem is this move also. The simple fact that you're able to... he would take... okay, dude. Oh, but rather than do that threat, he just took there instead. Now, the whole thing you have to do here is just shut down this stupid-ass diagonal, but then he'll get a fork. Oh, God. Damn it, this is the move you want to make, but... It's fucking stupid. So he'll do the fork. And then it's like, oh, he can't take, otherwise he loses the queen. But, like, is it really... I don't want to leave it up to chance like that. So assuming he brings the rook. Assuming he brings the rook to here... I guess I could just let him do it, because then I'd be taking the queen, or like where would I move it? I'd move it like here, just to try to still cover that square. I genuinely don't know what to do with this stupid ass. Okay, dude. Probably the most predictable move in fucking human history over here, but okay. Okay, dude. Now we're threatening that. How does he cover it? I don't really know. He can take the other stupid pawn. So it ended up being not really that big of an advantage at all. And for the positional limitations of it, maybe there's something lacking. He brings the rook here, but I can easily take it. I can take this, try to double attack, but it's not really... What? So you can get away with doing that because then I lose the cover there. I guess I didn't really understand that. I don't know what's happening, but I don't get it. Like these people are doing wild shit, I swear. Now that was the worst possible move because you could have instead probably forced me to trade the queen for that or something, but who knows? I'm already putting forth such a lackluster amount of effort here that is kind of a joke. Problem is, if I take that, I'd be better off just not doing anything. If I take that, he'll take and check and then take that too. Right, so that's the problem. So I should just move this, but I can't move it. Well, I guess it'll be fucked anyway. But I mean, I even said that I knew that would happen. Like, what the fuck am I doing, man? I can't concentrate when I have fucking hiccups. We'll go here. I just give up, man. Sometimes I just can't play. I'm fucking stupid this game, dude. That's the way they play is so clown. If you want to play like that, go ahead and do it, man. Just go ahead and do it. Like, really, I don't care. If this is how the game is, just do it. It makes no difference to me, man. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna tell me next? That I'm supposed to deal with this? Like, it's so utterly nonsensical. Just do a bunch of checks, do a bunch of random stuff. Like, I can't deal with that. You can give a check still, though. Create a double stack, maybe. But I have to not get so tilted by the fact that they are able to do that, like just sack pieces like crazy, like clown and all this kind of stuff. He'll give a check there, maybe. I really don't know. He can take there. He could have already done that too. Try to attack onto there. Like, I don't know. At some point in this game, I just gave up because I couldn't figure out what was happening. See, what you have to realize is this is how better players will look at it too. This is an instructive moment where the guy played completely incorrectly, but he got rewarded for it. It's like, it's not that he's doing something right. You know what I mean? Like, better players should be actually smart enough to know that too, but they're not. Like, somehow it'll be this fallacy of like, oh, well, look, he played so well. That's why he won. That's not why. That's not why. I just didn't punish him for playing badly, which I can't do. Okay, okay, dude, okay. What do you want? Keep doing the same shit over and over again? We got a threefold repetition. Like, I don't know what to make of these, but it is still a lack of effort on my part. Right, like, just, I don't get it. Settle for a couple shitty pawns. I really don't know what to do anymore. He might still fuck it up, but I think it's unlikely. You can go here, I guess, maybe. It could be potentially dangerous. Or if he's not really posing any super meaningful checks or anything. That could be good. You got to address this, which he might not be able to do. It's just somewhere my effort level goes out the window. Like, I don't like the way he's playing. I feel like he's given me so much. I don't know. There's nowhere that you're gonna go. That seems like a mate, or maybe there is. I wouldn't know anyway. Here we go here. He comes like that. I can't go back to where I already was. There could be a mate in here somewhere. But no, it goes from him basically just giving up a bit, rook or whatever, to him busting up my position, to me doing all kinds of crazy shit too. And so now, how do you really cover both? Is the big question. Well, though, you don't have to because... Okay, dude, okay. You maybe should have almost just pushed... You maybe should have almost just pushed in such a way that you get to push my own pawns, because... You know, now you're going to have to sack for it. You're going to have to just sack for it, so then I'll just start pushing my own. Fuck it, man. What do you want? Like, I can't play the game. That's my biggest weakness. I just can't play. It's not even that I'm not good at playing. It's like I can't take games seriously consistently. There's something that happens to me in the middle. Like, I just don't want to be a part of it. The way that people do things is not... I don't know. They're just doing things that are unnatural and sort of like they're not even good, but they're just able to do it anyway. Now, this seems dangerous that you could maybe somehow disrupt that, but I don't know. Maybe he'll let me get away with this somehow. Because he'll like unleash this and then take something, but in this case, you wouldn't even really be able to. He'll try to double attack it. So he'll take with that. I don't entirely get what I did there. If I go there, he would just take it. And so that doesn't help me at all. Really makes no sense at all, but okay. He's certainly taking his sweet time actually doing something with this, but that's just the nature of chess. Even when you're winning, even when you're losing, it's just the one thing that's guaranteed. Win, lose, or draw. It's going to be slow, tedious, repetitive, obnoxious, whatever time format, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters, that's just the way it works. It's going to be annoying. Unbelievable, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what this one was. I cannot explain what this game was. Completely nonsensical, but okay. Let's go here. You're threatening the rook. He's not going to just let me do that. You go here, but you're going to have to account for the other side as well. So if you go like to there, you're also threatening the bishop, but you can't really do anything with it. In fact, that's a weird ass position for the bishop to be in. But it's just like... I don't know. Trying to move back and forth to the same squares over and over. I'm not happy about that. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. The ways, I just have to overcome that, I guess. I don't know how or why or what, but There's just something something that happens to me that is just wrong. Maybe I feel like, oh, if I had more time to think about it, but you just never will, and it just doesn't matter. You're right there, mate in one. So good, so instructive, so fun. I don't know what to tell you. I just can't explain that one. Let's actually learn from it, I guess. I haven't been analyzing my games too much lately, but it's just not. I don't know. There's nothing I can extract from that experience that I could tell you. Just don't try to do anything. Just let he hangs the rook. Just let him hang it. Don't take it. You know, just don't do anything. I don't know. So I even thought about doing that, but again, I was worried about the. Well, I guess there is nothing to pin if you do it, so it makes a certain amount of sense to ignore it. But take. This is a blunder, of course. Of course, taking a free pawn and attacking a rook is a blunder. How could I not know that? How could I not know this obvious? Like, why though? I still don't even get. As I'm saying it, I still don't get it. Even as I'm looking at it, I don't get it. Why is that so bad? Like, okay, you got your position is just so busted, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought about doing that, but then you go here. But then you can't take, I guess, is the point, unless you give up the queen. Well, no, you could. Yeah, you could go back, and then if he takes the knight, I take the queen. So I made a lot of blunders there. Again, a very normal, familiar position, which you could say that's part of the. Yeah, that was obviously a blunder because I thought you'd just do this, right? Because then you have no choice but to do something, but he lets me back into the little there. Even with that, wait, what the fuck? Even with that, I'm surprised. So now the material is still in his favor, +2, but it's actually even, and you're even almost winning slightly. What was I supposed to do there then? Move the king, and just he can't save both? Is it really that simple? See, this is like a simple. You don't even have to calculate that. You just know getting forked by the king. Right? No matter what you do, I guess you would just. No, that would solve it, wouldn't it? That would solve it if you go. That would solve it because the analysis just bugged out. It can't handle these high level games at 1600. But no, this is like the harbinger of like I'm gonna go on a bad streak now and tank it. So I should almost just not even try to do this because it's just not. It's just not the effort that you're putting forth consistently. Like I wouldn't have gotten even this far if I hadn't been doing that, right? Because I have very little to fall back on, to the extent that. You know, you have, you go like this, and he takes. Like, I don't have openings to fall back on. I don't have anything to fall back on, so you end up just relying purely on effort. But again, the real lesson there is it seemed like you made a mistake. It seemed like you had something good, but you didn't. So that's what you learn. Just don't try to do anything ever. That's what makes chess so fun, isn't it? Don't try to do anything ever, because unless you know it really perfectly, you won't be able to get away with it. Like, you just can't do anything. So why even bother? That's very, very irritating. Right? That's why I have such a defensive-minded style at times. Or that's why I don't try to attack and do all these kind of things. Because every time you try to do something or take advantage of what seems like a mistake, oh no, of course, it wasn't a mistake. He didn't blunder the pawn. It's actually a huge mistake for me. It's like, yes, in hindsight, you can see, oh yeah, of course, that's true. But it's not. You can't think like that because then you'll be afraid to do anything ever, right? Just like kind of like how I am. Just don't do anything and just play very safe and stale, which is kind of more suited to me anyway. But so the chess cube clay board is not really important. Clean enhancements. Just anything that's going to do a set would be the thing. Compact lobby, so compact you don't even see anything. Cool bishops, puzzle compatible. So like this is just a normal set, but it just now does it go with whatever set you currently have, like on the site? Because then I wouldn't necessarily count that, or maybe I could combine. I don't know how to do this one. maybe I'll just, because then you're overlapping with one that is already on the site in such a way that, let me see maybe if we can combine this with this. No. I mean, I guess the cool bishops do count as a set, so we'll just do it with whatever random set that we're using anyway, and that doesn't count against it in terms of once we finally get around to using the ones on the site itself. But yeah, that was one of the more extreme examples of one of those kind of games where, again, it seems like they make a mistake. It seems like you have something, but you're better off just not even worrying about it and not trying to go for it and just, just don't even do anything. So the board is the, whatever, like the fourth or fifth one, but with the set changing whatever thing that we have. The attacks there, you cover back, you just play openings like the stale, repetitive, boring, zero-sum, unenjoyable, uninstructive trash that they are. Where again, I did something that I didn't know with certainty, or I did something that I hate that that's the principle, but that's what people just don't get. Is like, I don't know. It's not enjoyable. Like, why can't that be the thing? But see, he can't take that and therefore take that because he'd have to move the knight first. So it still doesn't seem that bad. Right? How does he force the movement of the knight? In that sense, I guess I'm kind of disciplined with it because, yeah, now we'll go for the 6 for 6. Like, I got to stop doing these things. But the point is that you're basically going to... Okay, that doesn't... See, I don't know whether I should do that or not. Again, as much as I like to trade, I could just trade everything. Like, just... Well, I guess we're double attacking it, though, so it's some kind of cute. It kind of lets me dictate a little bit what happens, right? Because I could double take, or I could leave it pinned, basically. But again, even here, I'm doing a bit too much. Because you don't need to be doing this. So if it's the knight, I guess I could just leave it there and just wait, even though I don't necessarily want to do that either. Because, like, what can he do? He would have to move it somewhere of substance. If only I could get it at it with something else, but I can't figure out how to do it. No, just play like very safe and stale and boring in the opening, which is exactly sometimes what you are trying to do. So you can go back to here, and that's perfectly fine to block the knight from being, or block the bishop from being taken. I don't know whether a bishop pair here is not good though, so he would have to address this though still first. So let's just leave it. Then we go back. Or there's like a temptation to move too fast in the opening sometimes. So you can go here, something like that, but now it's already too late. So this one pawn is going to be the odd one out that fucks me over the whole game, maybe. So these kind of positions now, it's very open-ended. Or you could even do that. But it doesn't make sense, because then... I don't know. You could do it because it's going to be covering, like this. It's just this one is going to be weird, Let's do this for now, and then we'll maybe see what happens. Because it's not even covered as we speak, but it's just like, yeah, that's nice. That's real nice, dude. I don't know, man. My my effort level has tanked it. I think I'm done for a while. Yeah, I can't. I can't keep playing like this. It really makes no sense. Like, what is it that I'm doing? I don't understand. I don't get it. I would take, he would take, I would still take if he moves that up, and I would end up getting actually fucking trapped. Let's go ahead and do it, man. It's all part of my master plan. I didn't blunder. Going here is actually good, even though it's not, and I'm just a clown, but I'm not too happy about it. I don't know. I give up. I can't play anymore. It's always this effort thing. I just go into a slump every time I make any sort of progress at all. I just can't play consistently like that. It's really a psychological thing. I just can't do it. Everything's fine with that. You're attacking there. You could turn it into double attack. You can do this. You don't want to go there because then you'll take there. You don't really know what I'm doing with that. Maybe we'll try to push a pawn towards the thing. I'm not sure what his queen is exactly doing, and as I've shown, I'm too lazy to try to figure it out. That is really what it is. That's what's shameful about it. Like, I'm so lazy sometimes. So he'll move that and he'll be attacking into there, which is pretty obvious and cute and whatever, but let's just do it anyway. I should have really tried to maybe go there and do something. It's like, oh no, he blundered a pawn, but now he's going to be attacking that. But then what's stopping me from just moving it? I guess I'll still do it, but you move this. Right, you move this and then you move this. But no, it doesn't matter because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would. It kind of matters, but you're attacking onto there. I mean, you're also threatening this. So I don't know how many things he's got going on here, really. Why don't we just do it? Then he'll put that there behind, though, and fuck me. That's one that at least makes a little bit of sense. Like, oh, of course, you know, whatever, but I kind of just want to fucking trade, but he won't let me. He won't let me goddamn trade. It wouldn't give me a pass pawn. In fact, oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. The point where you gotta question why you keep playing. You gotta question it. Like, I gotta just take a break. I'm done. It's burnout. It's mental something. I just can't. I just can't. I keep trying to trade, but he won't let me ever in his life. I just can't do it. It's unbelievable. It's just mind-boggling how I play it sometimes. He'll push that, and he's attacking the rook. I just want to trade the queen. Like, that's the only thing I want right now. Just let me trade the queen, dude. Please, just get it off the board. You can win the game. You have it. You're too fast. You're too good. You're actually using your brain. You're actually putting forth effort, unlike me. So you deserve to win. You deserve it. You deserve to let me tank back down to below 15 and just end this whole experience because I can't. I hate that, man. It's the most pure thing of like what I'm about, but I just can't. Sometimes I just can't do it. You can see, like, it's palpable. The lack of effort is palpable. That's why people struggle for so long, play for so long. Like, that's all you have to do is just like put forth a little bit, just a little bit of effort, not even a lot, just a little bit. You can push that. Yeah, I'm taking it, dude. I'm done, bro. Like, enough is a fucking enough. I've had it. Now all you want to do is move that in case he pushes the stupid ass pawn. And so maybe we'll go here, although I can't figure out exactly why. You go here, he'll put something behind it. Right, he'll put like a rook behind it. Which doesn't even matter too much, but could be bad for him, actually. If he moves it now, it's no big deal. If he puts the rook behind trying to be cute, maybe we could force some action. So if he takes, then I take, but it doesn't matter because he's covered anyway. This could be a mistake by either of us. Like, maybe it's a mistake for me to put that there. Or maybe it's a mistake if he puts that there. I don't know. He's attacking there. Okay. Just do what you want, man. Very fun, very cute, very repetitive, very nice. End up trapping me between two rooks somehow, two bishops, I mean. Seems kind of like hard to do, though. If he takes there, I could easily take the bishop. If he keeps going, I could also take the bishop. I don't know. If I took, he would have just took. If he keeps going, I take. If he lets me take, I take. Everything is a take. He's going to attack maybe this. We can do this now, so then if he takes, I take. That should be effectively free then. So if he takes, I can take. If he takes, I can still take. Everything would come down to the bishop. So if that bishop could attack it, then everything's fine. So now, could he do something with this that's crazy that would save it? And it doesn't seem like that's in the cards right now. It should be still pretty much fine. Like, we're -1, but this pawn is kind of in a fucked up position here. That is not even passed. He doesn't have a pass pawn either, but this should be easy child's play for him to take because of the simple fact that he does have the dark square bishop. There's nothing I can do about. Yeah, I mean, if I was using my brain a little, I would understand exactly how I meant that when I said it's child's play. But you know, I have the right spirit, but I just don't have the right attitude, I guess. You can just tell sometimes. It's just kind of depressing, actually. Right? There's just something missing from my whole experience with this game. I just don't have it. Whatever it is mentally, I just don't have it. You can be as good as you want, but I just don't want to be. That's what it feels like. Oh my god, dude, just leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. You don't even take, but why don't you take? Like, what is it? What do you want? What did that do, man? I still can't stop you from taking that. The fuck is he doing? Oh, shit. Well, there you go. Nice game, bro. Yeah, I'm. This is when you stop playing. This is when you stop playing. At least for now. At least for the session. Like, it's when you stop, man. It's when you stop. But I won't, and I'll tank it, and just it's okay. Makes no fucking sense, man. Like, what is it, man? What is it that happens? I don't understand. Yeah, I think I will stop though. I can't do this right now. Very, very upsetting. The reasoning behind it is what gets me. That's what sometimes even people don't understand. It's nothing to do with the result even. Like, if you beat me in some other way, like, it's so, I don't know, just do it. That one you can't cover, or he's not even attacking it, so I don't get it. If he could have taken that like a million times. Like, why not just do it? Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and take it there. That's fine. Oh, there's a lot of takes he's turned down. Like, he's really like he really knows what he's doing or something. Go ahead and take that one. I take there. Why can't you just make a mistake like that and pre-move it or something? But see, you could say, oh, I'm relying on people always making mistakes, but it's like partly you're relying on yourself not making too many either all the time, but you just keep sidestepping him if he's going to keep doing that. Like, what does it matter? Okay. I mean, again, you could have taken this like a million times by now, so I don't get what the fascination is with it. You can get somehow forked by this, but I don't even care anymore. You can go here. Now you can't seemingly cover that, or even give me a check, or you could give me a check. So he lets me take there, which is all part of his plan, clearly, because everything is just... So he would love to trade as well, but he just isn't... Alright, so he's got 3 pass pawns there, he's got a bishop there, everything's good for him. Nothing I can really do, I can't even give a possible check. Man. It's incredible the way My whole psychology, this is why actually it interests me more than anything. The psychology of it is so clear and it's so obvious, but yet people don't get it. They misrepresent how the game actually works so much. It's actually unbelievable the way they do that. It's very dishonest actually, the way that the way that people treat it. If you check there, it's gonna be covered there as well. So I mean, chance of a potential stalemate, probably not though. Or it's gonna be a mate, or it's not. Let's try to learn something from this one as well. The first one was a, oh, it was actually a stalemate. Okay, that makes me more willing to actually do another one. Because I mean, at that point, what are you really playing for? So it's like you give yourself a chance, because that makes a big difference, right? We'd be set back even further than we've been. So that's perfectly fine. But that breaks my losing streak the same way that it should break your winning streak, with respect to, I mean, he had like way more time than me too, so it's not like he couldn't just look for that. But yeah, let's still try to learn from this one, and we get to preserve the cool bishop. That's the only thing that sort of makes it somewhat tolerable, that he did that at the end. But that was very frustrating as well. Like, there are just certain things that I'm just not getting, I guess. I don't understand. So let's try to learn a little bit. What is it that's, like, there's nothing that's happening, though. That's what frustrates me. There's nothing that's happening in the game. Like, it's just basic stuff. This is pretty obvious, I guess. I don't know. It's just like I'm just not thinking. And then I start to try to direly trade everything. And then that ends up getting me because... What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to just bring the knight in randomly. That has nothing to do with the position. Totally random. Just fucking... What the fuck? But it's still better than what I do, apparently. That doesn't do anything. This one's going to be kind of shitty. You're kind of just body blocking it because you can't cover it, maybe. Or you don't want to fuck up your other pawns too much. Why the fuck would you do that? Okay, I guess that's worth it as a trade somehow. I mean, I would take that shit in a heartbeat, which it actually does. You just gotta pay a little more attention. That's really all that game tells me. Let's see if it actually does that. Like, it'll... Because I lost 2 in a row, just to test this, clearly. And I still lost 1 rating. So now, yeah, current streak is 0, even though... You know what I mean? Draws shouldn't interrupt that, because somehow... draws shouldn't interrupt that, for the simple reason that... That's not how it works in, like, real life. Because then nobody would ever have a streak. Because, you know what I mean? There's those 2 notable ones that I always reference. Where it's like... Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen both like went on 2-year undefeated streaks where they never like lost a game, apparently, or maybe whatever. 2 years they went on a win streak. They were undefeated for 2 years, but it means they were obviously drawing in the middle there too. They just didn't, you know, it's not the same thing. So let me see something here. Oh god, I don't know what I did. Well, listening to music in the background thing is a bit of an ordeal too. Okay, so all we have to do is figure... Oh, I keep... Amazing, amazing. Okay, just hang on, hang on. We gotta focus a little harder. Don't miss an obvious move like that one with the bishop. It's like you end up in some unfamiliar position, and then it turns into something worse because, you know, you're relying on memory or some kind of reactive element. And if you don't have that, then you're screwed because, you know, it's just pure memory. Chess is 75% memory. What's the other 25%? Whoever goes black or white. So in this case, okay, now he's way below me, which means I'm probably going to tank it and lose. So that's just how the game works. But let's go in with a positive attitude and actually think about what I'm doing a little bit. Now that pin doesn't bother me too much because at least I can come back. But it's still curious that I would... It's still curious that I would basically let that happen. See, now, could you make a move like that where you go like this? Because then if he takes, then I take, but then it's not mate. Then it's not mate, and so is it worth it? And it probably is, because then... Let's say you try it. Fuck. But no, he'll just go like he'll just block it with the pawn or something. But if I go there and if he takes, then I take, and then even if whatever he does, I should be able to take there or something. It's cute, but I mean, it's very cute, decidedly cute. And so now if you go here, he comes with the pawn. I keep trying to do too many interesting things. That's my mistake now. I'm trying too much to actually play chess as though it's an interesting game. And of course, it just innately is not. The real point is he's going to go there, so just... You can just come back. Wait. You just come back if he does. Let's just castle. You just go back. This is always the best move. You cover there, and then you cover whatever other... This is a common thing that you see a lot. So nothing is really happening with this position. You just have to be careful, safe. You go here. It's an interesting cover for the thing. And again, despite how fiendishly I try to go for trades, it doesn't mean that you're always whatever, that you're always right in doing it, or that's always good, or it's always bad. It's just always, you have to have a better judgment of that, right? I try to be objective, but it's like I just want to trade, so it doesn't matter. I'll just do it even if I think it's not so good or bad or terrible or whatever. You can go here, pin it down, and I almost want to do it. But because I have the other bishop too, you might think, oh, go for a bishop pair, but it's just not. Like, what would happen? Would he actually push the pawn? Because then I can't take the trade, but then I don't know. See, now this is a good initiative position, but it doesn't seem like there's really anything he can do with it either. So why does it matter? There's nothing he can do. Like. This is also me baiting for trades hard. I'm hard baiting for trades. There's going to be something he can do. I don't see what he can do, but there's going to be something he can do. If he goes there, I just take. If he goes there, it's too late. I'll just take that. Like, there's no other piece that he has involved. His bishop isn't developed particularly well, which he's at least trying to address. He knew I was going to do that. I'd even be willing to do this, even as clown. It's just not worth it, but let's try to push these kind of aggressively, I guess. Kind of towards the king side. He can't really do anything with the dark square. So it's a weird matchup to even have, but I guess when you're on a 2-game lose streak and a draw, it's being nice to you almost, or it is just random, but we played some 1700s and stuff as well. So, I mean, this one should give me next to nothing, though, for even winning, which is only fair, but I mean, he's not playing badly. So that's kind of cute positioning, definitely for the pawn. I can't question it. And so we want to do some kind of light square thing, but I don't know exactly what to do. You can't do this because then you'll be exposed for the trap, but then again, you won't be. See, this is where I get too creative. You can do it. Look how cute. Because if he goes there, even with the cover of that, I could take. He could take. It's just you don't need to be doing it. But then I don't know what to do if I don't do it. Right? Maybe I'll go the other way with it. But really, you should be trying to do something with this, but I just don't know how. I don't know how, because what is it going to do? Alright. You go here. He would just take. If I double stack, he would still just take. Right? It doesn't even do anything. He would take, I would take, he would take. It opens the king, but at this stage, it's not as meaningful to open the king because you get to whatever. Just concentrate all the way. If we go there, it's completely a moot point, so it just doesn't matter anymore. So we can try to double stack on here, but I'm not really sure what that does for me even. We may as well go on the light square, I guess, as we're doing it. There's nothing you can really target too easily here, right? So my light square bishop is pretty good. He can go there, then go there, but then I can always just still hold it down. That's in fact exactly what he's going to do, which allows me to actually do this, because now maybe I will make that little cute thing, because there's nothing he can do to ever push this out, right? No matter how much cover you give, I would take, you would take, I could just take. I'm not going to do it until whatever, but like you theoretically could do it at least. So either angle he tries to come at the bishop, you just kind of you have protection for it. Like, because you got to think in this situation, right? How is he going to possibly ever target this pawn? He can't get through mine. He doesn't have a knight, so he can't do anything. So here he would take with the bishop, or he would take with the pawn, and then I can't do anything. Or effectively, you're giving up a rook and a bishop, or a rook for a bishop and a pawn, which is not worth it at all. But this is the only operative thing I can think of doing. It's just like, maybe we should push these somehow more aggressively, like push this, try to push that thing out, and just play around the dark squares and everything like that. Even in doing this, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So he would have to double stack, and then I would take, and it would still be worth it. Even if you double stack, I would take the pawn, you would take, and then I would take, and then you would take. Like, wait, that doesn't seem to do much of anything. Unless you target this one, in which case, again, I'd be willing to do that, but I'm going to end up trapping my bishop. I don't know what exactly he is doing with that. Now, the thing is, like, would this be worth it? He would take, I would take. Or no, he would take, I wouldn't take. I would take the bishop, and then I could figure out how to deal with the passed pawn. Right? That theoretically could be something. He's got to be able to promote this somehow. So if he takes, I ignore it, I take the bishop. Then he takes again, but then I can take that pawn guaranteed, because there's no way he's going to be able to protect it, right? He's way too far. I probably should have just done this, though, anyway. But then he'll just ignore it. See, it's almost like it's better here, waiting for something to happen. Then if he takes, I double take. Now here I'll take. You may as well just do it. I mean, you could always do that. In fact, you might even feel compelled now that you almost have to do it, which is still okay, because you get to really anchor it in. If you go there, I can take. If you go there, I can take. And again, even if you double cover or whatever, you'll still be able to take. So let's push these all the way. And I don't understand exactly what I'm doing with them, but it's okay for now. There's nothing that this push does, though. Right? That's more of a push you would do when you have the queen present somehow. Or if you somehow had something there, that whatever, then he couldn't take because he's pinned or something like that. So you double stack onto there. You move it, I take, you take, it's fine. So now you go here, something like that. You go here, then he would take, I would take. It opens up all kind of juicy options maybe for later on. He's covering onto the bishop, which I don't really understand, but if he takes, I simply take. It's not a big deal. If he doesn't take and keeps going, that could be interesting as well. There's no way that you can actually target that one either. If I go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, wait. I can go just there and almost guarantee a trade. If I raise the pawn, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So this is actually good. And he kind of has to address it, because he takes with the bishop, I take with the pawn, he takes with the pawn. It should be fine. So you have to address it because of the stupid ass rook being under attack. Right, so you kind of have to address it. Either you take it or you just leave it. You take it or you leave it, and then you go ahead and you can take here. And the reason why... Well, this shouldn't change anything, right? I can, like, trade on the back rank, and then I can still probably take there. Then he can double attack into there and probably guarantee taking it. But I can also give another cheeky little check here maybe to escape that, but it won't save the pawn. That's the problem, right? It won't save the pawn. But wait, what does he actually do? I don't even understand. What? Wait, it looks like he can't do anything though. Wait a second, I'm so confused. It's not it's not a resignation. How do you deal with that? I'm actually totally lost. Oh, you like block with the bishop. I was gonna say like there is no actual valid move that you can do with that. Why the fuck did that give me 5? Let's just put this in perspective. A 1554. So somebody who's 100 rating below me is giving me 5. Then somebody who was 100 rating above me gave me like 7. Like it's 1750 something or whatever. Like how does that make any sense? I'm not complaining, but like it's not something have to do with the provisional kind of thing and their whole increment ratio, like whatever that thing is. The what's it called? Like the rating stability, basically. Um, lower value, but what is this called? Rating deviation. So that's okay. So we escaped with a draw, and then we got a win in there. So we got to still up my level of play a little bit. I didn't realize even what was happening there necessarily. The one trick is sometimes take breaks between games. Like we're not in a terrible spot. Right, we had a couple rough games, but I'm kind of losing my whole way of doing things, though. That's what I don't like. Like you got to still stay, you got to stay focused, stay vigilant. We got a little tripped up in the opening because I thought I was getting all fancy and trying to do too much. And then beyond that, I also had a situation where, like in the last game, not that one, the one before that, like what exactly happened? I don't even know. Let me actually look at it again. What happened in that game? I guess I just wasn't paying attention to a pawn or something. Now I'm almost playing too many in a row. And what I almost wanted to test was some kind of a... I want to test some kind of a other game, like Ashen or something, where I'm able to basically... The old newcomer... right, just to kind of take breaks. I was trying to do. I downloaded BlueStacks and I downloaded Ashen and stuff, in before it's gonna fuck me over though. Still because of somehow. I mean, I still have internet too. I just don't want to use it necessarily. You put the knight there, which I'm not even sure what that does. Like, there's no follow-up play or anything for it yet. In some ways, I would just go here, because then it becomes awkward. Like, I don't know. You just, basically, a lot of the time in the opening, you just ignore it, because it's like, it's fine, I guess. I'm not even doing that so much to save the pawn, either. I'm doing it more so just to develop it, and just get it out of the way. So you move a knight. You can't pin it down given where it currently stands. You try to take this. Doesn't really matter. See, it looks like, oh, you're loading up cover on that. You're sure going to save that one, that gambit pawn. But it's just not. Okay, that's probably not a very good move. So you go here, and then he moves it up, and then I can just take, even though I wouldn't necessarily want to take. Right? I'm never a big fan of this position because it allows you to basically have this pressure still be applied. So the best case is you get the 6 for 6. And the reason why you get the 6 for 6 is because you're simply able to take this, which is fine. It's not a bad thing to allow that to happen. Now you put the queen there, then you push the sucker out. Something like that could be a little bit moderately annoying. Now if you do this, he can't end Pazan or anything. He would just simply take... He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I'm not sure if he keeps going. I could just take. This is at least like a very forcing kind of move that makes something happen. Whether it's something good or not, I can't say. You could take this one. Double stack his pawn on the edge of the board. I think if I make those moves in sequence, it could be good. But again, clearly this isn't me being blinded by my desire to trade all the time. So if he takes, I take with the knight. He takes, I take again. There's nothing really going on with this. Like, you can't, you know? I don't know. There's nothing happening because you can still do the 6 for 6 either way. Now I almost want to do this, just force, because you got to think like, okay, now his center pawns are completely fucked up. He has one potential, even remotely close to the center, right? These are fine, but like it just seems fucked up. What pawn structure he'll be left with? There's no way you can say that's a good structure. Now you got a triple attack on. Okay, but no, you don't because, well, you got a double attack on there, I guess at least. You can do like the little knight covers knight. You can do the knight covers knight, and the reason why you can do it is for the simple fact that no matter what he does, you can just take back with that, thereby preventing this triple attack from happening. If he takes, I simply take. Very cute, dude. Very, very cute. Maximum level cuteness. Doesn't change anything. I can simply bring it here. Because the bait of moving the knight wouldn't allow him to win anything because he would have to first fucking take that. So you can't do anything with there. We can just leave the bishop on this side of the board if I really have to. I want to trade this one off, again, just because those pawns are so ugly that I'm trying to. It's like reverse OCD. You want your pawns to be as aesthetically pleasing as possible, but you want your opponents to be as ugly as possible, too. You can go into here, try to mate my dumbass, but it won't even work now as we stand. This pawn you can accept, you maybe won't be able to keep. But the reason why that's okay is simply for the fact that, well, you can try to do it though, at least. Like his pawns are just totally fucked up, so that should always pose a weakness later on as we go on. So let's just think about what targets he has, what moves he has here for a second. I know the part that I've been really reluctant to do is this thing called thinking, right? That part can be very stressful sometimes. It's really a lot to ask. You got to watch darks for bishop. We block out the diagonal. We have the perfect pawn structure here as far as I'm concerned. And again, you can probably chip away at these because it's just going to be so inconvenient to cover them later on. This is totally fucked. You got split pawns, you got double pawns, you got them on the edge of the board. No center pawns. I still have the one. Even if you take, you still have one and it becomes a passed pawn. Like, there's a lot of pawn advantages that we have here. What's the chess player's favorite show? Hardcore Pawn. Which is a real show, right? Like Pawn Stars, whatever. And people always make a joke with that, like hardcore porn, hardcore pawn. It's because they sound similar. How creative. The stimuli acme is preserved in this era, by the way, in case you hadn't realized. Now you go here, like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Oh, this is actually a sick octopus knight too, but it's not because of the stupid ass clown bishop and knight that could both potentially take it. So he's giving it a lot of thought, which I should do as well. So I'm in a relatively comfortable position given the pawn advantage and the position, pawn structure, things like that, little minor things. But they're good because I should probably not leave this still hanging for the simple fact that even this could be a strong move just because you get to kind of displace something. Like if no, but you're only single attacking, so I could just move this, and then if he takes, I take, right? Like if I move this, then he could take this, or if he takes this, no, it's kind of still fine though. He takes this first, but then I take back, so it's not like he'd get to double take something. I could bring the rook, but that's kind of scary too, because then in case I move this, like you got to do something about this, which probably this would be the best thing. Just get it out of there. Get it out of there for now and just relax, because that fucking knight is so stupid. Putting his knight on the edge of the board is wrong for that reason alone. logical razor being it's such a shitty piece that they want to get rid of it or whatever they're going to trade. And so because they're going to trade, you're going to be trading on the edge of the board and getting your pawns double stacked on the edge of the board, unless you're covering it with something else, which normally you won't be. Let's see how many thousands of games this person has played. They're not bad. Or I like when it says, oh, this account has violated Lichess terms of service. And it's like, but they're playing. They're still playing. It's not like... So now this would be the thing that stops the Octopus Knight from being super effective. I don't really want to do that trade, nor do I find it particularly valuable to do. So where does that knight go? What does that knight do? I'm not going to do it, actually. I'm not going to do it. Fuck this stupid ass knight, man. Nobody gives a shit about it. Nobody gives a shit about this stupid fucking knight, dude. It took you that long to come up with that move. You can't fork. You can't become Octopus Knight. You can't do shit. Your pawns suck, dude. You play more passively with the pawns with white than even I do. Because, you know, white's supposed to take the initiative because they go first and they can be more aggressive and blah, blah, blah. But I just don't do that because I'm a clown. Or because I know my limits, which is kind of a good thing to do in chess. But at some point you have to also try to... Like, knowing your limits is good. Like, I've done what I had to do to get through, even if it's not always the best, even if I know I could do better. But then you also have to try to improve and go beyond your limits, which that part I certainly don't do. If he brings the rook, you get a little fork, which you don't because it's a stupid ass knight, but then I'll take first, but then go here. Is consider all his possible moves. You know, that's always a good process of elimination. Try to come up with their best moves so you know what your best response to it could possibly be. But if you actually do that accurately enough, you'll realize, oh, I came up with their best possible move, which renders mine futile, which renders the whole game redundant, which makes it a draw every time, so the whole thing is pointless, right? That's the boring part that you have to mitigate. Like, that might be the biggest challenge psychologically with chess for a lot of people, too. It's not that they can't be good enough. It's that being good would be super boring and repetitive and stupid, and they don't want any part of it, right? Like, it's actually... And it might sound like an excuse, but it's just a recognition of how the game works. Like, it's still hard to do it, but it's like... You don't want to do it, because I'd rather lose than draw. Unironically, I say that... Again, I'd rather win than either one, but like honestly, if I had to choose between a loss or a draw, I'll take a loss every time. And I've done that. I've done that hundreds of times over the course of this experience, which I finally pushed myself to not do because it's just wrong. But, you know, I hate draws because both people are left with this feeling like we wasted our time and it's unsatisfactory and it's just dumb, right? Like, why would I want any part of that? And before my mobile data runs out and then somehow we fucking... lose because of that, that would be the final straw. That one wouldn't even count, but I mean count, like it wouldn't count against the piece set, I guess, if we were saying that. I have no idea what that does, actually. That doesn't, he brings the darks for bishop maybe there. So I'm going to try to, like, pin this down to this stupid-ass thing. And the reason why... is because of the simple fact that you're able to, you know, if he doesn't move the knight, it could be pretty punishing for him. Even if he, whatever, reinforces some other way, you'd have it pinned to there. You're already double attacking it. So what you're going to do is you're going to force his hand in some way. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. But no, this Octopus Knight is cute, but it's no guarantee that it's going to happen. But the fact that you have two knights makes it pretty likely, because you take, but then you could still take. So then I would take, then you would take, then I would take, then I would go there, and then there's nothing. No, I have it wrong. I have it backwards, actually. Okay, that's pretty much basic. There's nothing crazy you need to worry about. I could go here, but see, now I could be missing a big opportunity, because what you're doing is... in my lust to trade, I'm giving up what was a really strong diagonal, dealing with the threats of the knight and the queen there, right? So I don't know if I really want to do that, or I could just admit that I was wrong for doing that move. There's no need to do it, so let's just chill, right? Let's just chill. He can attack both of these. I could just take it. Sometimes you just have to admit you were wrong. Again, what you're doing isn't particularly noteworthy. And so I like this because it stops that stupid ass knight threat that he's so addicted to, and he's not even doing anything with that. If he goes there, I can simply take, but I can simply take anyway. Wait, that has nothing to do with it though. Okay, just do whatever you want, bruh. He's very slow on time. He's low on time. You can deal with this. It's perfectly fine position. He goes back to there. He tries to do the cheeky threat again. This shuts it down completely. He can try to trade it off. If I trade it off, he can mate my dumbass. We got to just put that there to stop that from happening, which is what I was saying before. But if I do that, then I would be willing to trade, maybe, because then you feel like he can't really... Just that move is kind of annoying, and I'm not being too efficient at really pushing it out of that position. I could win this one on time, which is a valid, legitimate thing. In fact, most of the time, it's what it comes down to for me, but I'm almost thinking this guy might be distracted in real life because somehow I'm not really getting the vibe of, I don't know. He seems almost too slow. What can you do with that? What could you possibly do with that? I have no idea. Let's go here for now and then figure it out later. You're covered by the knight. And the reason... Oh, no. Oh, no. There'll be some crazy shit he can do with the fucking stupid-ass knight. He'll take, I'll take. He'll check. And then he'll do something with the knight, I bet. It's like you leave that totally undeveloped the whole game, and now you'll do some crazy sack into a mate. But I have 4 minutes to potentially see it, and he has nothing, but... Okay, can I please just do something here? He goes to there, maybe. It doesn't really matter. You can always just block onto here. That's the whole beauty of it. What I wanted to do... Okay, maybe I'll take that, but I don't really have to. Go here. See, like, I'm too fearful of what he might be doing. But this is a perfect move, because it shuts down so many threats that he could potentially have towards the king, you know? So there's nothing to worry about. My defensive style of play is always too good for these clown-faced people to handle. He might go there, natural sword. Like, look how stifling that is. You can't attack it there. You can't attack it from there. You can't attack it from there. You can't attack this one. You can't do anything. You can't do anything in the game. If I could just move this stupid-ass piece, I'd be perfectly fine, but apparently I just can't. What a great functionality it has. Amazing. Incredible. Just great. So we'll go to here, try to take that stupid-ass knight. Or, I mean, the stupid-ass bishop. So nothing's really happening, so you just play it slow, stale, repetitive, and you get rewarded by winning on time. Or you get a draw, or something else. I don't know exactly why that's good, if it even is at all. Everything's fine. You still cover there. I thought maybe he was trying to do something cheeky, so you can go ahead and check back rank mate, or not really. What is that? Let's go here. You don't really have to do anything with it. Just don't get overconfident either. But I mean, I don't really see a whole lot. Or, you know, you can just do this. You can just do it. But there's no need to do it, I guess. He comes, he attacks there. Not really doing a whole lot. Can't do anything with... Oh, here we go. The knight's gonna fuck everything up, though. Or we want to go there anyway, so... But he would, like, double take. He would take, I would take, he would still take. So we're just trying to get it more so out of the way, but I can't do it. Because he'll bring the rook now. He'll bring the rook now in front there. Right, and so... Or maybe not. It's amazing, you know, how far I go sometimes. Just like try to get the knight out of the way. I'm not trying to do anything with it. I'm trying to just remove it from the fucking game. I'll almost like trap my queen here. Are you serious, bro? I mean, he was almost about to actually do that. Let's just keep attacking the queen over and over, or try to trade it or something. I don't fucking know. Give the queen maybe somewhere a little better to go. Now he'll know how I feel, though. Like, oh, he maybe played better than me, but I don't even think he really did that much. But now you're gonna somehow win because of some other stupid extenuating factor, like, I don't know. Can I get there maybe from here? Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. Just do whatever you want. So fucking annoying sometimes, this game. Just get out of there. I don't know. Be extra careful though. Like, I'm at least happy that we're using up a certain amount of time. So you go to here. Let's see what he can come up with. Like, whatever he would have done with that little time, I can't imagine it would have been that good. But you might think, oh, look how low I got on time. But you can't take the time with you, so it's okay. It's okay. It's actually a good thing that I showed that discipline. So we're winning the whole way, but it doesn't feel like it, right? That's my problem with leads, but it's just like, how are we making blunders here? Like, I don't understand. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Oh, I hate that. This is my patented thing too, the bishop stagger, but it's always a blunder except when I don't do it. So I mean, obviously the blunder to move that to the, I don't know, dude. I don't know. What is this, dude? What is this? What is that, bruh? What is this shit, bro? Openings are just fucking cancer, man. It's such a fucking boring element of the game. He's like, yes, oh, that's not too hard to see. Like, it's not, but you have to know it first. You have to know it, otherwise, whatever. Okay, so now we focus again. We focus again. We focus hard. We do another one. And maybe my reward for this one will be then we take a break and do something else. And then, whatever. Like, I barely have time sometimes to even do this at all, but yeah, we drew, we won, but neither of those were very good or convincing wins. We just have to survive kind of the bad. We were almost on the 3 game. So see, this guy reversed the whole momentum, right? It's like, if that had been a loss, I would have just stopped, and I was super pissed. So you at least have to be grateful for that. The biggest psychological trick is you got to treat each game like it's super serious and like it's a big deal, not like, oh, it's just an eventuality and we're just doing a couple and, I can't wait to get to the next one. You can't think like that. You have to be super immersed, which is at least important for me, right? Getting immersed in a game of chess. Do it like some RP somehow. Or world's first ever blind first playthrough of chess and the world's first RP playthrough of chess. But no, openings are really fucking stupid. A contest between masters is decided instantly, as in the opening, as in like the most minor mistake would be the defining factor, as in they've studied their whole life, so it's already decided when they sit down at the table, right, which player is better, which player is gonna win. So now this I would take, he would take, and then I could do the check little thing after the fact. The problem that I don't like with it is the simple fact that you still want to stop the pin from occurring, or now I don't have to worry about the pin. See, normally I would make this move, but now I don't have to make the move. And you can always get like a free you can always get like a free move there where you're basically trying to, you could give a check or something, but you go here and the problem is the pawns don't really align with what I'm trying to do here. It's going to be a little bit slow, stagnant sort of development that we have here. You go like this, I guess. So what you can do if he castles now is you pin this down, and then he can't move it, because then I would just take. But the problem is he doesn't have to move it, right? He doesn't have to move it. And And now, now it doesn't matter at all, actually. The question is, can he move the knight somewhere there where it would actually be threatening for me to worry about? And the answer is probably not, right? He can't really do anything with it. But if he theoretically could, you know what I would watch sometimes, or at least in recent years when I would play chess, like when I wasn't doing it on stream, I would watch a lot of Roger Ebert reviews and stuff, like, or this could be kind of sneaky, because then, you know, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Could be something, but it's really not, because I don't know. It doesn't seem even worth it. He can't really do anything with his pieces. This is the thing. He would take, I could simply take back. Like, there's nothing really to that if he takes. If he takes, I simply take. I don't even want to take with the pawn just to preserve my structure. If he doesn't take, you got to keep going. Okay, fine. He gets it. This pawn is the odd one out. If I double stack here, it doesn't do anything, because it's like, if he moves that, I can take, it's still fine. If I take this and he takes, then it's the same thing. The only way it's good is if it's just not. It's not even good. So you can't do anything with this yet. We could try to double stack with the... We could try to triple stack. I don't even know, man. This is where it becomes so difficult, because like there's nothing happening with the position. So you try to. This is actually the number one mistake that low-rated players make, or at least that I tend to make, is like nothing's happening, so you try to force something, right? You try to force something to happen and do something just to make the game move on and be more interesting and actually have some action, but it just doesn't even happen. You can just take that with the knight, so he doesn't even have to worry about anything else. Okay. So you gotta move that shit fucker over there. Everything else is perfectly fine. There's just like no good opportunities for either of us. If he goes there, I get Octopus Knight. He can get one right there. Deep in enemy territory. I swear though, regardless of anything else, the number one thing that bothered me so much was the fact that in the whole chess experience, the number one thing that bothered me was how much people lie about it and sort of, I don't know. So he could check there to the extent that, you know, oh, he checks and then he can take the queen for free, but it's not for free. But again, this is like a lazy trade bait kind of move that just doesn't matter, because of the simple fact that you're able to kind of a weird move, because I want to do the trade, but now I'm questioning it a little bit, because you're setting him up cutely for a back rank sort of scenario. Like, there's no real well, but then he'll do the same thing. And there's no real threat. That's the thing with this position, like I was saying. There's no real threat. The real threat, fuck. The real threat is him going there. That's the real threat that he gets immediately able to do. Fuck you, man. Well, please don't do it, I guess. But see, that's why you don't do it. He goes there, and now he can double threaten there, or more, he can threaten there. And then I can't do anything, because if you try to cover, then he... Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. So fucking annoying, this game, man. Makes no fucking sense, this game. Yeah, these trading tendencies are really unbelievable to me. I don't know what to tell you anymore. That's just mind-boggling. It's played like a person who doesn't want to play the game. Like I don't like the game of chess. I don't want to play the game of chess. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Like it's just not. It's just not for me. I guess it's just not my kind of game. There's just nothing there. Like mentally, there's just nothing there. You just got to admit that you just don't like it, and that's it. But it's just not it, man. It's just not it. Like I'm just trading with that pure intention. There was no reason why I had to do that. Like I don't know what I'm even doing now. Just try to trade everything else even more, and clearly he won't punish me for that. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Okay. There's not really much else you can do, though. I mean, it's... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, you think maybe this should be my last game? You think maybe because yeah, that's too bad. Wow. Wow. You can go here, I guess, because... Yeah, I can tell when when I just don't want to play. Let's just go. We can just do something else, I guess. Yeah, that's too bad. That's too bad. It's really too bad. I thought I liked it a little more than what I do, but I obviously just don't. I mean, I can try to force myself as much as I want, but it's just not really my kind of game. I'll still do it. I'll still get to 2000 plus, but there are aspects of it that are not only not fun, but just like really the opposite extreme, where it's just coming down as like, I don't know. You can't be that trade happy at the very least. The pawns I could deal with, but I can't deal with the thing there. So we're getting actually back ranked potentially, which is the furthest thing from my mind. It was that one king move that if we had been there, we would stop the rook from coming in, and all these other kind of things. If you try to push that, you take the other one, and I would gladly take my chances because you got to almost just try to push this one, but it's way too late. Like, I don't know what I could possibly do. Use this to sort of reorient my dumbass. All he's got to do is just move it, and he's just done. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Let's let him try to figure out how to do it, though. But it won't take much. Fuck, he can just let it happen, though. I mean, you can just sack for it. It'd be totally worth it. Give me another stalemate. How about that? Okay. That's too bad. I mean, you can't teach me a lesson because I just... It's like what I do is deliberate, so you can't... I can't learn that. Just don't trade, just... It's just how I am. I just can't do it. You go here, it's a mate. I mean, hey, you gotta give these guys credit. I think I'm done for now. That's it. I mean, just vacillate back and forth a little bit. No stalemate possibility. You didn't have to do it like that, but you can easily do it here. You can try to BM me and potentially get a stalemate as a result. The bad karma that you get for doing that. Like why is he thinking there? Like, oh yeah, we gotta make the optimal move when you just missed an obvious mate anyway. So that was like, it's the unforced errors issue that makes me completely just not want to do this because, or it's the fact that I don't want to do it in the first place that makes that happen. these are unforced errors. They're not even real errors because they're like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm deliberately saying I want to trade, and I just don't care what happens as a result. Like, it makes no sense. You could have easily drawn that game or done anything. Even here, I guess, you're not so bad. Okay, but then what do you do? Oh, really? Really? So you let him take and there's... Well, that's weird. Well, why couldn't you go there then? Oh, shit. Okay, so that was a lot simpler to deal with, I guess, than I thought. I thought it was just totally lost at that point. I kind of gave up on it. But that was also... It's like one blunder kind of follows another. I almost want to do another, but I may as well just go into one and just resign it then because that's kind of how I'm playing. It's just so like you're just so bored of it. Like you just don't want to do it. Right? Like that's how I feel. You just don't want to do it. You want to trade to get it over with as quickly as possible. Like that's really the psychology behind it. You hate it. You hate chess. You want to just get it over with and it sucks and it's boring and just fuck it. Right? So you can do this, and then you can do whatever one is after that, which I kind of forgot what that even was now. Somewhere after these, you got, and even some of the weird ones I'll use, I guess, cool bishops. Was that the one that was cool bishops, or was that something else? I forgot now. Coordinates, manual, custom piece set, I think that was definitely not what we were using. But that looks too much like chess.com, doesn't it? The white looks like chess.com. The black looks actually kind of cool, I guess. Was it the cool bishops? I don't even know what I was just using. We'll try this one. Custom pieces global. I don't get it. What is the difference? Custom piece set. Isn't this just like... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so we could do another one here. And so we got all the cosmetics changed appropriately. So let me just try to recoup myself a little bit. I'm just trying to push past like kind of where we were, but I'm clearly not in the mindset to do it right now. So, and then I could end off, I guess, by doing something else. So let's just do one more maybe. Because we're clearly in such a good rhythm or something. It's tough though. I mean, because I can say I don't want to trade, but then like what else am I doing? And the answer is whatever it is will like take too much effort and just not, I don't know. Look how weird that looks, how that one's like elevated and bigger than the other one. You can go here, which prevents him from castling at the very least, but it really doesn't because he can go there. And I just kind of leave it, I guess. I don't know if that's the optimal line or not. You can take there anytime you want. The problem is these center pawns, and there's really nothing I can do about them, so... I'm already confused by this. Just study openings. Just study opening theory. Haha. So fucking stupid, this game, dude. That's going to be a problem with respect to his ability to raise the pawn and do stupid shit like that. Because he would raise, I would take. Thankfully, they just don't, but I'm always bothered by that prospect at least. So now we can try to maybe make room for this a little bit, or I could just bring this out, like pin it down. It's always a good excuse to develop because you're developing into a pin, and whether you do something with that or not doesn't even matter because you can always just pull back, but it's hard to say whether you should or not. The better players will probably let them fuck up their pawns like that. Caught between two knights over here, you can't escape the pin one way or the other. Whether I actually want to take or not, I can't say, but... You can go here. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I can't explain sometimes like what's happening even, but fuck this stupid bishop. We're not even worried about it. We got so much shit fucking going on, but it's gonna end up fucking me over then, rather than doing anything to him. So he might just lose the cover of the queen altogether too, right? Because it's kind of hard to stay on that diagonal, or I might be able to wreak some havoc here. I would assume he knows what he's doing with that, but they often don't. That's the problem. Like I would have took, then he would have took. What is this here? You're forking onto there. There's no reason why I shouldn't just be able to take everything, like... That pretty much dictates to what he would have to take, because... I don't understand, but... He's gonna just mate me, actually, pretty soon here, I think. Like, all what I'm doing here is not relevant to the position. Like, I'm just dead. I can't save it. You just can't do anything. Like, just go here. You can just fucking force me to do that at the worst. Like, just sack pieces like a clown. Everything's fine with the game, dude. It just makes me sad that people are playing like this, but I guess you just gotta study then, huh? What was I expecting, you know? I'm just playing the wrong game. Just to have the balls to do that, like, I don't understand. Repo, man, what are you, fucking Franklin? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know anymore what to do, man. I don't know. I don't know. I just can't figure out this position. I don't know what he did. I don't know what's happening. He could do this and then guarantee like a take onto there, but not really. I mean, I was just trying to play the opening, man. I can't even play the opening anymore. I just can't play the game anymore. Like these people are so... You just can't even play the game. Like, what's the point, you know? Now, you can't move that. Otherwise, I take the queen, but it's just not going to matter. Whatever you do, it's just not going to matter. I can't do anything. I just can't do anything in the game anymore. Just forget it. It's just too easy for you. What is it? Okay. Yeah, that's so... I'm actually depressed, man. I don't know. It's so fucking boring, dude. It's too bad, man. Just too bad. Why don't we just do another one? Just tank it some more. Like, I can't. I just can't, man. Like, let's study it, though. Let's study it. What should we do in this exact position? Don't do that. So what do? Move the pawn here. Don't fucking know why, though. Like, I would never do that. I'm trying to develop. Isn't development good in the... You just have to know what to do just because you know it. No real rhyme or reason to it. Or you have to acquiesce to the knight so much because you can get pushed out too easily. Well, what else did I do like bad later on? That's a blunder. I mean, how do you know this though? How do you know? Like, okay, what happens then? What happens if I do that? You go here, you go there, you take that. At the very least, you end up getting the material back from the sack, you know, anyway. So going there was a little bit greedy for the fact of, well, what does that move have to do with it? Like, let's say I do something else. Like, what does it have to do with him not still being able to sack? Why can't he do it now? You just ignore it and just take. It's not because you're actually addressing the position, right? The best defense is a good offense. Like, let me maybe try to do another one. I don't know. I'll just never get anywhere doing it like this. You have to just understand the way the game actually works. I'm trying to play it too much like with a sense of honor and with a sense of integrity, and it's just not the way that this works. Because you see, that guy's just innately better than. Yeah, let's say she loses with this one too, so we're done with the themes on here. Then for the next time, I could prepare some kind of a other imgurs and stuff for this, I suppose. But it's like I don't know. He's just innately good enough to do all that, except he's not. He's studied it for years, which doesn't really make you feel better. It just makes you feel kind of like, you would just have to do the same thing. That's all. I mean, and then depending how extremely long you do it, that determines like how far you get, and so it's not entirely satisfying that way. But we had done this one, and then we could do this one, which looks kind of very similar. It's like combining the cool bishops and stuff like that. Custom pieces with alternate pawn. What are these, like a million versions of the same fucking set? Okay, this would be the last one that we do, probably ever, so it's fine. Okay, let me try to think through the opening a little more. Those are sometimes my strongest games where I spend like 10 minutes in the opening in a classical game, but I don't know whether this is a mistake or not either. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, I have no idea. I don't even care about the takes that occur or don't occur there. It's just more, or like even this is a blunder somehow, or so many things are a blunder, but this is just how I do things. Like, I don't know what I'm really supposed to do here, but I should study them and just accept that that's what this is. Because, like, what is the satisfaction at that point then? You're not doing it because you're actually doing it. You're doing it because, oh, I studied it. That's why. That's the value in it. Like, so anybody can study it. Now, again, there are limits to how far you get with that, but it's like, at that point, it ceases. Like, it's not impressive. Like, oh, look at me. I'm 1200 or whatever. But, oh, or whatever rating you are, right? Hypothetical insert rating here. But it's like, oh, cool. So you played and you got that far, or that's how good you innately are? No. I studied. So then it explains it. Like, oh, the reason why you're even this good or this bad or whatever is just because you studied, not because of anything else. You can just do this and then everything's fine. Pin down. So unless you do this move, then I could take. If you take, I take check and fork and do it like that. But I'm not playing a bot on fucking chess.com, like a 400 rated one that I've been clowning in my permanent chess.com bot challenge thing. Because if it was that, then you can just see how much back and forth there is though with this. Like, it just never. I don't know. It's my fault in part, but it's also partly just stupid. That is perfectly fine too, still, I guess. You could leave it there kind of in the diagonal with the king, or you could try to change its diagonal, I guess. I'm not 100% sure what the best way to deal with that would be. I guess this is fine for now, unless he has some crazy sack in mind. I mean, I guess it's just a normal, natural part of the game that you should expect. You know what I mean? To be there, you shouldn't be surprised by it. Like, I don't know. So you can't really let him take. So I don't really understand what to do with that. It's possible you're okay. No, then he'll bring the knight in and stuff. If you keep going, then he can keep going, and then I can't take. I could try to check to sort of escape something, but I don't understand it either still. He blocks with that, which means you could take here and he'd take with this, but it doesn't matter either still. He takes there, and I just don't know, man. I just don't know. I take there, he takes back. Doesn't do anything. Man, these positions are getting stupid. If I take the pawn, he takes back with the knight. And so let's just let him do it because I can't. I just get tilted in these kind of things. Like, just get through the opening normally and let me actually play the game, man. What are you doing? You're just annoying. Like, go ahead, bring the queen there. I can't save it. You know, it's pretty predictable kind of stuff. It's fine. My bishop can't do anything. I don't care. All he has to do is move it there and then he wins, like as if I don't already know that, but I just maybe wherever I moved my dark square bishop was innately already bad because it's not relevant to the position. You could have maybe moved it here to try to take the knight, something like that. So it would be very simple for him to win there if he just, he's cementing the position of that. You could try to sneak in through here somehow, and so at least you're in that general vicinity. But what you're basically doing is ceding so much power to the knight because you realize that basically there's nothing you can do about it ever, so you're just kind of screwed. So that's okay, I guess. There's just nothing I can do. Like, I know what's happening, but I just don't care enough. That's my problem. Which is an odd problem to have, actually, but see, for so many people, it's ability that's the issue. It's not, but it's just them maybe not realizing that that plays such a part. So there's no good follow-up that you can actually go to from there, so I don't get it, but I almost want to be in there just to stop the knight from being such a fucking menace. Like, it just doesn't make sense, but it's so irritating, man. Absolutely frustrating. He's gonna trap me with the dark square bishop somehow, I bet. Or rather, that is a strong move in and of itself because you get to, you go here. If he takes, I could have took there or something. This is a cute move, but it lacks only one thing, which is a cover, and I'm gonna kind of greed for that in a way that's just not a good idea, but I'll do it anyway. You guys just remember this rook would have to move, and the reason why it would have to move is because if you go there, you're obviously pinning it down. He's making too many moves with the same fucking knight over and over. He goes there, and then if I take, then he takes. So, I mean, that's something, I guess, but it's not really doing a whole lot. Like, I can just ignore it, presumably. Like, not ignore it, but I mean, you just go there, and then, like, what happens? Nothing really has happened. Yeah, I was too fearful of this stupid knight. Even if it does serve me well, I don't know. You shouldn't play like that. Like, that's often how the engine actually responds to threats, right? That I'm sort of bothered by or that I try to make a point to try to deal with. The engine will make an attack instead and say, like, fuck it, I'll just deal with it. But I'll be too afraid for that because I'll feel like, oh, I'll actually lose or something if that happens. So I can't do that. Can't really do much of anything, and I quite frankly can't even develop. That's my main weakness here. I cannot even develop my fucking pieces right now, which makes really no fucking sense, but okay. Like, I don't know, man. Get like a little cheeky threat to which you can do like this or something, but I could just take. I could just take. One cheeky threat after another. You go to there, you go to there. He would take. I can't deal with it. I don't know what to do with it then, genuinely. So if you go to there, I can ignore it for the time being. And that allows me to. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, man. Alright, alright. It's really too bad that people play like this. It really is, man. It's really a darn shame. It's just too bad. Give a check there. Bring something in. I don't know, man. It's demoralizing, but in a different way, because it's not always that they even know what they're doing or they're that good at it. It's that they sort of just whatever. I guess you can't be bothered by it though. Like it's part of the game. It's fine, and I should be able to punish them. So I should actually be happy with it. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. So it's more so I'm just upset at myself that I can't punish it more often or more efficiently and stuff like that. You move too far from this, you can obviously just take it, which of course is exactly what happens there. So that's kind of cute. You get one little dinky pawn, but that's not going to be the difference now. You're obviously covering that one. So his knight has been kind of a menace here, which is kind of a surprise. He takes a pawn, and that is, to me, a very shocking outcome that I just don't even understand, but I'll just do it. I don't know. You bring in the light square bishop. He brings in the light square bishop, and we get to basically, I don't know what we can even do with that. Just you take here, I can take back. I don't see any like immediate crazy threats that he can do as a result of it. This is pretty strong diagonals going towards the king. I'd like to go with there. But of course, as usual, knight gets in the way. So I would take, he would take, I would take. Wait. You're taking there, which doesn't actually do anything yet. I don't know if there's something more that he can do, but why couldn't I still do it though? I take with the knight, he takes with the bishop. I take with the bishop, he takes with the rook. I guess you can't do it really. So this you gotta just save for now. And if you can save it, then you can basically deal with the fact that you could do this, so then you feel like you're forced to move with that, but then I'll take with the queen. Like, my queen perfectly represents my defensive style of play, everything that I go for, too. So you can be up material, but I'm bad at converting. I don't do anything with it. You can go behind here, so even if he takes, oh, shit. What is he gonna do? Do, like, double stack it or some shit? Should probably just move my fucking queen, like... I don't know. I don't know, man. You go there, you double stack it, which means now I can actually take this. Or, I can't still, what the fuck? So what does that still do, though? Like, I could still deal with it for now. He would take, I would take, or no, I can't take, though. He can just take, I take. He takes again, I take again. I'm actually pretty confused. I don't know. You'll just sack everything and just win. Like, just go ahead and do it. I only have a minute left. You probably don't want to leave the queen there, but in his sacking mentality, he's already won the game because you just do what you got to do, bro. What can he still do with that? That's my whole thing. What can he do with it? Is really the question. And the answer is he might have just lost the game, but it might also be all part of his plan. I couldn't really tell you. He has to at least block like with the bishop, in which case I should be able to take for free. Right, you don't actually win the queen, but just you get to block, take. I'm down to 50 fucking seconds, so I would like to win this, but I think it's very unlikely. It's maybe even more likely that you just get like a fucking draw because whatever, you could if you move this even somehow check and then check there, like, you know, back to back could be potentially mate. Just move it there. I simply take or no, that doesn't even still work though. Because even if you move it there, I still just take with the rook too. So that's too bad for him, I guess. But he's playing so overly aggressive sack clown sort of play. Maybe the sort of stuff you see in Bullet and Blitz and stuff like that. But you can't play like this in Rapid. At least if somebody is disciplined enough to use their time. Kind of like me, but this was not a very good day for me, but I don't know. What is he doing? What is he doing? You just take and give a check so you don't have to worry about it. Just don't get fucking made it right now, dude. I should be able to take this stupid ass knight. Like, I'm so close to a mate that whatever if I get in there, we're taking there, we're taking there. If he takes there, I could get less of his shit. Let's go ahead and go here. Or you know what, just get rid of this, why not? Just don't blunder my queen. Just don't blunder my queen. Should be able to go here no matter what. And then you could potentially take the bishop as well, or maybe you don't need to. Oh shit, I don't have time though. Where can you go? Even just go here. Oh! Fucking bullshit game, dude. Motherfucking stupid ass fucking swine, motherfucker. And the Go ahead, man. Go ahead. So fucking motherfucking dumb piece of shit, motherfucking swine, piece of fucking maggot trash in the folk. Just do whatever you want, man. Do whatever you want. It's fucking. Just push this all the way, make it as easy as possible for yourself. You could maybe. Oh! You fucking. You misrepresent the game. You misrepresent it badly. Badly misrepresent it, man. I know, fucking. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my fault. That's my bad. I make these people. I validate these people too much. It's too bad. It's too bad. You can do everything the wrong way and still. What the fuck is that kind of move? Like. I guess I just wish I had all the time in the world because then I could do it, but it's just. I'm not happy with it. I don't know. It's just not that important to me, I guess. Which is why you should maybe study or do something like that, because, you know, try to cheat the game because it's not good or interesting enough on its own, so you have to, you know, use borrowed knowledge and things like that. You probably had a mate in here, but I'm kind of fucking stupid, so it's mate in 3, but what does taking the rook have to do with it? Like, why would that even be relevant? I mean, I can't argue with taking the rook, but it's like, why did that even matter? I guess it wasn't as easy of a mate though as what it would seem. But here, like, you can't judge it. Like, I'm trying to simplify the position, and of course, the best thing to do is just give a check to sort of stall it out a little bit. Like, these kind of wins I don't like because it's like when you're losing by that much. But I mean, then you should be able to, you know, you gotta. That's kind of time management, time discipline, and you gotta see that. You gotta see that. Yeah, I think I might delete this account, actually. I should just stop this. This isn't good. It's not worth it for me. I just don't like this anymore. Here, let's actually push. No, I shouldn't really do that, but it's not fun at all. Like, I just can't. I can't understand sometimes what's happening. Like, there's a certain amount of sacking of pieces. There's a certain amount of something that I'm just not comprehending at this point. This was like my desire to trade, right? It was a perfectly drawn game, and I want to trade. This one is like, I don't know what I'm trying to, this is like too much, you're trying to do too much basically out of the opening. Losing the opening is very fun and instructive. Here you're winning, or you're losing at the beginning, but then you end up winning. He doesn't know exactly how to play his position, but that's a blunder, which I don't really understand why, but you can go like this. And I don't know what exactly that still does. We don't even have this thing turned on. But I mean, it leads to sort of the wrong impression too, because it's kind of like, you know, whatever happened, okay, fine. I didn't do too well at the beginning, but you can still be doing fine, and then just because of time, you know, it's sort of rewarding them still too much. You know, like, how do you lose this position? But it's because I played it actually correctly to be able to get to that point, or whatever. At least I had the time discipline, you know, to get to that point. But you see, even if you do this, it's not that big of a deal. You're still winning because you get this. Right, but even with this little time, that would be even harder to do. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so today, as you'll notice, we're using one of my channel arts, and I'm going to go through a lot of those, basically, all of them that I have, at least offhand. Maybe there's some older ones that I can't find, but I'll use these as the backgrounds for whatever reason, just because we ran out of the ones natively on the site. Right, so I have to use it through here. We went through all of them and lost the game, so that'll make it easier. I just have like a bunch of Imgur links and shit here that I can keep using, and I certainly shouldn't need more than that for one episode, so I'll just have to keep track. We're trying to stay very consistent to what these themes are about. Like, so now, no, fuck, I fucked up. This one is actually pretty good, though, because it lets you get so many of them in one shot. So, for example, the board theme is going to move on to... I can't tell which one we're on. We're on this one, so we move on to this one. And we just double check that it's working, then we change the piece set. But I love that one because it's letting me do like 12 of them for the price of one, so I don't have to worry about keep changing them. And even doing the backgrounds on the site was easy for that purpose too, because shit, now I lost what we were even using. But custom pieces, I think it was this one, right, with just the weird bishop that was there. Custom pieces global, I think these are basically the same. Like, I don't know what I don't know what the difference is, really. Or maybe this is with alternate pawn. Fuck, now I'm not going to know whether that was the one with the alternate pawn or not. I'll have to like check my own little VOD or something. Fuck. Because I guess it is justified if it is going to make some sort of meaningful difference there. Darkwood board, Darkwood theme, Death Note. Now see, I would like to use this one, or actually now it's not working at all. What? Normally, or you can kind of see some outline starting to appear. Maybe it just takes a while to load. You can see something there. But no, this would typically work. It just was missing, like, yeah, see, it's starting to load. It was missing, like, Naomi Misora or, like, one piece. So would I really risk my rating to play it? Like, I almost feel like I have to or I should, but that is weird. It does seem like it'll eventually load. You could blame maybe the mobile hotspot for that. I'm assuming this is it, so let me actually take a second. It's not the one with the alternate pawn, right? I'm almost positive that is the case. I'll even keep just whatever talking so I don't have to edit it out or something. But no, we get to basically use, I'll even use this chess one, even though I felt like maybe I should skip that one. Because maybe we used it at the beginning or we've used it typically in the past. So now I'll watch this for a second. And I'll see what was the one that we were using. It was the one without the special pawn. Okay, I can just see it right there. That was on 427 like a couple days ago. So we're going on a bit of a bad streak there. And so what we can do here is try to rectify that a little bit. So yeah, we'll try the Death Note one maybe. So that'll be like a partial blindfold. I do say that, oh, I'll skip the ones that have some sort of disadvantage like that. But that is kind of a cool one. So assuming it actually works, which... Well, now I'm worried. Whatever, we'll worry about it once we get to it. But I don't want to be like, oh, I'm thinking about trying to get to it. Let's just try to put a good fresh effort here. 1640, you know, we were hovering around 1650. A little bit laggy there. Maybe something's wrong with my mobile data. What the fuck is going on? Or like it can't handle my background or something. What is happening? I left the game. Are you serious? Game aborted. But it wasn't aborted by me. Like, what's happening? What is happening with the site? Everything seems laggy. Maybe I have to check here. I'll go AFK again. I'll check my mobile data fucking hotspot thing. What is the deal, man? You won't even let me fucking do this like normally. Like, why does there always have to be some sort of thing? I think it was pretty low because like it's almost time to re-up, but I might just have to buy like a little $10 add-on fucking mobile hotspot thing to be able to do this. Because it does seem like super slow. Like something is actually just wrong with it. So I might do that here. Let's see. I guess I should be grateful that it didn't happen actually in the course of a game. Like in the middle of it, it ran out. But then at least there. So I bought like a little extra, even though I got trying to last out the whole month with it, which usually just doing chess is fine. Because like, you know, I have to renew it anyway in a few days. Like the overall plan. So that comes with a certain amount that usually will ask me. But I ran out kind of just early. So I got extra anyway, and so the point here is that I should almost try this, some other format, just to see that it is indeed working, because then, you know what I mean, like, and I'll end up playing this like exactly the same way, but people are going to do a lot more gimmicks and tricks and traps and stuff. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily good, what they do, but, you know, it'll be more unfamiliar, and I really don't like what faster chess sort of represents in the game. It's very disingenuous and kind of stupid, but it does encourage some of the tendencies that I do anyway, like trading like crazy and stuff like that. Is always be threatening, always be trading everything all the time. He takes, like he could do it. Do you really think that one thing is going to be the difference in the game? The difference in the game is going to be, you know, whatever. Attack the stupid ass thing. We go there. He takes. I can't even take back. Take there. You go here. Just don't hang anything. And this will bring down your level of play. But now if I play badly, it'll be, oh, because I'm in the bullet mindset. Like, what the fuck, dude? Right, that does happen. Like, I was playing in a good stretch for a while at some point. And then I said, well, let me fuck around and almost celebrate by playing some other format. But then in the process of doing that, we end up basically being able to, you know, go on a really bad stretch like that. I don't know what I'm doing. Just, you know, always trying to be trading and stuff. I'm being actually kind of slow too, but he's not punishing me at all for it. Take everything. You can't take there. I could back rank mage for dumbass. He can take this. Just come back. Play safe as much as he can. He can't take anything there. If he takes, it's perfectly fine. And now, again, it would be a draw or would be a perfectly fine position that he's in. But the only problem that you run into is the simple fact of being able to actually get flagged, which at this point people start to pre-move and move super fast and stuff. So that's like the first bullet game I've actually played in a long time, and I'm just not a fan of what it represents. It kind of misrepresents the game, and especially at the low level, especially at the sort of Twitch streamer bait blitz, whatever it is. And that's what I saw too, like either on the chess or on, no, I think it was on chess.com. If you try to sign up for like, oh, get yourself to appear on the streamer page or something like that, right? It ends up being a case where, it ends up being a case where you're actually able to do it in such a way that, yeah, should that one have counted if I lost too? Like, obviously it shouldn't, but I also shouldn't lose. The point is that I had to sign up, and like it's asking you all these questions. It's like, what's your blitz rating? It doesn't ask you what your rapid, classical, anything else is. I could be a 3,000 in that, but oh, because I don't like to play bullet, or just because I don't do it, right? That's the only rating they cared about, right? When you're applying to like be a streamer on chess.com, like not that you can't stream it anyway, but like whatever, for some sort of, you appear in the directory and stuff, which I did anyway too. So I don't know how that works, but no, here let's actually try to do this, and it's going to be good because you get to sort of redeem some of this lost rating. So let's just take these super seriously. People are very inconsistent here, which of course I am the most in that regard, but it leads to some bad tendencies because you're getting away with certain things, or you get like lulled into a comfort zone, right? That can be a little bit annoying. You can 100% do this move. It just begs the question, like, what do you want to do with the light square bishop? And it's not really my style to do that, I'll admit. My style is more like this, where I go here or something like that. And so now, I don't know, something about this just doesn't feel right. It's like you go through all this trouble to try to do this, but you just never actually end up being able to do it. That's the thing. The queen can go there, to which I wouldn't be able to respond. The knight covers knight is usually not good, but also if he just raises the pawn, these are the kind of aimless knight moves that I just don't like or approve of. So he could go like to there to discourage the development of the thing. I could go here, and now I could take with the knight, which is nice to at least allow you to create some kind of V-shaped structure, but also he's going back there. It doesn't seem like he's doing anything, but then he'll end up doing something, and then it'll get me in trouble. So now he can't even attack this diagonal at all, which gives me the free impunity because I can just immediately take if he goes there. I don't want to take into a take. He's just sort of shuffling his pieces around just for the sake of doing it, as far as I can tell. So you go here, everything else is fine. There's nothing else that I see of consequence. And before he does some crazy sack, though, where he's able to actually, do something with it. So now you go through all that to do that. So if he takes, I take. If he takes, I can't take. So you would need another cover if you were going to try to do something with that, assuming that you even want to. And this is also like a tunnel vision moment where you're trying to tunnel vision on one thing, like, oh, you really want that to be effective, but this is at least a legitimate thing to try to do. If he takes, it opens the diagonal. If I take, then I take again. Then he takes again, then I still take again. So it does open up the diagonal in a pretty reliable way. The one thing it does is it leaves this uncovered. So now should I maybe consider that as a legitimate thing? Right, so now how does he go to deal with this? I won't pretend like I, always know what I'm doing, but it's just weird because, he could do this and like, oh, he's attacking the queen, so then I take it, and then he takes it, and then it doesn't matter. And I'm very happy with that. Just unequivocally, there's nothing you can question about me simply doing that trade, right? That's a perfect trade as far as I'm concerned. Now you do it because now this is covered by the queen, you see. So if he takes with the pawn, I take with the pawn. If he takes with the... Wait, he might have... No, wait. He takes with pawn, I take with the pawn. He takes with the knight, I take with the rook. He takes with the... Whatever, it's fine. If he takes, I simply take back. Then he takes again, then I take again. If he lets me take, okay, that's fine. So now, obviously, you have to take with this. So the main thing that this does is it opens the light square diagonal to the king. That's the only That's the only relevant thing going on here. You can pin this to the queen, which is not something I've even remotely thought about. You would almost rather, I don't know. You can move this around. See, now I'm trying to maybe do like a little bit too much, where these threats start to become obtuse, and like you're just overextending them, and just like you're just doing too much with it. Where like you don't really know what you're doing, but you're still trying to be way too active and aggressive and whatever. So you can easily take that, and I'm not sure whether I want to. In fact, I don't know. You can go here. You got to make like these annoying needling sort of moves where you keep doing the same thing over and over, but then you're going to block your own diagonal. So I could take it with the knight, then he takes back, and then I could maybe take back. Like, I think somehow the right move here is actually not to take, but just because it's the right move doesn't mean that I should do it. Because I take with the knight, he takes with the pawn, then it blocks my diagonal, and then he can even reinforce it. So you would think all that work I went through to actually do this is undone. And the reason why it's undone is because of the simple... Okay, whatever. He'll take this, I'll take this, and then he'll be able to double take on there. Like, let's say, would be the main threat. So you would need another cover on here if you were concerned about that. And so, see, now I'm going to go too far to try to acquiesce to this position when I don't have to, though. Like, sometimes it's okay to lose a pawn. Sometimes it's even advantageous. Like, it's the wrong structure, whatever. Like, somehow... for fuck's sake. You know, that at least I identified correctly earlier. He would take, I would take. So again, it leads to him potentially winning that pawn. There's no question about it. See, now I'll just start to do wild shit because he'll give a check and a fork and everything like that, though, too. So I'll do this. He'll take with the knight, and then everything is fine because... Whatever. The worst case is I'm going to lose a pawn here. Maybe I should have done that. No, but then he could reinforce it with the same thing. It's all like the same threat in the same position we're talking about. Basically, he would end up taking that, and I had no good way to cover it. But he didn't really do anything with it. So now I'll be damned if I don't just trade everything. And now see if he worries about that. If he takes with that, I take with that, and then it's not taken. Or if he takes with that, then I take that for free, you see? So it's bad no matter what he does. And before he comes up with the best move, oh, he just quits. He just gives up. But yeah, see, that's the sneaky, tricky knight thing. Normally, it'd be like, okay, you can take this and therefore threaten the queen, forcing me to take it, and then allowing you to take back that later. But you can't, because if you do it, then I take there, right? And so that's perfectly fine. So he didn't play badly at all. In fact, I was kind of in a sweating position, but he makes a weird move there that's just so obviously wrong. But I was kind of a little bit confused, you know, wandering around with the bishop a little bit too much. So he takes there, and then I take, and then so he's still losing, right? He's still losing by... Wait. Yeah, he's still losing. It might be the best move with the same rationale, but what was I supposed to do here? Like, this is a confusing position because there's a lot of things going on. You have a potential pin. You have a potential double take with the rook coming in. See, this is where the engine just is in its own world, though. Like, it's so separated from the... Like, you're thinking about this, all these relevant pieces. No, just randomly bring the other piece in the game that's not in the game. Like, I get it. Then if you go here, then if he takes, then I'm pinning... But then it's not even covered. The point is that... Well, it is, though. See, even though this isn't covered, he can't take it. Because then I just take it. And even it's pinned further. But the point being that... The engine is just in its own universe, so you can't worry about that. But the one thing you can worry about is the simple fact that, he was winning like just before that, but not by too much, I don't think. 2.5. So I am, to see when I don't trade, then I'm always supposed to. I hate that. Seriously, like I always normally trade. Right, over the years, that's the main thing I do. I just trade everything all the time. But then I get punished for it, and it's bad, and people say I shouldn't do that, and I feel like okay, I'll be a little more disciplined. But then the few times I stay disciplined and say okay, this one time I won't trade, it's actually the time that you are supposed to. Like what the fuck kind of move is this? Like I know that that's why you're doing it. This is like the kind of move I would make, but it seems so awkward, and you don't want that piece there, but. You're reinforcing that like crazy. But this is only if you do the trade, because though that anchor pawn there is very important, but it's not really a true anchor because it's being anchored kind of by another anchor in a manner, well, I don't know. What was my, isn't that weird though? Like I didn't make a blunder, but he was winning, and then he makes the one blunder. Right, so most of the way he's winning or doing better. Like this doesn't seem like a good move, but it's the same idea. Like it's because of the pin that I always correctly identify the things, but I have some memory issue. Like I can't retain it in the course of a game. I said, oh, the pin could be a problem, but then I just say fuck it and I'm focused on something else. Right? You have to be willing to address that and play around stuff like that. Yeah, we were on a very bad streak before, so let's try to see what we can do. Or it's showing the double win because we won the fucking stupid bullet game. Which I'm certainly not going to do that. I was just doing that to test my little stupid mobile hotspot. Alright, just go nice and easy. Just don't allow any sort of pin. That's the one thing that typically does bother me a lot. He goes down there, I go back, then he goes there. So, like, that's a dangerous, obviously, pawn structure to have in your presence. Everything just is going to start to become second nature. That's the whole point, right? You just do it long enough, you do it enough times that everything just starts to become so obvious that you can do it blindfolded. Not because, oh, you're so smart, you see. Like, I could play, well, I guess I'm not at that visualization point. That's a big turning point. When can you visualize the game in your head? Probably after years of playing it, to the point where you can not even play the game at a high level, you see. That's where people get caught up. Forget about playing the game at a high level blindfolded. Can you just play the game, period, at a high level? Or no, play the game, period, blindfolded, right? Can you even do that much? And that's the big question, because you get to basically, you know, you get to basically wonder whether that's even pertinent or not. So this could eventually still pin me, and I'm very squeamish for that. I'm not so sure about the dark sort bishop here, where you're basically able to, so you want to always make this move, but it's very difficult to do it, right? Because you want to bring in the bishop. That is like a forced take, but it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, again, a lot of what he's doing here seems to be he's just taking for the sake of taking. There doesn't seem to be any real rhyme or reason to it. So this one would lead to him taking there, which would lead to him opening the king, or it would lead to the diagonal being open there. So you want to open this up for the thing somehow. Right, if he takes, that's perfectly fine, although this pawn structure could become weak as well. Like, you know, he could go into the middle of that. Yeah, this isn't the best anchored sort of position, I'll admit. And now you're not going to have both diagonals accounted for either. So I don't even know what's going on with this. Pawn structures are very hard. Like, no matter what anybody says, like, they're very hard to figure out. Because, like, yes, we have this double diagonal, but what does it do and how does it work? Because, I don't know. I obviously didn't do it correctly, but it's also not super clear what I should have done. Right, you're not going to be able to take advantage of both diagonals, so like, why does it even matter what's happening? Let's get this one out of the way. I just can't explain. Like, I always like to rationalize my moves, but either I'm too slow. These people are always clowning me on time more than anything else. And they can do that, and that's part of the reason maybe why they lose, but... Okay, this is a good opportunity actually to do this, because this is the kind of move we'd want to make anyway. Even if it does open me to the dark square check, but see, you see... For no reason at all, I'm doing that, and this is the problem. It doesn't mean I don't still want to make that move, you see. It just means that you have to better prepare for it. Now you can do a bully the knight, try to open something towards the king, even though it won't really necessarily work. Whenever you get a pawn like here and you can kind of push it towards that, it can be very strong. He's forced to take, I take, he takes and opens the king. You're attacking the uncovered dark square bishop, which is perfectly fine. For the time being, we can go here, then he'll attack the other one, like it's kind of just repetitive. He's attacking there, which is, again, the threat we just kind of addressed. So you could put the queen there maybe to cover it, or something else, I'm not sure. You got to think not only about the initial move, but the implications basically of what the move is going to be. So his dark square bishop is not really involved in the position at all. And the reason why it's not is because it's just not... Okay, dude. You go here, and you just attack the queen in what I would consider to be a very cheeky threat. But yet he'll still take this. He'll still take this with it. See, I'm not even looking at like what they're doing or what they're trying to do. That's my problem. I'm not really Okay, this is fucking stupid. Why don't we just sort of pull the rug out on him a little bit, even though I'll never miss an opportunity to do a cheeky threat on the thing, but then he'll go there. But then I'll just take, and maybe this is the time for some bloodshed, but then you're leaving that hanging too. So again, you're double attacking this, so I'd like to bring something over to cover it. But then it leaves a lot of other things exposed too. So it's like just the shuffling back and forth, which, to be fair, a lot of chess is actually like that, where you just are meant to move back and forth a lot, and it's just very tedious and unintuitive. That's not even like a cop-out. It's just like, it's not the way that people would normally think, or it's not the way that is even enjoyable to play, right? You don't even want it to go that way. Even if you know it's the best thing, you're still like, oh, this is boring. Right, and that would be true even in like variants and stuff. Still, the optimal way to play it is not going to necessarily be the most fun way to play it. So what you can do now is you can do this, even though, again, it doesn't do a whole lot. There's got to be a follow-up play to justify something like that, right? That somehow... So if you get me to move this, you win the game. That's the thing. So honestly, in my defensive mindset, what if I just do this? So it shuts down that whole idea completely. And there's nothing else really especially good you can do here. Right, since that seems to be more so his concern. He would take, I would take and reinforce. So that's kind of the thing. Right, but we were sort of intending to kind of be aggressive there too, which again, even as white, I don't really do enough. So the dark square bishop is a real question that I cannot answer here. I can't figure out what I'm trying to do with it. I could try to go above here, like with this cover maybe. So you go here, he can't do anything, but he'll go there. That's the big killer spot. I don't know. He'll be double attacking onto there. I could presumably just take one of them. That would be my whole point. So now if you bring the knight in, I'll just take this knight. So then you lose whatever double attack potential you would have had there. At least this looks kind of consistent and aesthetically pleasing, which is the most important thing, obviously. Right, it has to look good. It doesn't matter if it's actually good, said nobody ever. Let's try to maybe attack this pawn, just make basic, simple threats. Like, these are the two mistakes. Like, either you ignore what they're doing, or you somehow are too fixated on what you're doing. Right, you have like some idea, but it's like a tunnel vision, very obvious thing that isn't going to work. So you got to have the flexibility to keep changing around. So now, what if we could double attack it there? He can always do some sort of cheeky threat on the queen as well. We could attack the thing there, but then he'll bring the stupid thing, but then I'll just simply take it. So how about that? And then how does he cover it? He brings like the Dark Sword Ritual. Like, let's just do this threat as it naturally plays out. But I don't see anything especially good that comes out of it. He brings the Dark Sword Bishop here to try to cover it. That would be the natural move that you should make. Right? It might be the only way you can actually cover it, or that's very unexpected. So that's perfectly fine. No reason to sack a piece or do anything crazy. He goes there, he'll force my hand with the take. You gotta watch out for that potential move. I'm just struggling on time more than anything. It's hard with these pawn structures. Like, I don't know where I'm going with it. Like, there's just no point to it. Right? He's not in all that he's doing. He's not really posing me a threat. He's more so just, dealing with mine. And I can't really create an octopus knight. We have these two knights just sort of sitting around. Like, okay, dude, that's cute. That's very cute. We do have this, which is a passed pawn. He has this, which is a passed pawn, but it would take us a million years for either of us to ever try to take advantage of that, or to even realize that we have it. We just have to move a little bit quicker, and this could easily be a back and forth sort of move game, stale, repetitive position, closed structure, drawn game, but it's just not. It's just not going to be fun because of the time element. That's actually a bad move because I maybe would have had more follow-up moves with other positions, but there's really nothing too good that you can do with it. So you definitely don't want to take, just let him take. Go ahead, put this on an open file here, I guess. You gotta watch the implications of what you can do with the knight here, which doesn't seem to be a whole lot, actually. That's perfectly fine. Stale position, repetitive position. We'll try to double stack onto here, I guess. This is where you get in trouble, though. It's like I'm trying to do something, even though this position would indicate to you that there is nothing to be done. So you got... he can't take because of the simple fact that I have the knight as a cover as well. Right, that's why he can't take. So he could attack there, and then I cover, and then he takes, and then he can do it, because you cover there, and so now... Well, I really don't know. I just don't know. Like, I'm gonna fuck up something at some point here just because I'm making random moves with no sense of purpose to them, and I have too little time to figure it out. He takes, I take, not a trade I would normally take, but I'll just deal with it for now. This is definitely a better pawn structure. Like, he has the double stack, he has that. So he goes into there. I still don't even see what that's doing necessarily, but let's just try to supposedly address it. Right, like we're acting like we're doing something there, but I don't know what it is that he can do to me. Right, based on the structure of his own pawns, it's not very impressive. So he'll try to put it like into there or something. I don't know how. I'm obviously going to fuck something up. I just don't know how it's going to play out. Or just do that, but that might be exactly what he wants. But it doesn't actually do anything because... How the hell are you going to get the queen there? That's the big question. This should be like an Octopus Knight caliber thing. You're attacking there. You could try to do a simple trade here. This could leave this sort of stranded double attacked, actually, in a way that you can maybe unleash something. Yeah, nice move, dumbass. Like, I really... there are times where I just don't... I don't know. I just have to deal with it, I guess. I can't. Like, nothing's happening. He's incapable of beating me, as you can see. He's incapable. Nothing was happening. But it's the fact that, oh, I'm low on time, and it's going to come down to that. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do when you're trying to tell me you got a fork? Like, I just... It's not right. It's not right the way that time dictates that. Like, it's a legitimate part of the game, yes, but it's also a very bad element because it's just very stupid. You're trying to get a pass on for a promotion, but this has got to be the difference that you make. You can't get too tilted by these things because you just have to go for it. If he takes this, I take whatever. There's only so much he can take. You go up to here, but you're only single covering it, so you got to watch out. Or you got to kind of rope these two together. You got to be aware of the light square bishop that he has, right? Which means we can be more careful on the light squares. You go, maybe try to take this one. I'm not really sure. You got to make sure you cover this one. He's attending to this, which you can't really do anything about. It's okay to just make back and forth moves and try to go for a draw, though. It really is okay to do that because there's no problem with respect to anything else. We attack maybe this one. You can go ahead and take the pawn, but then I take the knight, so that should have a certain value to it as well. I'm just simply too low on time. Maybe this allows me to do something better with this one here, though, because now he can maybe take something else, but then I can maybe take the stupid-ass rook or something. I don't know what's happening. Now you can take the stupid-ass knight because you can maybe he could have just covered it with that, but I don't know what happened. Give a whole bunch of random checks. That should be better. You're not going to ever catch up to him on time, but maybe the position could be of some value where you're able to basically do this. Just try to take his, probably is worth it. Really, just spam check, and then you get a draw eventually, and that's actually the objectively correct way to play the game, especially when you have so much less time. You're double attacking there, you just take here, don't blunder to the thing. Don't blunder to the light square thing over here. So he's going to double cover it there as well. And then we can pin it down, thereby taking here, here, here. Right, would that actually work? Oh, well, it may or may not have worked, but then I didn't actually have the correct thing to do it. Yes, we get it, dude. We get it. You're so good at the game because you're so just smart and everything. So impressive. So good, dude. Yes, do it, dude. You should still almost be able to equalize this with the simple fact that okay. You are really, I think I quit. At this moment I think I quit. There's nothing. Like, you have to get faster. Just get faster. Just maybe I should do the faster formats. Like, that has no value. That has no value. Like, it's nothing. Okay. I mean, if it comes down to that, I got nothing, man. They're faster. Okay, they're fine. They're faster. That's it. Like, it's a turn-based game. Like, what are you trying to prove with that? And this is every single time. This is why you look at chess as just something that wouldn't interest you, because it's not. There'll come a time where it comes down to other things to an extent, but that's too much what the feeling is. If you have enough time, you're unbeatable. That's just how it is. Now, relative to other people with the same experience level, knowledge level, things like that, sure. But you are unbeatable. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except for what ends up being time. Right? There was nothing, even that, like, I know is a blunder, but I'm doing it because of time. And then it comes back around to where I'm actually winning, I think. Or maybe that fork didn't do as much as what I thought. Like, somehow you would have to try to figure out how to promote this, which maybe I could do. Maybe I could do if I had more time. Like, I had the same idea. In fact, I might have even done it. But then what do I do? You give another check, or even that's fine. Everything's fine, and then I try to maybe do a little bit too much with this here. It would have been better, for example, if I traded for the thing. If I just traded for the bishop here. What? Oh, maybe not. But it ends up being that, and I'm tunnel visioning on that. For some reason, I thought it was still pinned, right? Because you're under so much time pressure that you're thinking like that. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much where my journey ends, because you have to accept the fact that they're better in the element that they're faster. And again, that's fair, but again, it's something I care about. It's fair, but I don't care. That could be my catchphrase, like Hikaru's, where he literally doesn't care. It's just not that important right now, right? Later on down the road, if you want to show off and say how fast you are, that's fine. But is it really that important? And so that's my lesson to these people. This guy should be 2,000 rating, not that one. This guy. You should be 2,000 plus, and I should never play you in a game unless it's like some sort of Smurf thing, right? And the reason why is because if you took your time, you're obviously better. Like, I give it to you, it's fine, but you're not taking your time. So that difference of time discipline is the only reason why I'm here against people who clearly have probably studied the game and all these kind of things. So it's the chess custom pieces. But yeah, this could be a beginning of another bad streak because I just don't like how frequently it comes down to that. Like, how often do they beat me in a positional way that's like something that I genuinely couldn't have seen or something like that? And that's just what I disagree with because it's not really like that. What was this one? Beta. Did I even use that? I don't even know. Global, alt pawn, cute cat, dark wood, darker theme. Oh no. Don't make me use this one when I have to worry about the queen, dude. So I could keep track of... There's like one piece missing on here and it's just the queen, right? Naomi Mizora. I guess I could just highlight it. Just every move I'll just highlight it so we'll know where the queen is, right? It's not that big of a deal because clearly it's not like it's coming out in time or something. But everything is also like different and stuff too. Did I even analyze that one properly? For fuck's sake. And I like this one too, but it's like... It's just not... I don't know why I'm even doing this. Like, there's only one thing you should be doing now, which is to study. And if you're not doing that, then I don't know why I'm even bothering. Something that people were telling me from even the very beginning, which I find to be very disgusting, that you would try to taint the experience. Like, whatever experience I've had over the last couple... What is that? Whatever experience I've had over the last couple years, right, is not a big deal. Or it's exactly what I would have wanted it to be. So you could always just move that, though. That's the thing. It's not like it's even pinned down. So why would it matter? Like, okay, go. I wish you could just leave that there, without having to do it every single turn, basically. So that's fine. It's actually technically not a bad position, even though... Whatever. We go here. Misa is Light's queen over here, obviously, and that Light picture is quite impressive. So you got the queen over there. He hasn't moved it yet, until now. Right, queen c2, double diagonal, not really going to do anything. You could go here, so he would take, I would take, he would take... Wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I can't take... Or wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take at the end with the queen. So at some point you do want to obviously move that, but I can't figure out exactly how here. See, this is typically a bad move to make, but I just don't know what else to do because you can't really... putting it above the pawns always makes me nervous. The stupid knight, because it always gets pushed around. That's the biggest insult to Ryuk ever, too, is just the fact that you think... Ray Penmer over here. You really think that... Shouldn't it be like watery over here? Because that's not the queen even. The queen is Naomi Mizora. That's Ray's queen. But what about, what about the stupid ass watery should be almost the queen for him. Doesn't mean it has to be actually a girl, So queen c2 I think was the last the last queen move. We just have to make sure. So it's like a selective blindfold. Blindfold just for the queen. So you can create the little V-shaped structure here, and if you're able to do that, everything would be fine, right? You do it. Taro Mikami, the one who fucked up, he could have just gone to the bathroom and taken a shit, and that would have been the good ending of Death Note because Light already had everything covered. So here I'm not really too sure what you would be doing, and the reason why I'm not sure is because if you go here, that's bad, and I can't allow that. So you almost have to go here. Double diagonal notwithstanding, you just have to deal with it because he goes there, I go there, then you go there, but you can't bring anything necessarily in, like the queen in, because you can't yo-yo further off the board where it's stuck there, the bishop there, And then you get to basically these pawn moves have to be sort of reactive, where you wait till they push it right before you do anything. So my light square bishop's whole presence there is sort of negated by the simple fact of what we saw there. The problem with this is it's not adequately covered. You could try to push this towards the king, just in general. The king and the queen together, Naomi. But yeah, that is kind of weird. You're calling L's queen Ray's fiance, Naomi. Like, they work together, but they, it doesn't have to mean that it's sexual, and it also doesn't mean that the queen has to be a girl, right, with all these custom sets, but just somehow, hypothetically, that ends up being the case. Right, like, there are plenty of sets where they'll take characters from a story, but the queen will be somebody who's just, like, their right hand, right? It doesn't have to be, like, your right-hand man. It doesn't mean it has to be a girl. So if he goes there, that's problematic. Like, I genuinely don't know what to do with it then. Maybe I should do it now, but he would just simply wreak havoc. That's actually a tough move. I wouldn't know what to do with that, actually. You would think it should open some vulnerability for him, but it just doesn't. It's a very strange move. Like, there's nothing I can do because if he raises it here, then I'm screwed. Like, there's nothing I can do. I just don't know about that move. He raises it, just let him take. I take back. Then he's going to be free to take. Like, I can't do anything to it. I'll keep going and let his pawn sort of do maybe some of the work for me. But I also can't clear out this file, so I'd have to let him take, then take with this, and then figure it out. Now, again, you can't take with that one because the H file is very dangerous oftentimes. So the queen is still there. So now at this point, we could almost go there because it's going to be covered by the dark square bishop. So even as dumb as that seems, that might actually be the best structure because you don't want to allow this to go any further either. So in the one turn that it would take for him to cover whatever's going to be here, I might actually do it, and I might actually be fine with doing that. Even as dumb as it seems, like I'm not going to do anything with this ever unless I trade something off. So you're going to have to deal with that, which he probably easily could. He'll put the knight there, right? And that turns into a whole nother problem. The king can kind of have a little flexibility to move on the light square diagonal, even though it doesn't, because if he moves this at any time, I can just simply take there. So he moves the knight, but not seemingly in exactly the correct way. I think I'm fine with this, honestly. It seems incredibly dumb, and he could end up putting the knight there also, but the dark square bishop does adequately cover that. If you go here, you can try to take the bishop itself. That would be one potential move that you have. Right, and the reason why that's good is because you're simply able to get rid of the covers for all those. I should almost move the king and almost like put a rook here to also reinforce, and the knight is reinforcing that. So even if you were to take the bishop, then you still have adequate cover on each one, but then he will also double attack it at that point, which you're not necessarily going to be able to take full advantage of that way. So that is a seemingly correct kind of move. So just let him take it, it doesn't matter. Then the king will take back. This is only being single attacked, and it's already covered by the knight. But the thing is, you want to slide Mikami into here. That's the real point of what you want to do. This could be dangerous if the queen gets there, but it's like, there's really no way to stop it either, right? If he ends up putting the queen, he brings that, which I was not really expecting to have happen. So now he's being a little bit annoying and almost peevish to the point where it's just not really good what he's doing, but like it's not that important. Like, what? Okay. The point was I thought he would just take there and then we take back. So I'm doing that more so just to stay in line and make room maybe for the rook though, I guess, so it does stop that. Now he's not going to... See, this is what good players actually do, though. They won't just take it. They'll sit there on it for like an hour. I don't know what I'm proving by doing this. Like, I don't really want to be doing this right now. So all you gotta do is just slide the queen there and you just win the game because I can't figure out how to deal with it. You'd almost have to put the thing there, the queen, to cover that light square diagonal. Even then, the act of trading it to try to stop it from doing that would also enable you to basically... it would allow you to basically do it in such a way that you could... I don't know if that was a mistake or it's exactly as planned. I really couldn't say. You have your little dinky position here as well to potentially take that. So the queen is there and this one pawn is there, but at least now the pawn is sort of isolated enough to have some potential relevance that way. Now you have the rook obviously attacking there, so you can easily just move this. You gotta watch whatever sneaky tricks the knight might have up his sleeve. You could check there, but then you could easily take the queen is still there, just to be clear. Or wait a second. No, but you can't do it. Oh, that's effectively why he probably did that. Because of the simple fact that you're able to, cover that from being attacked as well. So we both get a good position knight. He can double attack it there, which would mean I would have to give up this double stack and cover it there. It's got to be something good, like let's say the knight can actually do, and I don't see what that is. If I take here, he covers it with the queen, then I give a check. Or wait a second. His whole idea here is to double stack. So if he's going to do that, then he's at least conceding this to me, thereby allowing me to give a check and certain things like that. I can also move the other Mikumi across to the other side. There's nothing really that his knight is doing either. Or maybe he's just more so concerned with covering that against the light square diagonal that we have going on. So if he takes, I can simply take, and so I'm not really too concerned about that. The queen is still sitting there. If it's not, then I end up losing because of it. That would be amazing. But I kind of doubt it because I don't see when he could have moved it. So he gives that to me. So now I can check. No, I can't check there, though. I can get rid of the light square thing. The double attack there is kind of not that big of a deal because you can do this. The whole thing would be like, oh, you could do this and then you're going to take this for free, but you're not. Well... You are, though, because... Isn't this just for free, too, though? Like, what's going on? Like, you can't do it because of this stupid-ass thing, but it's like... You would have this as a free take, and then even regardless of what happens there, the fact that you open this, even if he could take back, now I'm double taking there. You're always just like one fucking move short with this dumb shit. So we're both covering this and posing a double diagonal. We're actually posing like a crazy threat. Like we've got so many things going on there. Like for example, okay, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it then, you clown, because what happens is your queen's getting attacked. So there's nothing... But then you're probably still going to get mated, right? I go here, he goes there, then I take, but then he checks... And then I can't go anywhere. He'll check and then check. You go here to try to cover that and also attack the rook. But then he's going to do something else stupid. Why can't I just do this? Like, why not? I'm too concerned with whatever stupid attack I'm trying to do. Because there's no way he can push this rook around. And so everything is perfectly fine with doing that, where you would be adequately covered, and then you could bring this for another cover, but the problem is obviously that. So we're threatening a lot of different things that we could potentially do. I also want to almost just bring the queen there or something. I mean, that's cute, but I don't see exactly still what it does. I'm just too slow, man. I don't know. I'm just too slow. So I think the queen has been sitting there the whole fucking game, though. So if you take here, I can take back, but I can't because you'll still do that. So you move that around. Now you go into there, like with a check, I guess. So maybe I missed the chance to take it when I could have. Because now this leads to an awkward spot in a number of ways as well. And so, I don't know. I just don't know what's happening. How can you have positions like this and there's just nothing there. You don't have a good attack, you don't have anything. You just have nothing. It's just fine. I just don't know what to do. You go ahead, you give a check, you go down there, this is pinned down. You take that, I can take that. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like you sort of play the right way, but you sort of also you also just take too long. So I don't think this format is really for me. It's just not what I want to do. I don't know. Go ahead and get a threefold repetition. It's not like I'm winning by any meaningful amount at all. So you move the queen there finally, you go into there. The only thing I'd have to do to stop that is to I don't know what I would do. He goes into there, and then what do you do? I don't know. I don't know. Very good question. I have no idea. I thought I had an idea of how to stop it, but now I don't know. You can always just go like down to go here, just give a random check that doesn't actually do anything. Maybe something will happen. So you're threatening. I actually don't even know where he went. I don't know what he just did even. I don't care. I don't know where his queen is. I don't know what's happening. You can probably just, yeah, I just, yeah. I won't blame the sub for that, but I mean, I kind of lost it at the end. I don't know what I exactly could have done about that, but I mean, you could have maybe not blocked the one place you could have potentially gone. Then even if he goes there, you're not necessarily going to get mated, but I am going to lose on time. So this is where I actually concede. I can't do it anymore because I'm too slow. And if I try to play it the right way, which, you know, I mean, forget that. Why would you want to do something the right way? You want to do it in the most quick and disposable fashion ever because it's kind of flashy and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, why would you want to actually do something the correct way? Oh, and I think I already, how appropriate. The real reason why I'll stop is because I broke my own format, right? Because we changed to this set, but we didn't actually change the background. So that might be the first time I made that mistake, right? Because I had lost the previous one too. So we actually don't use this one for two of them. So let me go ahead and change that one here. I guess I wasn't expecting to have to do it so soon. So we'll do that one. And then we'll put down this. You can do it here. I assume these will work at least. This is actually the appropriate chess one. Right, even, yeah, this is actually a proper chess one. And what I can do here is I can change to the next set and everything like that here. But yeah, I'm almost just doing it for no good reason now. I kind of give up for the time being. You know, you come back, you study for 20 years. It's okay. That's how people do it. I mean, it's so impressive, isn't it? Which to an extent it can be, but it's just, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's coming down to time every time, and you might say, well, that goes without saying because, you know, obviously if you took all the time in the world, you'd be better, but it's just like it's borderline. Like I was sort of managing it a little bit where I was able to still win, but now I'm just completely I don't know what to tell you. Like, let me do another one here. Sixteen 24, like, you might say, oh, you shouldn't care about rating, but it's like, it really felt like I could have gone as high as I wanted to go. I guess I just didn't want to badly enough. And that's a sad thing to realize, but there is something wrong with this whole approach that I have. These knights look very strange, or at least the black ones do. So you bring it to there, you just go ahead and castle. It's not even like I'm doing, like, fundamentally, the last two games I played, I think, relatively sound. Sure, there were a couple blunders, not saying I played them perfectly, but I think somehow, some way, it didn't matter. That's kind of how I feel. Like, it would have been, oh shit, look at that, dude. Look at that. Again, it's never going to work. Nothing's ever going to happen with it. He's going to just sack pieces and actually mate me that way, but you go ahead, you double attack it there into an attack on the knight. So if he takes, I take. If not, nothing really happens. He just has to do like an awkward pawn structure, I suppose. Attacking into there, let's just go ahead and take it. I mean, that at least fucks up his pawns and opens his king a little bit. You can go here, you're already threatening a check onto there with another cover here, so you could just double attack it. He could obviously cover it. Kind of double check the threats and everything. I love how every time, too, like, the best players, like, really high-level players, will always realize the same thing, too. Like, oh, Capablanca made his own version, or, like, Fischer did this or that. It's like, I'm not questioning their ability. I'm even validating it to say that, I don't know, just they start to realize the same thing, that like, oh, it's almost stale and comes down to memory. Nobody's questioning their exceptional memory in the process of saying that. It's just more like, just people will sort of reduce it to a very measurable thing where, oh, it's just memory, so it doesn't matter. Like, memory is still a skill that you have to practice and get better at and learn. That's a lot of what learning anything is you have to memorize it and remember it. That's pretty good. That's a pretty cute move, but I don't think it really works. But I didn't exactly think about it fully. If he raises like to here, I don't know what I'd do with that either. See, now I'm going to end up making a mistake because I guess you can't do that, though. That's the whole point. It's like, oh, ordinarily, but it wouldn't be ordinary because it's just, this position is anything but ordinary. Like, his position is completely busted. So you would think this would favor me, but it's just like, why would I keep that there? Let him push whatever he wants to push. Or even if you do, you should just at least cover it. He does that, to which I almost want to do this, but I don't know whether I should or not. You certainly don't want to take it or let him take it, so I guess I have no choice but to accept that. If he keeps going, I can just take. So it should almost guarantee that I can do that, which is not probably that bad of a position to have here. If I do this, he takes. Doesn't really matter. This at least covers here, but you don't want to leave this at the mercy of something else here. So if you do that, I just simply take. If you move this, there is no takeable. Oh, there is. There absolutely is, though. Maybe this is more the kind of opponent we wanted, but in before I still screw it up because this is all part of his master plan somehow. I don't know how, but... Or like he made that move with such conviction, too. But no, I actually botched my format. That was the first time where I actually fucked up and I accidentally didn't change the thing. Just because I wasn't used to the whole Imgur thing that we've currently switched over to doing. Like, how am I making a blunder in that? Like, what is it that I'm doing? Don't take a free piece. Like, why? Why is that such a damaging thing to do? Like, why does that even matter? What does that have to do with anything? Like, I don't. And yeah, you would say, oh, well, you're too lazy to even try to find out, but I kind of am, actually. Okay, let's see what we can do. I mean, now this is a wild mismatch, but again, it doesn't matter because it's me that we're talking about, so there's no guarantee of anything. Can't let the pin happen, even though it's not that bad objectively. I should maybe study that element, but it's not like stopping the pin is that big of a deal, right? It's not like, oh, I'm losing because I'm trying to do that, right? It's perfectly fine. And so this structure that we end up doing is like this. And so this was kind of cute the last time, right? Where it's like, oh, if you do something with this, then you're pinning down, but you're actually not because whatever, it's just not going to happen. So you shouldn't try to go for wishful thinking, calculation type stuff. Even if you do that sack, I don't see what it really does. Like, nothing else. Well, actually, he would take, I would take, he would take. But then you still have this to cover. I don't know. I really don't know. Do you want to go ahead and you want to try to do something for the bishops to develop? You always want to put the knight above the pawns, but then I always feel like I'm blocking it, and I also always feel like I'm... See, now that's just not a good position to put the knight in generally. You can do it, but then I could just take, so you have to rely on that. I just always feel so concerned for the knight's safety that I feel like it's not exactly... it's just kind of a nuisance, and you're always kind of worried about it. You could put it here in this unusual spot just because you can't take and open the king, blocking the cover of this because, you can't really target it from anywhere. Unless you had a knight to attack it, but then I could just initiate it myself. But no, this is kind of a ripe for you take with a bishop double stack or something like that kind of position. So you go back, you go here, you go here. It seems like a lot of work, but it also seems worth it somehow. So you can't raise that to bully the knight because the other knight has its back, but normally you would still be kind of annoyed by that a little bit. This is obviously going to mess up the pawn structure to some extent. Okay, now at least maybe the sack has some merit to it. He takes, I take, he takes, and then he brings in the knight for the potential mate. It just doesn't seem right. Like you really want to be doing this, but this is how people play. Or why the fuck would you even do that either? I don't know. You can't move there to do that, so I don't know what I would be doing here. Let's just give a check and then we can like reorient back to somewhere, or I don't know what I would do. It's like this is where your opponent really confuses you because I don't know like what's happening. I don't get it. He would take, I would take, which I generally wouldn't want that to happen, and I don't like this trade either because it messes up the pawns. So I don't know what I'm doing with this position at all. It's like they play so badly and do things in such a weird way that you would, I would take, he would take back. And then I would take, he would take back. Now it punishes me even for doing this because then you could potentially trap it. Right, so now let's say we just don't. Let's just not even worry about it. If I don't do anything, then what's going to happen? We get rid of this first, it messes up the pawns, and we go in there to try to attack that. Like, there's no harm in not taking it. Like, okay, we lose a pawn, messes up my pawns a little bit. Like, that bishop move was so unnecessary by me before, like... I don't know, this reminds me of Pac-Man even somehow, like how wide the gaping hole is in the bishop. But it's like they should have a Pac-Man theme piece set with all the ghosts or whatever other characters are in there. I don't even know it too well. You move it there, which is perfectly fine. Let's just go ahead and trade some shit off. Like, why does it matter? Now, at this stage, you don't want to expose yourself too much to the liability that the knight is, but also the problem is that you can't do anything about it for the simple fact that, you just can't do anything. I don't know. The knight comes in, you're kind of threatening, like you're going to scare him with that by going around the back rank, but you really can't do it either. I just have no other way to cover it. Like these are the moments that I have. Like it's just sitting there, not doing anything, nothing. It could not be there, and it would be better off than what we have here. But yet, that's just not how the game works. Like you have to put up with this all the time. So you would want to almost move this, but of course the other knight is in the way of that as well. There's literally nothing you can do about it. Like it's so stupid. And then he can obviously just mess this up too. Like, what you can do is either move this and then cover it from there. You can block this with this, even though he'll go like that. Yeah, pretty much what I expected. You could go here, but then he'll go there. That's the problem. And then you can't take there. So that's perfectly fine, I suppose. Now he could open the king. But I mean, he's gone to a lot of trouble to do this. So it's still fine, I guess. Right, unless you can go there and guarantee some sort of position. You go there. I don't know what's happening. You go here, so wherever his knight is attacking, mine would be protecting against it as well, so it should be perfectly fine. You give a check there, and that could lead into a mate, though, I guess, because... No, but I don't even see how the queen can really do anything. Right, like, what if you just stay here? Now, his knight isn't doing anything that would allow it to come in. Right, where can the knight go that is actually relevant? Where can the queen go that is actually relevant? So the knight and the queen are both being bullied out by simply the king. I don't see anything. You go back, you give a check, but it doesn't do anything. Right, it doesn't actually have any impact. We can get a threefold repetition if you want. Considering that time is my biggest weakness, I'm more than willing to actually do that. And any game well, actually, against the 1500, I'm not. Yeah, see, I almost forgot that he was too, which is good that you're, don't play down to your competition or whatever. But it's like, why is this such a problem? There'd be this kind of move that would be absolutely killer. There's no question about it. And so now... There's nothing I can do immediately actually to stop it. And the reason why is because... This should actually be fine, though, because you get to double take it from whatever angle he approaches it at. If he goes there, I still simply take it. If he checks first, then he loses the double attack capability. Right, there shouldn't be anything else. If you go here, it's also fine. Like, what does it do, though? What is all that he's doing? What does it do? He goes into there, maybe. Right, you have to keep the queen out. Because if I go here, then he goes there. Then I can't go anywhere, and then I get screwed. So... If you take there, I can simply take it back, so that's not too big of a deal. You could actually put this here because you have the extra cover, of course, of the knight there, which is a very unusual position for it to be in. Damn. If only you could, like, force a trade. So, just to be clear, he's playing at an unbelievable level for his level. So you can move that into some sort of unleash idea. The thing is, even that unleash wouldn't be that big of a deal because, well, I just can't believe some of what's happening here. Like it's just too much for me to figure out. So he moves it wherever he wants, and then he checks me, and I can't do anything with that. So he moves it to here. He's threatening the knight. He moves it to there. He takes a free pawn. But I don't see still how it's going to be mate, because you basically, I would still move it, and then the problem is it's the follow-up play. You'd move it there, then go there. So for example, if I'm here, I'm not exactly sure what difference that would make. Like, so he would go there, I would go there, then he would go in there, and I could still move around a bit, but it's going to be very confusing. He would go there, I would go there, and then he would go there. So maybe the knight does need to move out of the way, because if it's not there, now you unleash to wherever you want, right? And then I can simply move, but also the act of him going there, would be problematic too. So I don't know. I'm actually kind of dumbfounded by this position. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I mean, this is it, dude. I'm done. I don't get it. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I move up, he goes there. I move there, he goes down. If the knight's not there, I just don't have anything. I have nothing. I can't figure it out. I give up. He goes there, I go there. I just can't do it. It's just not worth the trouble. Like, let me just study for a couple years and I'll come back. It's not worth it. I don't know what it is, but it's either speed or it's either some other element. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, of course, he would know how to win this too. He can figure it out just like that. It's just nothing. It's these people are just all the best players ever in the history of the game. Can't you tell? Can't you tell that he's played 73 games and he's 1500 and he's just the best. He's just the best player ever. Like, forget it. Just do whatever you want. Yeah, it's fine. Perfectly normal position. You can go there. You can probably take it for free. I'll have to go like here actually, because if I go here, then you mate me there. If I go here, you mate me there, but actually you don't, but it's going to be pretty damn close to it. But actually, this is where the knight becomes a liability, right? Because you're also double attacking it. So no matter what you do, you almost have to be worried for the welfare of the knight. Because if you do anything else, okay, you go here, or you go there, you almost would be willing to do that, right? Because this position is more trouble than it's worth. Like, you can just have it. You can have it. I don't care about this game. Like, you can win. I don't want it. I don't care. I don't want any part of it. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm done with it. I'm actually just done with it. You're better than me, dude. You are better. You can have my account. I'll just give it to you. Like, just go ahead. It just doesn't matter. Like, these positions are absurd that are happening. They make no sense. They're not natural. They're not normal. They're not anything. They're just nothing. Just do whatever you want. Like, of course, you know how to win this too. Just do the whole thing. Show us how good you are, because you're clearly better than me. And that's what you'll sometimes find, like, obviously in a faster format, right, where that might actually make a little bit of sense, but somehow it's just not. So where would he go now? He'd attack like that. I just gotta try to trade, but he's not even letting me do it. He's just not even letting me, man. He'll go there, he's double attacking it. There's nothing I can really do about it, so that's fine. Yeah, either I study or I just stop. I think that's it. And again, somebody with actually honor and integrity wouldn't even still do that because you'd still be able to find a way, but it's just not worth it. I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to prove or what I'm doing with it. You go there, there's nothing I can do. I'll just lose that. I can't go anywhere. I mean, this piece has just been out of the game the whole time. I'd be more than happy if he even took it there. We go ahead, get a fork, but it's just not going to even be one. Just doesn't even matter. So he walks himself into a fork, but it's all part of his plan, you see. He'll somehow, if I take it, he'll mate me or something. He can't actually give a check, but he can easily do that, right? And then I have no way to like cover the knight or anything, so he should definitely save the rook at the very least. Even if by going there, but you should just take there, then I'll take there. So that's fine. Potentially check there, but it seemed like he had a lot of better moves potentially available to him. Even if he goes there now and I take it, then he's already taking there into what is still not a mate, but probably pretty close to one. But no, I didn't even have a way to really cover that stupid knight. At least he's struggling and sort of choking in the endgame a little bit. What is this? What is this? What is this, bro? What is this? It's impossible. It's impossible. You cannot mate me like this. Like, what is this? You have no pieces in the vicinity. The knight can't even move into the vicinity. Like, can you just stop, dude? Can you just stop? I would gladly take this, but he's just not even gonna do it. He'll go there, but I can simply take it. He won't even do it. He's too good, you know what I mean? He's too good to trade. Trades are just beneath him. It's just too much to, yeah. Okay, bro. Now at least that's relatively smart play. You know, at this point, at least it's worth it for you to do that. But yeah, I'm not too happy about it. But no, I mean, he's not better. He's vastly superior. Like he is. How am I higher rating than this guy? Like he's the best player that you've ever seen in the history of the game. Like there's nothing you can do. Like just his advanced positional understanding is off the charts. It's just too much for me to handle. It's just baffling to me. It's mind-boggling. These people are faster. These people are better. Just everything. It's just too much for me to do. Possible you'll get a stalemate. That would kind of validate it a little bit, but all you have to do is kind of eat up my pawns and it's fine. Or he's not going to want to do it because it's like... You see, I'm forced to move anyway, but he can't go anywhere to actually cover it. Now it'll feel bad, like, oh, he has to give this one up, and then he can easily still do it. He can easily still, like, you know, do whatever he wants, but... Or maybe because I have so many pawns here that if they somehow connected, right, it would actually be somewhat worthwhile, but you just try to kind of hide in there and do whatever you can. The real secret here would be connecting the pawns in such a way that you're able to take advantage of that, right? If you can connect them, then whatever checks and stuff he does will only help me advance them all the more, right? And so now you're able to basically go here, go there potentially, and then you're able to, you can spam check as much as you want. I mean, and the worst case scenario for you is, again, it'll still be a draw. So how exciting is that? But I like how much at least he's struggling on time. And so you can just, okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, that would have been the advantage, but kind of hard to think when you have so little time, you know? It's a common problem, but you just have to kind of get used to it, I guess. That would have been actually a legitimate chance that you had for the simple fact that you're able to, actually take advantage of the fact that you had maybe the connected pawn. So it might be closer to a draw than what you actually think, right? At the end there. Yeah, I think I'm done for a while, though. I can't keep doing this. I'm putting in the time and actually maybe mild amount of effort, but I'm just treating it like something different than what it is. And I've identified a long time ago how it actually works and what it would actually take. So, you just got to study it and treat it like what it actually is, understand the nature of the process. But it's just kind of sad that that's what it is. Like, I'm trying to treat it like something it's not. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, although it is ultimately the same thing that everybody complains about. And you might think, oh, well, why would you say it here? Because, you know, you're a low level player, but there is a certain perceptiveness that you can have where you can still understand the nature of something even if you don't necessarily do it yourself. Because by that logic, of course, this sort of ad hominem fallacy thing that people would use, like, unless you're an expert at something, the only reason why you would find any fault in it is, oh, because you're just kind of jealous or like unable to do it. So that means you would have to be good at everything. Like, even if let's say you were like a grandmaster, but then you're not good at other things. So the only reason why you would say, oh, you can observe the nature of it, even if you're, because you're not going to be doing everything. So you have to commit a certain amount of time to one thing. That doesn't mean that one thing is perfect in every way, although people with this would almost want to pretend that. Or I guess this was of no value. It seems like this is better than what it is, though, because, doesn't it? Like, how is he going to stop this so quickly? I guess just by constantly giving checks, but having connected past pawns like that are so close doesn't seem like that bad. I could just kind of tank it here. I'm pretty much, like I said, I'm done anyway. So we got to like 1659, so that's it. That's pretty much where the journey ends. I don't even really want to do this, but maybe we'll go till the end of these sets. I can't even tell which one we're using right now. I think it's that one. We got to make sure we change the background too. So it's DGT Pegasus. It's just sad because I always get that sense. Like, I feel like I could go, again, as far as I really want, but at least as far as the speed, that's the part that would get me, because now this is Euro Chad Pieces Bishop Update. The problem with this is, of course, it takes over the board, so I guess I can't even do anything with that. So I guess I'll just count that one as the board, and then we'll go back to the pure color thing later. So you got to do the stupid ass Imgur thing as well, so this will be the second one. I didn't think I was going to sort of speed run losses, though, and try to tank it on purpose like I seem to be doing now, because it's just not right. But no, I don't. This is my Dark Souls 2 one. This is kind of a good opportunity to show these things off, but I didn't, you still want to drag it out a little more. And then once I run out of these, which inevitably will happen, yeah, and I don't see what it proves. Like, okay, we had gotten to 1659, so what does it matter? Like, I'm getting all bothered by it. Like, what difference does it make? Like, I'm obviously doing it the wrong way, which I've known from the beginning, which people will tell you, and they'll sort of out the game itself, and they'll even say, oh, you're a 1500 or sub 1500, you should study, like, because that's just the way that people treat it, like, which shows you they neither enjoy it, that it's neither considered fun or interesting, that they neither would want to encourage somebody to actually go into it with a sense of immersion or enjoyment or anything. It's just like treat it like a zero-sum thing, like it's work, like it's school, like it's something that tedious and banal and like a zero-sum process, which of course it is all of those things, but I find it fascinating that people would ever say that. Like, if you want to do that, nobody's stopping you, but it's like, I kind of don't like these ones that come with the boards, though, too, because then it kind of confuses the whole issue. But the one that we're currently on is the next one, right, for that. So we have to remember not to change this once we go back to it. Oh, yeah, let's maybe do like one more, then I almost want to do one of those break sort of things. I was trying to maybe push it too hard. See, the worst thing you can ever do with chess is try to do it too quickly, whether it be in terms of, again, time formats, but also in terms of, like, you're trying to progress too fast. Like, it's going to be slow, it's going to be tedious, it's going to be monotonous. That's just the way that it works. Like, if you try to subvert that, it's just not going to be fun for you, so, like, why even bother? So here you could at least take, I don't know why that even stops the knight from still being a liability though, and you can of course pin it as well. So even basic things that I'm always so hesitant to allow, I'm just allowing willfully here because it's really, you get the idea that like I just don't care at some point, but we'll go here. But again, I don't understand why you can't do this because it's just something that would really bother me. At least now I don't have to worry about it because you can just do whatever you want. You see how I play the opening though, like I'll do the same one every single time over and over the exact same way, right? And I'm just doing it reactively whether I'm white or black or anything. And so it's like, you know, like I just genuinely don't care. I literally don't care about openings at the very least. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that you're able to, you know, if I can just survive them and get past them, then I'm fine with it. Then I don't care. But I'll do that. That's fine. And that should allow me to, no, it doesn't allow me to do anything exactly as he planned, though. He wants his king to be open, of course. And so now this pawn would be the one that you're trying to get rid of. And the reason why you're trying to get rid of it is because it would open the diagonal for you. But it'll also fuck up my diagonal because now I'll block my own thing off. So it's going to be useless. Yep. He makes the right play. Very obvious. Okay. Just kind of blindly trying to harass his pieces and stuff. It's just too bad because my style is unquestionable. If you do it correctly and you put forth the adequate amount of effort, no matter how much harder it seems to make it for you, you can't question it, right? Like anybody who's not 1650 or whatever, what is their excuse? I don't know anything. I haven't studied really. Like, what can you tell me? What are you going to tell me that, you know what I mean, is stopping you? So it's not to be mean even or to show off. It's like there's nothing that you can say, right, that would be validated because it's completely just anybody can do it. That's what that proves. Now, to a certain extent. Now you might think, oh, what about being 2000 plus? And that's what really good people are. And yes, but then you study, then we get it, right? That'll obviously improve your performance regardless. But I mean, hey, harassing the pieces does have a certain value to it. You're gonna guarantee to at least trade into here, so you'll have to almost move it to there to try to, you know, cover both effectively. And then the act of doing that would also allow me to take here, but it actually doesn't. I keep coming up with like these imaginary threats that I almost just want to happen. Right, like your wishful thinking calculation, but not even very well thought out or anything. So how many have I like lost in a row anyway? I think I only lost two, right? I lost the one, right? Then I forgot to change it. Then I lost the other one. So I changed from the first one to the chess. Then I changed from the chess to this one, the Dark Souls 2. He goes to there, pretty obvious move. You had to do it. Then we can get this out of here. Then at least here we can try to trade again. And I'm willing to give up a pawn to do it. And just fuck up my structure to do it. Like this is getting to be a bit of a self-troll thing. It doesn't mean you can't still win by doing this, but the one thing that never really feels is like I'm never really coasting successfully because it's like that's what better players can do. Like if they, you know, like you could play at a good level still and get by just because you're so good or just because you have fundamentals to fall back on. But I really don't feel like I have those because, you know, I am doing some stuff so improvisationally and stuff like that. So all I have to do is have the discipline to add that into my game. But I think at some point I just don't care enough. Like or no, actually this doesn't mess up the pawns because I can just take there. I'm not even thinking about it. There is this sense of just like almost wanting to get it over at some point, but the problem with doing that is the simple fact that if you do it that way, then or if you don't do it that way, then you end up losing on time anyway, so it ends up being kind of a moot point. And then I'll end up doing something else too, like some other little category here just to uh whatever, just to like take a break almost from this, but I'll just still upload it as part of this for whatever reason, even as random as that seems. Like Ashen, I wanted to try. I want to see how like Steam works here if I try to use it. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Again, clearly I just want to trade. And of course, one of my weaknesses would be, in a reasonable sense, if people knew this, especially going into facing me, like if you did a scouting report or something, you would see that I don't take advantage of positions, whether I'm up or not, as if to try to attack or anything like that. I could be up material, I could be down material, I could be white, I could be black, I could be anything. Up time, down time, I'll always still not attack. I'll just kind of do even like what I'm trying to do here, just try to equalize the material, try to trade everything off. Don't worry about the little nuances of the position as much. So he's not really threatening anything, so it just doesn't matter to me that much. And so what does matter to me is the simple fact that what the fuck is he doing? Well, you can still take that and check. Or I could have took the rook, actually, couldn't I? What kind of a stupid ass move was that? I could have took the rook. And now I can fork, but it's not a true fork because he'll take that stupid ass thing. So here you can go. So it's not really that big of a deal what he's doing. Like, oh. Well. That's too bad. That might have been almost the only thing you can do, but now it's going to turn into trouble. Although maybe not. As long as you're in this vicinity, you wouldn't think he can do too much to me, but he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. The knight is really what saves the day. So you can try to push the knight out. I can't do anything about it. You know? Almost like you let him do it, but you try to trade. But the whole power of that would be if you could trade, you could basically whatever. You could basically cover with it, but you just can't. So just let him do it, and I'm only -1 then. He would take, I would take for free, so he has to do it or he has to get out of there. So if he doesn't want to do the, okay, fine. Now this one's a passed pawn. That would be the real disadvantage, not the fact that he's +1. Or wait, he's not even +1. How? How? Or whatever, but it's still fine. So you go here. No, you can't do that. Can't do anything with that. Just gotta maybe cover this one. Go like that. If he pushes again, I can take. He can take. Then I can't take. Right? Because it's like, I would take, he would take. Can't do anything. Go here so I can maybe push this. Now if he's kind of stuck in there, but I can't really take even if he goes there. This rook could be free to move, so I can try to double threaten there. So this seems tricky, like you're going to lose it, but you actually don't. You can go here, and there's no problem at all, because I still simply can't take. Right? And the reason why I can't take is because of the simple fact that you're actually pinned down to it. But then I guess I could take this, because then if he takes, then I take. Right? So take this, then that one's still there. Then something good should happen. So then he has to address that. If he takes, then I simply take. If he takes there, I can take. So if he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. If he doesn't take, okay, fine. He takes back, everything's fine there. It's not like a huge deal, but this would be the whole difference in the game there. Just the actual passed pawn itself. So he's going to try to check me around, bully me around a little bit, but he can't really even do it super effectively because I almost want to try to come outside of the pawns then if he, like, how does he even cover that? He can't even do it, so that doesn't even matter. He checks, he takes, not a big surprise. You know, it's not the end of the world, and in fact, I like the pawns that I have here, because if I can simply eat this one up, let him take it, I don't care. Then can he beat me with his 3 there? He probably logically could, but he won't because he's a clown. So now you go to, well, he'll check there, which is irritating. And then potentially trade, and then potentially win. And so you want to really try to get this involved. The one advantage you'd have, despite his ability to push these 3, would be the fact that mine are a little bit more elevated, but also the simple fact that you're able to also the simple fact that you're able to do it in such a way that you have, okay, dude, okay. You just got to go for it and then be ready to sack. Just be ready to sack. Right, because you're so close, and his king is kept out of there, so he has to deal with it with the rook. He has to deal with it with the rook specifically, and you can keep kind of dancing around it. You can try to cover here. You're also ready to sack, but it's hard to know, like, for either of us, like, how much you should aggressively push or not. It's like, you're right there. You're right there. Like, I don't know, you go here, then he can't even do anything about it. So you're here, and then he'll bring the king in as well. That's the problem. That's the whole death knell at this position. But he doesn't do it. Maybe it's worth it, because, like, he'll take, I'll take, and then he'll promote. So then we just deal with it, right? Like, wait. What? Oh, I didn't understand really what I was doing. Okay. Well, wouldn't be the first time that that's happened, but okay. Go ahead, try to promote this one as well, which is maybe possible to do, but not exactly what I wanted either. He could even afford to, like, sack the queen now is the whole problem. Nice game, bro. Nice game. Yeah, it's a bad time. When you're doing badly, you should just stop, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know how much farther I would go. Like, I started off saying, okay, I'll just get to like 15, although you kind of start at 15, whatever. But like, you know, you play at a 1500 level, and then you will study, and then I say 16, and then I say 17 and classical, and then I say all these other things. Like, basically, I just don't want to do it. So why am I even pretending to care? I mean, your whole hope here is a stalemate possibility, but it's interesting that he would even bother trying to do it like that. Very impressive. I mean, these people really are great. It's like the things that you lose to are or even win because of are not really enjoyable though. See, I even say that when I'm winning. Like there's just nothing really of interest. Like they'll just make some stupid mistake or so it's one of two things. Either again, it's something a little minute that anybody could see, but it comes down to either time or just some obvious mistake that anybody could have seen, or it comes down to again, years of borrowed knowledge and then things like that become an equalizing factor. I could have taken the rook there. I always have so many opportunities, but I just never take advantage of them. Why is this? What? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Ah, yes, of course. I should have just seen that. Oh, yes, of course. And still, why is it even that good? Because, you know, you're only up a piece, but it's on Octopus Knight, I guess. I mean, and I was even still in a good position regardless, right? I wasn't necessarily winning, although maybe I was. Like when we get to that pass pawn situation at the end. But I mean, I don't know. I could just keep doing this back and forth like forever. There's no real value to it at all. That's a blunder, but then what is it? What is it that you're doing? You go here, and then if he takes... Well, why does that matter? Because it's like... You're still too slow, aren't you? Like, what if he just keeps going? Then you go here, his rook's kind of out of the way. You go here, he just lets you do it. I mean, maybe doesn't have a choice. Yeah, it seems like we've had a steep decline, though, in my level of play here. We've gone to like 59 to 26. I don't know. It feels so deliberate, everything I do, like where it's just, let me maybe do some other category, but it's like I know how it's going and I know, I don't know. I always just like wish I had more time, but I mean, I put a lot of time in this. It's just not really enough, or it's not really. I'm trying to do it too much, like in a short span of time somehow. Like again, I could keep doing more. I just kind of want to understand what's happening a little bit. Like, but you're just like not in the mood, I guess. This one is the little Pokemon Y thing where I spent the beginning episode just reading all the text on the TV, which people found very irritating and also funny. Just like, you're getting really immersed, and it is a permadeath playthrough, so maybe those tips that I saw on the TV ended up saving my character's life, and that came into play, even though I obviously wouldn't have even remembered them. But it's just like, so this one is gone, so let's just do actually the correct one that we are currently using. And then the next one from there is, but yeah, I was doing it too much like I'm trying to force it. Like, again, what is it that even matters? What is it that I'm trying to do? I should be like, oh, I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to study, whatever, even though I don't want to. So this one is going to be, we had done Death Note, we had done DGT. We had done this, which changes, again, the whole board. Forest Green board, Freedom is the little evaluation bar. Maple, Game Room piece is compatible. Okay, this one's at least different. There's just some element that's like missing. I don't know. But yeah, you have to not really care too much about your rating, but you still do have to care about your performance. Like, I don't know. Let me try one more. But no, like I wanted to do some other category too, but now I keep cucking myself. Like, what is it that's happening? And the first two were so demoralizing like that because they came down to time. Like, nothing is happening. They're not doing anything. They're not better, but they're faster. Like, it's not the instructive element that you really care about, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that much to me. What you want to do is you want to actually decide to maybe get the bishop pair here, but it's impossible to sometimes because of this. Like, I don't really get what ends up happening. Like, nothing will allow you to actually do anything there. This isn't even a pin, so it doesn't even matter. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. Go back to here. You want to do this, but you can't do it. And the reason why you can't do it is because you need another cover here, given the presence of the knight. So it's very hard to figure out actually what you're supposed to do in this sort of structure where you want the bishop pair, but maybe you're just not meant to get it or something. The chestnut, that's a good one. Like a chestnut, but it's, yeah, that's good. So we can pin it down and just trade it, which is probably what's going to happen anyway because it's just like that. You can go here and it's like you're attacking that, but it doesn't really matter either. So he has the bishop pair, but again, it's going the wrong way. So how much damage is that one really going to cause? And it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal. Now he goes here, but then I take, and then if he takes that, then I can just get out of there or do something else. I'm not going to even think critically about trades or anything here. Let's go like that. If he does something with that, I simply take. Although this one isn't covered, so that has a certain legitimacy to it as well. You could double attack there. Doesn't really do anything. Doesn't really matter. You would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. For example, I don't mind that even. Right, we do have the double cover. Very awkward kind of move. He can block light square diagonal, but he can't because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So he takes, I take. It's still effectively a trade, no matter how you slice it. It's fine with me. Oh, this one like doesn't have checks or anything to it. Where it's like, it didn't like notify me about a check or anything. You would take there, you would check, which I'd be more than comfortable with doing to the extent that, what the fuck? I really would be very comfortable with doing it. It's perfectly the opportune time to do it, as a matter of fact. But no, I would have been comfortable doing the trade there as well. Almost like that's part of my whole strategy. You're always playing into my hands by doing that, but... Okay, dude. He would take, I would take back. I don't know what this really does for him for the time being. If he takes with that, I simply take for free. So he has to take with the queen. And if you take with the queen, I take with that. So if you take here, I take. Otherwise, I simply take. So that was kind of a fuck up, I guess. Because then you'll still trade down a rook for a bishop. So how instructive. He just makes some obvious mistake, even as we're just blitzing through trying to whatever. Even here, it doesn't matter because he would take, I would take. It just doesn't matter. So if I keep going, you would think he shouldn't be able to do anything about it, but this is where I'm just too lazy to even take the time to think about it. So this could be a little bit dangerous, but right, because what he's going to do is he'll initiate with this, but then I guess I would just take anyway. Let me think. Now we're in a good position, but it's going to be hard to take advantage of it. The best thing you're in now is you can just do that because you have the ability to basically... You have the ability to basically do it in such a way that the bishop's covering, so there's nothing you can really do about it. That's the thing. So what could he possibly do here? I mean, he doesn't have very many good options. We just have a good position, period. Fuck it. No, there's no way you can mate me there, can you? Oh shit, I almost wasn't even thinking though. Like maybe he could have. Maybe he goes there. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna keep doing this and then he's gonna end up doing it somehow. So fucking annoying, but again, I can't complain. You have to go through. Okay, okay, dude. Okay, okay. He's going to do something with the darks for a bishop, or he's going to end up winning. So this is where I just get incredibly lazy. Like, I just... Alright, alright. You're very good at the game. You're very skilled. Very talented. It's a very fun experience playing against you. It's very instructive. It's very nice. I'll have to hide behind the pawns or something because he's just going to do this all day. And I can't necessarily blame him for doing it, but I maybe blame him for needing to do it because he's so bad that he's losing to an absolute gutter tier player like me. Right? It's just absolutely shameful, embarrassing. You could have took there for free. Like, I don't even know. I don't know what to do with this. Like, just do whatever you want, man. It shouldn't be a mate by any description. I'll end up going there and then going there, and then we'll eventually block the thing itself. And the reason why we'll do that is because that's the way that this game works, which is very fun and very enjoyable, to say the least. It's very exciting. Because what you can do is, again, you can give another check somehow, and just keep doing it. Keep doing it all day, dude. Fuck it. You already had the chance to win that one. Like, it doesn't matter. Absolutely incredible, isn't it? I mean, you would have a check there as well, which wouldn't have been a mate, but you would have... Okay, that one's at least good, I guess, a little encouraging. But no, there's so many other little mini-series I wouldn't mind doing in this, but it almost makes me think I should do them as a separate thing, but then I'm too lazy to split it up, or... It'll be like in short little bits, so that's almost what's more suited. I've gotten like all these mobile games and stuff. Let's maybe do a couple more though, since I won that. This is like no fun at all, man. I'm just really... Why am I doing this? Like, this just isn't what I want to be doing right now. So 32... Like, what does it prove? That's the thing. What does it prove if I do this? Okay, I get to 2,000 like this. So what? Like, who cares? But I hate how long of a wait that is. From April to, like, November, right? You have to wait before you see that. No, that's maybe all I wanted to do, though. Let's do some other category. So I have been talking about Ashen a couple times, so I finally got around to downloading it, so I almost just want to do this to test a couple things. I want to test to see whether this works, or, I mean, it will work, but we'll test this, and we'll also test, the simple fact of, like, some mobile thing that I got, too, like BlueStacks. Let's see, first of all, if this display captures, or, I'm sorry, game captures, So I don't think it did. I tried getting this to work like way back in the day too, and it just had all kinds of issues. It shows up as a thing there, but then it doesn't actually work. And the one thing this game also, it does work. Okay, I stand corrected. The one thing also that it fucks up is it's kind of like you can't pause it. Like that's the one thing. Oh, it copied from Dark Souls, but yeah, it's almost like Dark Souls meets some other game like Breath of the Wild, like an open world Dark Souls type of thing, which is actually a pretty novel, cool way to do it, despite everything else. But it should run relatively fine. This setup is not suited for like high level kind of gameplay. I kept doing this place over and over too. It's almost like I was getting stuck in here or something. This is like a little cave. I don't know where my shield went. Wait, what? Or like I could do like where I permadeath session, like I'll go until I die, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily even will. But no, it's like, oh well, that didn't take very long. Well, yeah, like we have Dark Souls at home, Dark Souls at home. It doesn't have to be like that though. I mean, we just kind of mess around and do stuff in there, but you know, maybe that's like a sign. But we'll test that, then we'll test something to do with like a mobile thing as well, like on BlueStack. So I downloaded a couple mobile games just to try them. I could do PvZ Heroes, casual, suited for what I'm doing here. But maybe but no, I did kind of want to do something like this just for the fuck of it. And it'd be interesting to see whether that fucks up my mobile data. Because see, I went offline on Steam, right? So I went online just to be able to try it, but no, I always did like this one, but I'm disappointed that the same company hasn't made anything else since. Not the Annapurna thing. That's like, one of these was not on here that I wanted to be on here, though. On BlueStacks, but maybe like Little Nightmares or like Very Little Nightmares or something. Or it's not actually working. Like, I don't, it's acting like I don't have it on here. Open file location, BlueStacks 5. It's treating it like I don't have it. Open file location, HT, like why is it hiding it away? Okay, so this one you would obviously have to use the actual display capture to do, like even how when I do it for PvZ Heroes. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing this, but let's see which ones we downloaded. Some of them were suited for, and some of this we would actually be doing online, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal because it shouldn't take up that much mobile data or anything. So what we'll do here is we'll actually put on mobile, or we'll put on display capture and just kind of test this out a little bit to see. So which ones did I actually download that I thought this is like some sort of AI companion? So let's mess around. This is perfect for stuff like this, like just to mess around with stuff. Now, why should I have to do that if I'm already in my... Well, I guess I'll have to take a second here. Wow, what an amazing feature. Whoops, that's not what I want. What do I want? Where is like my main thing? I think it's like 19. Little AFK screen. So now we'll have to use a Google account, which doesn't really make any sense at all. And this will kind of get me flagged or some shit. Right, like BlueStacks can sometimes do that. They act like you're somehow hacking or you're like a bot by doing this. Carrying AI maze gathering link key. Preference, male, female. Now, why does no preference go to that? Like, there's mostly males at the top there anyway. Cat girl, fantasy, bad girl, sexy, naughty, sundeer, caring, sporty, dominant, submissive, LGBTQ. It doesn't really matter about all that. But no, this is the perfect thing to try stuff like this. Try out some kind of AI thing, Chat GPT, like kind of just low effort, low input sort of stuff that you can just kind of do. Little easier steps. Oh, this will be like some kind of whole RP scenario. But no, I haven't messed around with those things too much, the Chat GPT and whatnot. I especially like the ones that are like, they'll give you some kind of like visual feedback where they'll let you type in stuff and it'll kind of generate images and stuff like that. After the tragic loss of your parents, you've become her guardian. Interestingly, all her girlfriends seem to have a crush on you. But is this going to turn into some sort of incestuous kind of fantasy that they want to, hey, can I host a sleepover with my girlfriends? Sure. Why not? Tonight? Like, let's try to develop a little RP for my character. What type of person we get to do? Excitedly, yeah, we can order pizza and watch movies, and I can show them my room. we get to rate how good the AI is. Cool. What do you want? Does that mean like I'm invited? Want me to order for you girls? I would say for you guys. I'm the cuck who's just here to pay the thing. Just pepperoni pizza and lots of it. Anything else you need? I'm gonna roleplay as a submissive. Cause like they all like me apparently, but you know, not really. Just my big brother around here. Wait, I thought we're our step. Oh, step sister. I thought like step daughter somehow. But let's be all humble. I don't want to get in your way though. I don't know how you would get across the smirk or the smile there. No, no, you're not. I mean, I'm glad you're here. After all, I don't have any other family left. Okay, well, what better call them and have them come over before the pizza arrives. I mean, look, dude. Better call them. Ghostly call her friends. This is at least pretty good at. Lily, I just sent you an exclusive photo. During an exclusive movie night with friends, the power goes out. Wait, what is this? The Quiet One OQG. Obviously, that's the one that I made for this specifically. You're this close to being done. Finish setting up your phone with Google in a minute. Oh, this is showing me anyway. During a scary movie night with Lily's friend, the power goes out and unlock me. 3 times 1. Gotcha. Congratulations, get plot card. Scary movie night sparks what? Sparks romance? I can't even read it. Yeah. Oh shit, I guessed it right. As the pizza arrive, I like how it's at least that was the one issue you would have in the past. Like it wouldn't always acknowledge what you're doing. Like what was that? Novel AI. Novel AI would kind of go in its own direction and just do its own kind of weird shit, right? And sort of ignore what you're saying. As the pizza arrives, Lily's friends come over and you all settle down to watch movies. And this is like that moment where now we take a little picture of her feet, like what's that one meme, right? Where you have the flash on and it's like Darren or whatever his name is, right? The girl is sitting there on the couch and it's like movie night with friends, and then the guy has the flash on his phone and he takes a picture and it's obviously fake, and then they all kind of laugh at him or whatever. Like they would just assume like maybe I'm taking a picture of something else. As the pizza arrives, Lily's friends come over, settle down, and watch movies. In the middle of a scary scene, power goes out and everyone screams. Lily clings to you in fear and you comfort her by hugging her tightly. What is it that is doing? Reset memory for new plot immersion. Clear memory will enhance new plot immersion. What do you mean? Like I wanted to play like a little video scene though. Exit the plot, restore background. Restore original. Wait, oh fuck. I don't know what's going on. Did I fuck it up? Call her friends during scary movie night. Hey, can you hold me a little tighter during the movie tonight? I'm kind of scared. What about the other girls, though? During a scary movie with the friends, clings to you in fear. Harry, can you hold me a little tighter during the movie tonight? I'm kind of scared. Sure, no problem. You have a lot of friends here to protect you. I'm just mostly doing this to test also. Like I just got these on a whim, just whatever was like top of the charts. Yeah, but I'm still scared. It's just a movie. Don't take it too seriously. Fuck. Imagine getting scared by some fictional thing. but it has kind of like a cute charm. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry if I'm being a baby. No, it's kind of cute, actually. Fuck. Now she'll be all embarrassed. Oh well, thank you for making me feel better. I guess I just need a little more reassurance. Here, let me get you all something to drink. Be right back. We learned all these swamp skills from Super Seducer, the most clown cringe game ever. So now do I have to acknowledge that I come back or something? Here you go. I hand them some special whatever it is. Thanks, you're so kind. Let's try to get through the rest of the movie before the power goes out again. And that's sort of teasing them in a way that to imply that it might go out again. Okay, I'll try. I'm just going to rest my head on your shoulder. I'll protect you. You're the best. Where are all the other girls though? Like it's not just me and her, right? Didn't she say? I'm confused. She was supposed to call other people over, but we're just kind of all her girlfriends. Hey, can I host a sleepover with my girlfriends? But like, where are they? They haven't said anything. They haven't done anything. How are you other? I don't know how to even say it. Maybe that's enough. So we'll go from here and then we'll see some other. What else do we have on here? This is kind of cool just to look at. Again, I have no preference of doing this, but at least mobile games are here. So we have Marvel Snap, which I almost don't even want to fuck around with, right? Because we could kind of make a playthrough out of it though. But no, I was just kind of doing this on a whim, like whatever was at the top charts of something. Marvel Snap, Help Monster Tricky. We'll skip Marvel Snap just because we've already done it before and whatever. We can do that some other time. But it would be interesting to see how much this destroys my mobile data potentially. So you go here and you do Help Monster Tricky Puzzle. Now you might think, why the fuck did I get this one? It's because it was near the top of the charts or whatever. A little story going on. He needs to take a poo. What is this, dude? What is this? What the fuck? TikTok shop.
So if you don't already know,
what is this, dude? Why was this near the top of the chart?
I've been playing games through Misplay for quite some time now.
Dude. Yeah, can you just I've actually not really had this issue when I played other mobile games. Like they have the option to watch ads for like extra points or something, but why is this even something that people like? Like, oh, because it's so funny because you get to, so you're like doing a different part of his body for each thing. But no, this is the only way like I would play mobile games in this kind of sense, just to give them a try. And so every time during a session like this, I could just have a couple ready to go. Because I don't like to download stuff here, or I almost wouldn't be able to. I mean, yeah, just let's not. It's too early, first of all, to even judge it. This could be kind of fun, like a WarioWare type of thing. But the problem is that... what am I supposed to do? Drink the boba. But how do you drink it? Everything's just like such a gross out thing. But no, it's like little mini games, but it doesn't seem like there's really a failure state. Maybe you just have to knock this shit over. I don't know. Get all the shit out of that. Ice Cube Trade. This one's too degenerate with all the ads and stuff, though. You can't get through like 30 seconds at least. Save that stuff for later once you really get into it. How is that drinking it, though? Oh, God. Is this really what this is going to be? You have to watch ads in between? What is this, dude? Yeah, we already got whatever something similar to this as it is. Okay, that's enough of this one. Then let's just look at whatever other like BitLife is kind of cool. I've done a little bit of that before. Very little of it though. Let's go back to the home screen. But yeah, this is the only way like I would reduce myself to trying them in sort of really short form things. Roblox and Snap we don't really have to worry about here because those are going to just be kind of throwaway things that you could do. Again, why wouldn't you just do it on PC either? I didn't really get the allure of Roblox. Like there must have been stuff back in the day that was better for it that maybe you can't do anymore. I'm not really sure. Become someone else in BitLife Star by picking a gender. Let's do a female then, since we're someone else. Irene Chavez, Ellen Peterson with 2 S's. Shani Ba, okay. Ellen Peterson from, what is that, Norway, Sweden? I don't even fucking know. I'm a female who came into the world through artificial insemination in Malmo, Sweden. My single mother was impregnated by a sperm. Yeah, we know how artificial insemination works, dude. Thank you. By a sperm load that was anonymously donated to a fertility clinic. My birthday is 7th September. I am a Virgo. My name is Alan Patterson. My mother is Alma Patterson, a restaurant worker, age 25. I have an older half brother named Dag Berggren, age 2. You're quite happy, healthy, and clever, but sadly you're rather unattractive. Press 8, yeah, because that's really worth mentioning. If I was a guy, would it still say that too? Like, is that the most important thing? Age to grow older 1 year at a time. Make choices as you go. So this does have some pretty fun elements to it. Age 1, Cuba has implemented a program in which, wait, well, we're not in Cuba, are we? You're in Sweden, unless you move to Cuba. I'm so confused. Program in which homeless citizens are being hired to cuddle newborn babies. Reports claim that both crime and unemployment are down, while smiles are reported to be up nationwide. New friend. A little girl named Christina wants to become your friend. Okay, smarts, craziness is low. Now that'll turn into like a lifelong friend, which never happens in real life because this is all garbage. My mother has been promoted to server. I've been playing outside more often lately because it's no fun throwing balls indoors. I just get yelled at. I became friends with Christina. So like there's all kinds of other shit you can look at, but you can't really do much with it. I just like sort of choice games in the sense that like you just, it focuses on the choices and don't try to give me these gimmicky mechanics in between. Like The Walking Dead. Like what it's so tedious, walk around and do this, stupid QTE when really the whole appeal of it is the choices that you're making, whether they're that impactful or not. Right? Nobody cares about like all the other little mundane stuff that you're doing. Your current life, Ellen Pedersen has a special talent for sports. My current life, unlock the pro athlete job and use your special talent to become a professional athlete in this and all future lives. Is that like something you have to pay for? Really, $4.99. Boss mode, unlike all current and future job packs, including pro mode athlete jobs. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's do a free-to-play organic run. Your mother has married your new stepfather, Sixten Naslund, a 31-year-old insurance agent. They went to Toronto for their honeymoon. What did it say she does again? Stepfather, you're wondering how to address him. Dude, sir, dad. Yeah, let's do sir. A little bit impersonal. Oh yeah, restaurant worker who's been promoted to server. Married 610 insurance agents. I've started to... Yeah, never mind the fact that you can barely fucking speak, but you're worried about what to call him. I've started playing with pill bottles lately because I really like the sound I make when I shake them. That could be the beginning of a bad habit, though. I decided that I'll address him as sir. My half-brother Dag started primary school. All these names, dude. Girl named Freya wants to become your friend. Freya Johnson. She's a little crazy. But sure, let's just do it. BFFL. Okay, nothing much happened there. Your mother and stepfather had a baby boy named All. Your new half-brother. Jesus Christ, calm down, dude. You're starting primary school, St. Ludwig's Primary School, public, years 9. Oh, whoops, I kind of skipped reading that. My mother and my, let's go to like age 10. My mother and stepfather had a baby. Okay, we read that though. I was reprimanded for throwing a golf ball inside the house so hard it went through a wall. You know, nothing I've chosen has had to do with that, or I guess it should still let me pursue the whole the whole thing with sports, right? We had like a preconceived ability to do that. So regardless whether you pay the $4.99 thing, right? Like where is the sports thing? Like you should still be able to do it, even if you don't do it as well or all the way. I don't really get it. Like you actually have to pay microtransactions for that, which I guess it is a free game. Picking soccer teams, which will you choose? Scrawny kid, the uncoordinated kid, neither. I refuse the last pick. Doesn't mean you refuse it. Maybe pick somebody else. How did I know it was the last pick? Or maybe it said that. You look over and identify your castmate. Ellen is cutting the strings on all the guitars. What will you do? Report her, laugh at her, attack her, ignore her. That's not really my responsibility. Your mother's stepfather just had a baby girl named Leah, your new half-sister. Leah Naslund, half-sister. Okay. Mother, stepfather, she was conceived on a Caribbean cruise. Okay, interesting detail. First kiss, you have an opportunity to have your first kiss with a boy named Alfred Anderson. What will you do? Run away from him, kiss him with the tongue, kiss him with definitely no tongue. I mean, how old are you? You're only 11, dude. Like, let's chill with that. I could have had it, but I ran away from him instead. Probably better off. You're feeling weak and achy due to a high fever. It doesn't bother me. Search the web. Yeah, let's search the web. You research the symptom and suspect you have appendicitis. Drink a smoothie. Go to the doctor. Fine. Which local doctor will you schedule an appointment to see? Why does it matter? Like, I don't have money anyway. The parents will do it. Treat me. Administered from middle ear infection. Okay, whatever. That's good. But this is the kind of thing that I do like. I would make something like more high stakes. There's something like that, like the royal choice or something. Like where you're like a king and they keep coming to you with different questions and you keep saying, you keep making a choice or whatever. And that's like all it is. Because like, yeah, all these like sort of choice related games, even like AAA stuff, they sort of hide behind other elements that are just like, you know, not that pertinent. Like we could look through even like the App Store and see like what are some things that are near the top of it, or it's not actually working now. It keeps closing it immediately. Or I think I keep doing that. I keep trying to go full screen, but I'm actually hitting the home thing instead. Like, let's just see what is near the top of it. But see, that's at least cool because we got to try like a couple different things, and this is the right way maybe to treat mobile. That was the one we actually saw the ad for. This is the right way to treat mobile games. Just do it in like a little break session here. So Ashen seemed to work even with game capture. These other ones seem to work just fine with display capture. Let me actually try that other one for a second here, where we get to basically whatever, like where we're having this sleepover or something. Let's see if that comes to some sort of other element. Or you know, maybe we'll do like one thing of Marvel Snap just to try to see whether our mobile data gets destroyed by it. It'd be hard to monitor exactly how much it's taking up though. And you will always see like the bit of the black screen here. But no, I played this on the PC very briefly and it wasn't really particularly interesting. The whole auto battler element I don't like. The whole 6-turn limit was very stupid. I'm sure they might have other modes now. Right, like that's such a dumb decision to force it. It could be that the average game length is around 6 turns because it could be faster paced. But to force it to happen was really boring. Like, why would you limit it that way? To put it simply, I ended up playing PvZ Heroes instead of this, or potentially. So like, the fact that I like that more, that's also sort of an auto battler too. Required to play, just play. I mean, it shouldn't even matter about the account because you're just on whatever this phone is the account. Like, but now I'll have to go through some stupid tutorial. Still gonna have better voice acting and presentation than the actual whatever. Oh god, I don't remember it being too long though necessarily. Better voice acting and everything than like Magic the Gathering Arena, which doesn't have very good anything at all, or like all those browser type things I could do.
As a warm-up to the real warm-up.
Meet the team. Spider-Man, you're in.
But like, oh, here we go, 6 turns still. But basically what you have is a situation where, you know, like a browser type thing where you can do it manually. You can't play these cards yet. But basically, what do you call it? A browser game like where you could do the Warcraft TCG, or you could do maybe some other version of Magic or something. Yeah, this is going to just be a clusterfuck of me doing random things. So it's not like... I'm not saying it couldn't be complex either to figure things out. It just means more like energy insurance, special abilities, on reveal, middle locations +3. If your opponent played a card here, +4 power. But that's like a prediction, like whether he would play another thing there, which he, you know. It even not only has voice acting, but it has those little sick musical beats for everybody. You know, kind of has their own thing. 3-2, I think this guy has no effect actually. Adjacent locations have +2 power. Your other cards here have +1 power. I'm kind of overcommitting to the middle a little bit. But yeah, there's no interactivity on the board. There's no sense of trading in or choosing anything or nothing. Like, auto battlers are so fucking boring, dude.
At your own peril.
Alright, so now which one do we try to win? We should just try to commit to this and just let him have that one. Because it's unlikely he'll take over the middle. But like, why do the... I don't know. Like, there's no health values or anything that matter because it's just... Right, it's just about the attack. It's not like you're trading stuff in. It's just the cost in the attack. Has a powerful ability. Your power is doubled here, which is going to be... Probably that's more than enough, or maybe that wasn't even necessary. We did guess correctly that at least he put something there. Oh shit, that was actually necessary then. Final turn. So it's unlikely he'll do something with 8 there, so it's fine. And again, putting something there is completely irrelevant, because I just kind of... I guess I could have tried to steal it out from under him, so it was at least a legitimate thing. Like, it's so dumb, dude. It's such a bad sort of structure. I guess I'll just get through the tutorial, or I don't even really want to. Like, what if I just quit now? What's he gonna do? That's enough of a tutorial. You don't need to do another match like that. Like, just do it. Like I always say, I'd rather get my ass beat online than actually trying to play against like a fucking bot. Enter a name. What should we call you? Or I think I already used that one, so will it actually let me? Wait, how are you able to recycle that name again? Maybe because that was on PC and this isn't, or something like that. I don't even want to do this necessarily. Right, I just kind of wanted to test it. Retreat later. Tie if a... It doesn't matter, like... You know, first loss already. Permadeath. Escape. Even there, it's trying to not make you feel bad for the fact that you lost, but... It's more just like I don't want to do it. Or even this whole mechanic was dumb, how you have to keep... upgrading. It's cool, it's like maybe a cosmetic thing that they would even try to sucker people into paying money for, but it's dumb in terms of like that's the way that you get new cards and whatever. Like, I don't care about that. It's too much like crazy shit that it's just trying to throw at you. Or it's gonna be the same thing again. Or does it just let me skip it? Gamora, like Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't even know who some of these characters are even necessarily. Edit your deck here. Okay, can I just see something with like an online capability or whatever? But again, this is on PC, so it's not like I would have to do it like this anyway. But just for whatever reason, I'm trying to give it the... Dude, stop doing this, man. Yeah, can you actually go online and actually do something? Because that's all I want to do. I don't care about anything else. Like, just, this is the best way to design a mobile game or any game. Like, just spam the, when somebody's playing it, either for the first time or when they log in, just spam them with shit. Spam them with a million pop-ups, notification, microtransaction, shop things. Like, this is really what you want to see. Like, just let me fucking do what I want to do, and then maybe I'll look at those things later. But instead, they bombard you with it. Like, what the fuck? Now, is this going to be the same thing, or is this going to be game modes? But where is it showing me that? What? like bugged out. Or like, yeah, how about a game mode that lets you actually fucking play something with more than 6 turns? So is this going to be the same tutorial match? Is all I'm curious about. Searching for opponent. Is this actually going to be somebody else? Giovanni. Is that a player or is that a bot or what is it? I guess you'll be able to tell by what kind of deck that they have. Or AI is going to get so good at some point that you won't be able to tell the difference even. Starts in your opening hand. We got to save the city. If you play a card at this location next turn, +3 power. Whoever has more cards here gets... Wait, what? You could just say, like, they just automatically win it, I guess. After turn 4, whoever is winning here draws 2 cards. If you play something there, you're guaranteed to get what you want to get. Because, yeah, but it's such a bad design philosophy. Even as much credit as I give Ben Brode and everything for, like, you know, Hearthstone and stuff like that. It's really weird that I'm even doing this. But oh, look how they put my name in, like, the sexy blue colors there, though. So this one's looking good. Atlantis. If you only have one card here, it has +5 power. What is his effect? Let's move X-Men. Okay, just flavor text. If it's played at the middle location, you get +3 power. Sure, I don't really care. Although, maybe that wasn't the best curve play. Right, you always want to just in principle play your highest cost thing, which this is only a 2. That was a mistake, actually. Right? Let's see, we let him have that one. Because it's sort of a double-edged sword. Right, that's only good if you... It's only good if you're basically only have one thing there. So it's immediately going to be weaker as soon as you play something else. But then again, I guess I should have probably put the pressure on to try to do that. 6 to 11. I guess I'll just keep loading up on that side. I don't know. Turn 5. We'll do that one, and then we can do the Hulk, right? I do get one more chance, right? It doesn't mean it ends necessarily on turn 6. So the 100 thing kind of confuses the issue because it's like... So you're going to win the Atlantis one for sure. Like, I'm just conceding to that fact. Wait, so what happens, though? They end up winning because... Wait, how is that victory? How is that victory when we draw? That doesn't even make any sense. Or I bet it adds up the net amount. So, like, we drew the middle one, and so my amount is higher by a wider margin. So that 100 thing actually came into play. Not really that it needed to be 100, but... I'm going to assume that's an online game, although I'm not even really sure. Play 5 cost cards. Play a match. I really don't know. Like, what mode are we even in? I don't get it. Conquest. I don't know what that is. 6 cost card, 1 cost card, win a location. How would you even know, I guess? I mean, they'll be using kind of crazy stuff, so that'll tell you, but...